AWC까지 실패를 하게 되면은 거의 팀 해체잖아요. 이게 마지막이라 생각하고 다들 진짜 열심히 해가지고 우승까지 하게 된 것 같습니다. 이제 AWC 끝나고 저희가 GCS 참가할 수 있게 됐다는 소식 듣고 엄청 기뻤어요. 저희한테는 좀 엄청난 기회였고 프로리그를 뛴다는 건 거의 처음 있는 일이었거든요. 물론 리그도 정말 중요하긴 하지만 최종 목표는 AIC라고 생각하고 있었고 연습한다는 생각으로 과감하게 경기를 했는데 우승까지 한 것 같아요. AIC에서 저희 실력을 세계에 증명해 보이고 싶고 정말 최고가 되고 싶어요.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are live here with the English broadcast of the Arena of Valor International Championship. My name is Inverum, joined here by the one and only Thomas TJ Baldishfielder, who is having a... Oh, I know, right? That was a
really enthusiastic shot of my name, but I don't think anyone's ever tried it nearly that impressive.
Well, it is certainly a pleasure to be here, I must say. And I'm going to turn down this lovely progressive metal music so that I can actually hear you, TJ, because I must say, as excited as we are to get on into this, I know the fans over in Thailand right now are equally as excited to get things underway.
Yeah, this is, of course, the first day of Stage 2 of the Arena of Valor International Championship. We've already eliminated 4 teams, and today we add 4 new ones to the mix. XD Gaming, Tamago, Nova Esports, and Sudara Esports went home, and we brought in the protected teams, the championship teams that had already won big at the AIC or the AWC, meaning that we have Team Flash, Bizarre Gaming, AHQ, and J-Team joining the groups for this second phase.
A lot of big names, some titans coming in now to, I don't want to say upset the order that's been established, because really, we haven't established anything yet. So I have to say, I am just super pumped to see what these teams can do. You know, I'm having some serious lag on our clean feed though, so I'm going to try and fix this up real quick. We're just going to come back to this shot right here, and as I try, actually set this right over here towards them, so that we can hopefully see what's going on over there in Thailand as we get into things. I think it's probably because I'm also sending this over to you right now, TJ. So I'm actually going to stop doing that so that we don't have to worry about it. So I am going to
need it. Any
test anyway.
Exclusively from sound.
Yeah. Oh, obviously. So that's it. That's all we need right now. So we're actually taking a look at the schedule on our screen right now. As we're taking a look here, the schedule for today, our first match, obviously going to be Swing Phantom up against AHQ, the representatives from Korea. Up next, we're going to have ALG going up against J-Team, Overclockers up against Bizarre, and TDC taking on Nova Esports Europe. Now, let's talk a little bit about these matchups, TJ. Of course, we're going to be a little bit more focused on these matchups with teams from the West, because those are the teams we know the best.
Yeah, and the teams from the West do have two incredibly tight matchups today. They're going to be starting, of course, ALG facing off against J-Team, which is definitely going to be difficult as J-Team has long been established as a titan from their own region. And then, perhaps even worse, we have Nova Esports facing off against Toyota Diamond Cobra, which TDC are not a protected team. They're not one of the teams that just joined the pool. So I would have to say that Nova, on paper, are more likely to win that match. But they've played already, and it was not pretty if you were a Nova Esports fan. Both those games, though, I think are opportunities to demonstrate the improvement we have been seeing from the Western teams on the world stage.
There's definitely some room for improvement there. They didn't seem like the team that rallied against Bubble Team in Brazil. They seemed to just not be able to find their footings at all in those games. It's going up against a caliber of play they're not used to seeing, and they just did not know how to react to it. It seemed like whatever game plan they had just went out the window. They were scrambling, constantly acting reflexively, constantly acting reactively. And that is not how you win games against these top Asian teams.
Yeah, Nova Esports in particular has lost some of their stars, it feels like. Grizzly Q and iFlex have yet to really show up on this stage. iFlex had a great game on Elsu. I want to see more of that, and I want to see more of that iFlex. But in a good sign for Nova Esports fans, we did see Vex step on. He was quiet kind of all regular season, and he looked a little bit better in these games. So maybe if they can get all of those stars online, this Nova Esports roster can compete internationally. But they're going to have everyone online if they want to play versus someone as good as TDC.
That's going to be a bit of a struggle there for them. But I'm glad you mentioned the Elsu pick. That's something, a pick and ban that we've been seeing quite a bit so far in the overall matchup. And watching iFlex play that hero was oh so much fun. He got some sick snipes, though I think overall in that matchup, just too many abilities missed across the board. If they can clean that up, they definitely have a pretty good shot. But if we look towards this first matchup now, we're seeing the players getting ready here on the screen. There's already some looks of intensity there from Swing Phantom.
That's a yawn. I don't know what you're on. But yes, Swing Phantom might need all the relaxation they can get because they are facing AHQ, who it would be remiss to say are the expected favorites. They are the team we expect to win this tournament. This is our first look at the Korean roster that won the AWC, that then got the opportunity to play in the GCS, the Chinese Taipei League, and won that as well, and then came here. They're looking to be the first team, I think, in history to win an AIC, the regional league, and the AWC.
That would be an impressive feat, no matter which way you look at it there. So I am excited to see if they can make that happen. Of course, when you look at esports, you look at Korea, I don't know, maybe some things that kind of go hand in hand on occasion. So I'm not too surprised there.
Yes,
but
he's still got the fan in here.
He still has the fan? Sorry, my clean feed.
That fan has journeyed with me through the entire AWC, and every time I saw it, I felt like a little bit of my humanity was restored, and he's still there, cooling off, so that he can land the hot plays.
Oh yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's got to lay down the fiery plays as everyone's getting. He's literally just staring into that thing just intently.
Yeah, he just like finds his inner peace and puts the fan about 4 inches from his face, and that's how he preps for matches. And it hasn't gone wrong yet.
That's just wild. Again, I wish my clean feed would stop buffering. That would be great so that I could keep up with this action right now. But either way, I'm super pumped to see how these teams react. As the clean feed just is dying on us here. I really hope that they can get that fixed. Are we having issues on your end, or do you think that's me?
I've been relatively good for the last few minutes, so okay. It may be on your end.
All right, maybe on our end here. So we're gonna keep an eye on that as things progress here. Hopefully everything is looking a-okay as the players are getting set and ready to get into our very first matchup here. So the group stages as a whole, of course, were part of a much larger event, the International Championship here, a $600,000 prize pool with the first place team taking home $250,000 US, $250,000 USD up for grabs for these players, and that's life-changing kind of money.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. For both these teams, though, it wouldn't be their first chance to win that kind of money. Swing Phantom did very, very well in Vietnam's Regional Arena of Glory League. They came in second there. And of course, Korea, well, we've talked about AHQ's long record, but let's not talk about it any longer. We do have a draft phase in Virum, and it's already started predictably.
Let's get into this first draft here as we get things started. The very first match of the night, and already Elsu and Ignis, no surprise there, they're gone.
Yeah, the follow through coming through is a Malik, which means Richter's still on the board. This means Swing Phantoms, if this gets locked in, Swing Phantom must ban this Richter. If they don't, they're in major trouble because I don't think we've seen, no. Nova Esports Latin America ran Richter once and lost with it, and that is the only time Richter has lost. So, yep, that ban comes through because they have no other options, and AHQ are in control.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise there. The Malik is actually a hero that we've seen quite a bit, both picked and banned so far. I think it's just the control of that shock being able to come through, the sustainability, the cleave. We've seen a lot of it so far in competitive play, and a little bit of a surprise because it's not something that was, I mean, it was always used in the Western meta, but it was never like the must-have.
Yeah, well, I think the LATAM teams really liked Malik, and we gave them a little bit of shade for it, but I think they were kind of spot on. He's just a very, very strong melee sideline. It's very difficult to win a melee versus melee battle with him. However, I really like this from AHQ. You're going to see this AHQ draft. What they typically like are combo-focused compositions and really lightweight compositions. If you're used to watching the Valor series, compare them to Bubble Team. They run these incredibly intensive CC combo-focused compositions, and they are the only team in the world that can make them work, but they do, with a regularity that is terrifying.
It just comes down to their team synergy. It's just on a completely other level. You talked about the combo focus there from them. That's really what it comes down to. They're able to chain their CC to weave in and out of these fights like it's nobody's business. But a pretty standard opening response here. The Beneth and the Lindis. The Lindis, the most highly contested jungle, bar none so far in the AIC.
Yeah, I really like the fact that Swing Phantom got the Lindis, and we've also seen them play very, very well with that Yabenet, using them as an engagement tool. With that duo, they have a strong front line to stall out the fight, and a good back line to hover behind. And, well, managing to get the Liliana for Blake 1 is incredibly good, because his Liliana is insane.
Yeah, just adding a little bit more control and CC as well as burst potential, which they're going to have quite a bit of. So watch between his Nature's Realm going in there. So we'll see how that's across the board as well. The Crest and the Raz. Oh, actually swapping over to the Alistair here potentially. That's interesting. What do you think about that potential pickup here?
Well, it goes back to I'm ahead of you, so I can tell you. He goes back to the Liliana.
He goes back to Liliana,
it's a
yes.
fake out.
Yes, I will
But
reset my clean feed in a second here. Don't worry.
It alarms me. We've seen Alistair considered by a lot of teams here. He was played a few times. I do not yet believe in the Alistair. I believe in the potential of the Alistair. I do not believe in the Alistair.
I would agree. I think I still need to be convinced. The lack of mobility there is definitely a bit of a red flag for me. We are seeing the Roxy denied as well as the Superman. Superman, a hero that we've seen dominate so far in the AIC, unless it's being run by a Western team.
Yeah, Superman right now is in a place where very, very good players with him are very difficult to deal with. But if you just haven't put in the hours on the combos on the character, then it's worthless. So because of that high skill cap, you'll see teams that were playing in the GCS especially really like the Superman. That's why AHQ, who were doing exactly that, ban it out. But many of the Western teams just won't know how to run it because it wasn't popular in our region. We move forward in the draft. AHQ still don't have a jungle, and they are going to get this Fennec here, which I really like because it gives them a back line. Now, on any other team, I'd say they don't have enough pure tank. I think all they need is a little bit of dive, and this roster is perfect because, as a rule, they rely on their stuns to make up for HP. Right now, they have the Crashed, he'll take the front line, and then the pure stuns of their Raz and Valheim will make up anything else. So all they need is the ability, I think, to chase a backline, and a Marja will provide them exactly that.
Yeah, I'm also really watching for that Metamorphosis into Chainhammer Cyclone combo. That's definitely something we have to keep an eye out here for. You can just bring that together at the end, follow up, as you said, with that Valheim, with that Raz. They're going to have the Marja and Fennec locking that in. So a very strong composition for AHQ to start this off. Just good in any direction, not really sort of focusing on any one thing. They can team fight. They have a little bit of split push potential here as well. They can jungle quickly. I love this draft.
They're looking for a final side lane over on Swing Phantom, and they were really considering giving, I believe it is MTB who will be playing this final character, they're really considering giving him a ranged marksman. And it looks like they're actually settling towards the Wonder Woman instead. And this is very important because MTB in the side lanes is the highest KDA player on Swing Phantom. He's a 4.7 KDA on average. He feels like their carry at many points, giving him a more defensive character. Ooh, like the Zenial does give them the opportunity to leverage that, but I would have really liked to see him get a little bit more pure damage, because right now they're playing tank, it feels like, into pure CC and pure stuns, and AHQ, if they can land the kites, if they can back off and just burn down their HP, this looks very good for them.
Yeah, very tanky composition coming out here from them. That is terrifying to watch, so we'll keep an eye on that for sure. I do have my clean feed up to speed here, hopefully, and we will making sure we're good to go here. Awesome, so should have that resolved, no problem, as we get into this this first game here. Looking over to the draft of Swing Phantom, though, there's just so much HP that AHQ's going to have to chunk through. This might actually be a little bit difficult, especially in the early game before Valheim comes online.
Yeah, so the major question, obviously AHQ's looking for a mid lane power spike. Or a mid game power spike. That's what they do very, very well. They play to their win condition. So I expect if AHQ are playing this well, which they generally do, they'll be playing back, playing safe, not really going for any fights, just finding map control until we get to about the mid game, when that Valheim comes online, when that Raz comes online, and then they will dominate.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very difficult to deal with, the sheer amount of CC as we get into game number 1 here. AHQ going up against SP. This is going to be a bit of a brawl to start things off as both teams are meeting on the river.
Already Hon focusing on his own Sage Golem. No strong invades from either team here, which is actually kind of interesting from the traditionally aggressive AHQ roster.
Yeah, interesting to see here from them. They're just opting to back up, not really play this super aggressive. And in response, Swing Phantoms can do exactly the same thing. It's interesting, both teams just opted to play that defensively. I guess maybe they sort of had a chat beforehand. They're like, no, we're just not going to invade. Go ahead, man, take your blue.
I think it's more the case of AHQ is the more aggressive of the two teams. They're the ones that could be bullying a lesser ranked team, right? And they're the ones who are waiting for a mid-game activation. So if they get Swing Phantom to play defense, just perhaps out of respect for them, and they're able to punish in the meantime by just farming up, I think they're entirely happy with that.
Yeah, because as we were saying before, they have an incredibly solid late game. Once that Valheim comes online, it is so tough to deal with. But in the mid already, we see Hawk just doing so much work there onto that Bennett. Look at the amount of slows coming out there, the control already being demonstrated for AHQ.
Yeah, that's what I'm really worried about for Swing Phantom. You have all these high HP characters and not a lot of mobility to get them within range. So AHQ can just back up if they try and charge. Just constantly back up, land the stuns, land the slows, and kite out the big burst damage. Particularly, Rush is going to be very good at that.
Yeah, it's definitely what we're going to have to watch for. But on the other side, if Swing Phantom can potentially find a good lasso in, Braces of Submission, following up with that Angelic Splendor, there is a chance they can make something happen as the first Abyssal Dragon of the game already fully being controlled from HQ. J-Jack is in such a good position, and watch how fast Rush burns that down.
Yeah, it's an easy pickup for them, and that's the advantage of having a Fennec on your side. They basically have two punishes, the detonation of the Thief's Mark and the follow-through with the actual punish itself. I'd go as far as to say this is AHQ's game in their control right now, because many of their players are already about to reach their mid-game power spike.
And we're seeing that now, and it's a mid-game power spike, and it's only 2.5 minutes into the game. So that is going to be interesting for Swing Phantom to deal with. But Han is doing a fairly good job of farming here. Already 1.1k gold to his name, but not having that initial Abyssal Dragon is just going to allow AHQ to propel themselves farther and farther ahead. Not only are they just flatly out farming better, but getting that first objective. And look at the way they're already grouping as four to start to take this first tower.
Yeah, they've got all 4 players together. This tower is absolutely theirs. Hun and NTB just cannot defend.
Oh, you say that, but they actually were able to keep it alive just a little bit longer. Blake on the flank, I should say, was the threat there for Swing Phantom, able to push them back just enough to keep it alive. But I think the next time this wave comes through, it's probably going down.
Yeah, they didn't actually take or win a fight. They just cleared wave, and that's one of the things AHQ are very good at. They weren't interested in fighting for that. They were never going to get within range of Swing Phantom to take an actual team fight. They were just interested in getting as much free damage as they could, and they got an awful lot of free damage.
Well, I just love the economy of it, too. They didn't miss any jungle. They didn't miss the wave in mid. They were totally able to maximize that farm. They knew exactly when they were able to group. Their lane control was so flawless. They were able to go group as 4, get massive damage on a tower, and lose nothing for it.
And this is what AHQ are so good at, just understanding their rotations. And because of this, now you can see Chaser's just going to be able to shove NTB in the top lane. With this wave, they'll get the tower.
Easy peasy. Moving on in there to assist as well was Hack, but they didn't even need him, as they're now starting to pressure out the jungle here as well. Han is going to be rotating down towards the bottom, though, continuing this farm, as they're going to look towards this next Abyssal Dragon, which Seraph,
I'm not sure about that, but... He was trapped in the pen. There was no way for him to get out, and it was just AHQ playing both sides of it.
Yeah, I believe that was actually Sun just completely forcing him back there. He had to lasso over the wall into the pit to try and escape, but just nowhere to go. As we're seeing the invade up top, though. Nice red buff snipe coming in there from Chaser. We are seeing a pause as we're going into this now. Something is occurring of which the players are not a big fan, and we're just going to sit back and take it easy for a second as they resolve this.
That would be a Swing Phantom pause, so I assume that's where the tech issue is. But yeah, so this is just trademark AHQ play. You can see we haven't even really reached the mid-game power spike, but they've done such a good job of controlling the map that before they even get there, they're already dominantly winning every lane. They have a gold lead on every individual player, even though a character like Lindis should beat a character like Fennec in the very early game. The fact that the Fennec is 2 levels ahead and is always rotating with the team and is always contesting the right objectives just makes that not matter.
I think one of the things that's kind of worrisome for me right now for Swing Phantom is the fact that they haven't mounted any sort of aggressive push or engage. You said it yourself, Lindis should win that early game, but they haven't taken advantage at all yet. Maybe it's because, you know, Wonder Woman, Zenial, these heroes as well do take a little bit of time to ramp, but they just don't do quite as much damage. Maybe they just don't feel comfortable taking these fights in the early game, but with a Lindis and a Liliana, you think they should be able to.
Well, they were just bullied out from moment one. That first objective they never got to contest, and then they were being forced back in lane, so they're losing some lane farm as well. And then once AHQ had enough control, remember we commented about their passive start, and I said, don't worry, that's a victory for AHQ. Because if they both take an aggressive starts, that Lindis gets a foothold. Because they both take defensive starts, and then AHQ, this is a phrase we said a lot at the AWC, just begins to choke out their opponent. There is less jungle overall on the map that the Lindis gets. They're steadily falling behind, and IHQ are already on a path to victory. There is a chance for a turnaround.
Of course, I mean, one big team fight. Yeah.
Yes. If Swing Phantom can find, I wouldn't even say a big team fight, because I think that would go poorly for them currently, but if they can find some 2v1 picks across the map, gain a little bit of control back from a few kills, and then use that in order to leverage some jungle, they're back in a tie game. It is not a nail in a coffin situation right now, but I'd say if this top tower that AHQ are about to threaten falls, or if they get enough control that they're able to turn it into a kill, it's their game.
I would agree, and I was gonna say it's the idea of mortar and pestle. It's the grind, and that seems to be AHQ's playstyle. They just wear you down. They don't make mistakes. They just get ahead and get farther and farther ahead. They just don't let you find an opening, and they just slowly push you through until you can't keep all your high ground towers alive. They whittle them down. Watching those games from the first stage of the group stages was really interesting because it was just such clean play. I think if you look towards what a lot of the Western teams are doing, it's what they kind of aspire to. Particularly ALG tries to do a lot of this with the way they time the crash of the waves and that kind of stuff. But
Yeah.
AHQ just has it perfected.
AHQ right now is considered the best team in the world. The only top tier team that people are like, oh, maybe that could beat them is Bizarre Gaming out of Thailand. And many people, myself included, see that as a potential final. So absolutely, the Western teams have been watching them. Pew, who you may remember played for ALG during the last World Cup, is actually here as a substitute player for AHQ.
That goes to show, says something about his individual play. Was pretty darn solid at the AWC, but the fact that he's here as a sub, again, you can't say it any differently. They are the best team in the world right now. Most people will consider them to be the best team in the world right now, and all eyes are on them to just continue to dominate like they've been dominating. But if you're a team like Swing Phantom, the Vietnamese hope here, what do they have to do? I guess coming off this pause immediately, kind of mentioned it, get some 2v1 picks. But how do they? I mean, they're all smiles on their face, which is great right now. But how do they turn a couple small fight wins into a game win?
Well, it may be just about jungle at this point, because the major objectives are going to be difficult to challenge straight up. They're not going to be able to take any fair fights, particularly against a Fennec. You will just lose Abyssal Dragon every time. So instead, they need to be looking at just stealing a few golems, finding some pressure that way. Once you've done that for 2 minutes of just being in control of your own and a little bit of the enemy's jungle, they're probably back at a tie game, and then they can start looking for major objectives.
All right. Not fighting over that Abyssal Dragon against a Fennec. Generally a good idea. Generally not something you want to do. It's what?
Sorry.
What?
The man... You have the clean feed up right now,
I
right?
do, yeah.
Okay. The man with the bald head is called Polo. And I'd like to read you some notes given to me by Garena. This is word for word, verbatim from the notes given to me by Garena on Polo. He has a bald head with a beautiful hairstyle. His head is like the hot sun that will burn your eyes.
Oh.
I don't know what to make of that.
Oh
but
my.
those are notes I was given.
Yeah, I can see them here. Yeah, there's quotes around it and everything. Wow.
I don't know why that exists, but that is their official thoughts on Polo.
That's
so
quite
now they're my official thoughts as well.
That's quite a bald statement there from them.
He's a very good player, though. In addition to being wonderfully bald, I really like how he plays with his team. He's one of the better supports in the Arena of Glory region because he's very, very good at setting up during team fights. He's one of the supports that seems to function very, very well and enabling their team's set strategies.
Yeah, that's something I'm definitely going to be watching for here because he's going to need to pull that off right now. Because if he can't be in a position to keep his key carries alive, it's going to be rough for them. So, I mean, again, they have a lot of tankiness on this squad. They have a lot of HP to work with, but they need to be playing together. They need to be utilizing things like the Angelic Splendor, like these braces of submission. You're giving me a face, TJ. What's the face?
I'm reading chat. They're accusing me of having wrote that myself. I'm sorry.
See, I very intelligently, I'm running the stream, and I didn't put chat up. I was like, you know what?
That's
chat, I love you. You're amazing. But for tonight, it's 4:30 a.m. Eastern time. I just need to focus up. I have iced coffee made in advance. It's delicious.
Aren't you in isn't it cold? Is iced coffee the best choice?
It's not cold in these lights. It's fairly cold. It's
fair enough.
It's good enough. Actually, I mean, I could crack the window if it got too hot in here, which is great. So.
Well, we kind of discussed it. Maybe we can bring it back. But one of the things we were going to do was, while you were running production, I could be your chat reporter, pull some important things out.
Yes.
So that we can have the discussion that really matters.
Of course.
So, if you're in chat and you have something that really does matter and is urgently required to be discussed by the two of us, feel free to just drop it in there.
Yeah, and
I'll
then
pay attention.
and then TJ will put it in our note stock, and then I can copy past that note into the stream, and we can even get you up there. Look at that! Look at this. So,
It's
see
pretty
this?
easy.
See this now? Because I can then do this. Ah, that was the wrong button. I can then do this. Sorry, I just got to straight. I'm still learning how. But see this? See this lovely lower third? No, you're still fine. You didn't move. You're still in a desert somewhere
all right.
on the Antares battlefield,
Okay.
or in Athenor. Sorry, and we're learning. Oh, but wait, no, still no stream. We'll get back to the stream eventually, guys. But I can put your lovely comments right down here, and that's pretty darn great. So, yeah, you got it, TJ.
I worked it out because I use this setup. Yeah, so that's the plan. And I'd also like to, given that we're back to looking at the beautiful players, I'd like to talk through the format and the groups that they are playing in, because people might be like, wait, wasn't the group stage last time? It was. Don't worry. We have 2 group stages. This is the second of them. It is still knockouts. Only 2 teams from each group advance.
Yes, indeed. Also, I love how this stinger is just not working now. So I apologize for that really clunky transition team. I'll just take that out later. But yes, this is the second stage, the second group stage, again, where only the top 2 teams in each group will advance on to that main event. So a lot is on the line right now for these players because they do not want to get knocked out here. They want to make it all the way to that final event. And especially for a lot of these Eastern teams, there's pride on the line to make it there.
Ooh. They had to remake the game, it looks like. That's a little bit unfortunate. I'm
Oh.
not sure what exactly went wrong, but it does look like they had to remake the game.
Oh, yes, they did. Wow. That almost never happens. So we're just going to get right back into this game then. I mean, hey, this is an opportunity now for Swing Phantom to try and do something differently this time around. They were behind, not insurmountably, but a decent amount in that game number 1. So they need to, or in that first iteration, they need to change things here the second time.
Yeah, I mean, that is mighty unfortunate for AHQ, but it is, they weren't far enough into the game that they were by any means secured victory.
Okay.
So, that was a frustrated table slam on that pulse. Looks like the same problem is occurring again for Swing Phantom.
Yeah, that is a little unfortunate. That is anger. Ooh, I like to see the emotion, though. I like it. I don't like it because of tech problems, but I do enjoy it.
You know what I call that? A cockroach, because it's a big bug.
God, TJ.
You're just gonna let that one sit? All right.
TJ.
They are having some big bugs. I don't know exactly what over on the Swing Phantom side, but they have the most talented Arena of Valor admins in the world, so I'm sure it'll be resolved quickly.
Technical issue. Thanks, fam.
Hey, Paul, what's wrong?
There was a technical issue.
Oh, all right. Thanks.
Perfect. No, this is just fine. It's just fine, guys. They're going to get this resolved. We're going to get back into this game. It's still a GN. Okay, there it is up there on the top right. Producing. So we know they got this covered. We know they're going to sort this out. No problemo. They're going to have this fixed in no time flat. We're going to get back into this first series here. Now, one of the things that we have to talk about is the idea of AHQ's momentum. Now, you talk about how they're this mentally unbreakable team, how they can win games from behind, how they put themselves in weird situations because they know they can win them, like get themselves out of it. What kind of mental state do you need to be in to go into a game where you're like, yeah, we can just win no matter what? How do you develop that as a player?
So AHQ are like weird mentally because they are the single hardest working team I've ever had the blessing of encountering in any esport period. They are genuinely, whenever someone's like, TJ, how come you're always rooting for AHQ even though they always win? Isn't that boring? No, because AHQ are genuinely, they deserve it in a way that is hard to explain. I remember they lost, they went down to the lower bracket at the AWC. And it was a big shock and everyone was kind of wondering what they'd do. And we got back to the hotel that evening at around 3 a.m., very, very late. Most of the players had gone to bed. AHQ, we walk past the hotel meeting room, this like conference room area, and they're having a business conference in that room. And they've got the big long table with all the players sitting around and a coach standing at the front with a whiteboard pointing at things and drawing lines and stacks of papers and notebooks on the desk. And I don't know how late they stayed up, but they showed up the next morning and won that grand final. So they put the work in. They are a team that absolutely, things like this will not faze them.
I mean, that's the kind of mentality you need to have to be a world champion. So we'll definitely watch for that as these series progresses. Again, most people kind of expected them to come in here and sort of bop Swing Phantom around a little bit. And so far, from the little we've seen, that has been the case. There are, as you mentioned, tougher opponents still ahead, Bazaar being one of those, and even some of the other groups, some potential here. But I don't necessarily want to jump ahead and talk too much about these other games as we're already in the thick of this one. But it looks like they're getting comfy here, which is not a good sign for us.
No. The less comfortable they are, the more comfortable I am. The more comfortable they are, the more worried I am that we'll be here a while. It looks like that's the phone that's causing the problem. I found it.
We found it. That's the one there. So, all right, we're just gonna hang out then with us, guys. Welcome back. Welcome back to this desert, which is slowly.
I think
Yeah.
you should have shown the Garena casters.
I did for a little bit.
Because okay, good.
I can.
Because they have much better suits than we do.
I'm wearing a polo. Cause
Exactly.
yeah. Well, you sure? All my dress shirts are still packed, and I don't want to unpack anything yet until yeah. So. Look, to be fair, they're both just wearing black suits. They're nice. They're well coiffed.
What do you mean, to be fair? Either of those guys could serve for any Secret Service in the world and look slick while doing it. That's
true.
What do you mean, to be fair?
To be fair,
Those guys are killing it.
They are. And we need glasses apparently. I didn't get the glasses memo. I do have glasses. They're here somewhere.
I don't know.
Somewhere in the
glasses.
desert.
I have 20/20 vision.
Wow. I wish.
And with my 20/20 vision transition, I'm seeing the groups, and I'd like to go over them while we have a moment.
Let's do it.
So, chat, if you're just joining us, the groups are the same. The two teams that advanced from stage 1 are still in the same group with each other. The only difference, of course, is we've added one of those protected championship teams to each group. So, in order, Team Flash was added to the group containing Nova Esports and Toyota Diamond Cobra. Bizarre Gaming was added. Yes, Bizarre Gaming was added to the group containing Oh My God and Overclockers. AHQ was added to the group containing Flash Wolves and Swing Phantom, and J-Team was added to the group containing Allegiance and Alpha Red. So, if that helps you get a sense of things, this Group C kind of is the group of death, because AHQ, Flash Wolves, and Swing Phantom are all great teams, but I'm actually way more interested than I thought I would be in Group B, because, oh my god, the team from China is insanely good, and that's something I, to be blunt, didn't expect.
I know we were discussing, I'm like, man, I think it'd be pretty, you're like, they're really the dark horse. I'm like, man, if they're that good, Honor Kings, like, maybe they're gonna be pretty good here at AOV. I'm gonna be a little scared. And they were a little bit sloppy in their second match, but like that first match was like, ugh.
Well, it was obvious when they played Overclockers that they have a limited hero pool. It was obvious that they could be forced to do some weird picks pretty quickly because they just don't feel comfortable on all of the characters. But, and I said this about the Chinese team at the AWC, every week they learn a few more of the characters. So that weakness is going to go away if they can survive this group stage. So the duel there, I feel, is between Oh My God and Overclockers. And either the team from Vietnam steps up, wins over OMG in their second outing versus them, or Oh My God are able to make it through to the quarterfinals. And at that point, they can probably learn enough to be a serious threat. Because mechanically, and in terms of team tactics and coordination, they're insane and absolutely on the level of some of the best teams here.
their mechanics were stellar to watch. It was wild. I mean, I was looking through there, and I believe it was S686. His Lindis play was just wild. The way he was able to utilize her passive, his movement just looked so clean. You think he'd been playing this game for years, how comfortable he looked on AOV. And if they can continue to do that kind of stuff, it's gonna be a tough time for overclockers.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for them if their initial group stage match is anything to give us a guide. But that Overclockers team did manage to make things close by forcing Oh My God out of their limited hero pool. So that draft is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, and the draft is something that has played such a huge factor in so many of these games. I've seen a lot of games won or lost in like the first 2 or 3 picks. It's like, you lived through the Richter. Good day, sir. On to game number 2. And a couple of these situations where it's not that cut and dry. But one team clearly seems to have given it a lot of thought. Like, even in the game that we're currently looking at now, the idea of drafting the Fennec into the triple tank, into the Ibeneth, the Wonder Woman, and the Zenio, that Thief's Mark value, it's just that kind of additional levels of thinking that are going to get you an advantage. So if you have an advantage in the draft and an advantage in your play, you're going in basically setting yourself up to just never lose.
The two other teams that are going to be kind of in a similar position to Oh My God in terms of just having a limited character pool are unfortunately the 2 Western teams. Because Nova Esports and ALG are both very good teams full of very good players who are now being forced to play on a patch that they just got to pick up recently with characters that they have looked noticeably weak on, and it's going to be kind of a race for them to catch up. Not just in terms of characters like Elsu and Richter, who they haven't really gotten to play enough of yet, but also in terms of characters that just aren't popular in their meta.
Yeah, there's a few of those, so I think we're going to be seeing emerging from the woodworks. The woodwork singular as this progresses, but Elsu definitely being
He's
one of
got
those.
A chair and a table.
Yes, woodworks. Thank you. We're gonna build a nice little pub or an inn or something. We're gonna sit down. It'll be great. Look, don't worry about it. Don't give me that face, TJ.
I don't know.
But yeah,
I just didn't really feel like introducing alcohol was necessary. I don't know.
well, that's why I changed it to an inn where you can get
right.
breakfast. Look, we instantly corrected ourselves here.
Some scrambled eggs, some iced coffee.
Some huevos rancheros, which has become a thing that I've started eating a lot since I've lived in LA.
Sure, Paul. I'm on board with you. I'm not really following you, but I think I'm on board.
You can do huevos rancheros, right? As long as it's vegetarian? No, really?
I don't think I ever have.
I think it's just like eggs and beans, like the 2 main. You could definitely do. We're getting a little off topic, but to be fair, this break has been like 15 minutes, so please bear with us, team, as we
If you're just joining us, we got into game, and then Swing Phantom had a Phantom phone, and they had to swing us to a break.
Well, they're
pretty good.
Yeah,
that tech issue is hopefully being resolved right now. We could see people, it looked like replacing the iPhone as we got into it, so it should be within the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, we're hanging out with our counterparts there over on the Garena feed, who are, I'm sure, talking about something as equally as exciting as Huevos Rancheros.
That man looks entirely too serious to be talking about Huevos Rancheros. I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, I feel like if you and Opal had started having this conversation live at the Chinese Theater, that would have gone over stellar with the crew at the AWC.
Yeah, they were all pretty hungry, though, because our craft services were hidden behind an elevator. So you had to go up, like, this death trap elevator that was built in, like, 1946.
Oh.
And it rattles a whole bunch. And so we didn't actually eat a whole lot.
Ew. That sounds less enjoyable. The only craft services is that is leftover Chinese food in the fridge for me, so that's real easy.
Joke's on you, I have whole wheat animal cookies, so I'm set.
Well, darn. I didn't prep snacks.
You know who else is gonna have to eat a lot today?
Hey, it's the game. You're like 4 seconds ahead of me, so keep that in mind as we
It was
get
gonna be a transition. where I was
Yeah.
like, you know who else is going to have to eat a lot? AHQ, because we're back into the game. It looks like we've restarted for a second time, which means, I don't know, AHQ are used to it at this point, and will hopefully be getting into it fully this time, and Swing Phantom have solved their tech issue.
I love that this time around Han went up to his red because he figured that the third time's the charm, AHQ is actually going to do the invade or something. Or yeah. So I love how he literally adjusted his route there for that. That's actually pretty funny.
In the mid lane, no strong invade comes. Both teams again play a defensive opening. Again, as we talked about, this does favor AHQ as the more mid-game oriented team. If they're able to get a defensive opening from Swing Phantom, they come out on top.
Yeah, I think each team is going to have these like weird power spikes where Swing Phantom is going to have this advantage fairly early the second they hit level 4, when Lindis is going to start to dish some serious damage, and they're going to have, I was going to say NTB being able to do work with the Angelic Splendor, but he needs to not die in order for that. Look, every skill shot hits. Every skill shot.
Yeah. And look at the rotate to enable that. AHQ bring 3 members up top, the Crash to guard frontline during the early game, the Rouse and the Valheim there to provide backline damage. In order to enable that, Rush from the jungle, who's just finished cleaning out his jungle, rotates to mid, takes a wave so he farms up quicker, and enables that pressure up top. That's super slick rotation.
Super slick. And now they're just sitting here, going to get some additional poke. The Lindis is actually going to scout this out, though, so nicely done there. Seeing this mid-pressure at J-Jack. They're literally sitting in exactly the same position as game number 1. The first iteration of game number 1, where they took literally the same position. Like, actually identical. This could be a screenshot from that first game.
And it worked just as well. This is what AHQ do, though. Perfect, picture-perfect execution. And I feel the... Oh, no. And I feel the fact that we can see it repeat like that is a sign of just how good the team is at pre-planning their routes, right? They have it so set up that you can't even tell the difference when they're doing it for the third time.
Yeah, that just shouldn't be a thing. That's wild. The precision which that was executed. Like, Valheim was sitting in the exact same position. The Crash was sitting in the exact same position. I'm going to take this opportunity to refresh our clean feed, I guess, but overall.
I think we were in sync. I was catching up to you.
Yeah, here we go. 38,
I was like waiting. I was like
39,
waiting for you to
40.
Yeah, we're in sync.
Oh, look at us go. Easy peasy. But yeah,
You
I
know,
apologize.
the only thing that's more in sync than us is Twitch chat with us.
Oh.
Because I have now created the systems. So I'd like to put this out again because we do have another pause, so I can keep an eye on stuff. If you are in one of the chats, I have Twitch currently open. I'll be bringing YouTube up in a bit. And you have something you'd like us to touch on, if you have any questions about the format, maybe some thoughts on the teams, some questions on good breakfast food. And we have a pause like this. It's going on a bit of a while, or a break in between matches. I can go ahead and put it into our nice doc labeled chat messages under the notes subheading. And we can chat about it with you guys, which is a good, I think, level of you save us from having to talk about Huevos Rancheros, and we save you from having to hear us talk about Huevos Rancheros. So it's like a hostage situation, but you're involved.
It's participatory.
Yep.
Perfect. I love it. No, it's great because we do actually really want to hear feedback from you guys, especially if there's specific questions and stuff you wanted to ask us. Because obviously, if we're in a situation like the Valor series, when we're live up there on a desk, we don't really have the opportunity to interact with chat quite as much. But this is more of an intimate format here for the English broadcast of the Arena of Valor International Championship. Intimate as I can be broadcasting this from a desert with a volcano in the background. So, yeah.
I'm all alone in this desert. It's just you and me. Chat.
Just chat. All alone together. As this technical issue is going to persist, so I'm going to get comfy and try not to knock over my green screen. As we relax.
I do wonder, because this is the same arena that the entire regular season of the RPL was run out of. So it's presumably not a technical issue with the arena or a technical issue with the... It must just be some catastrophic failure with one specific iPhone. I don't know.
You'd think they'd have a backup iPhone. In fact, I know.
I assume they do.
I assume so too. Oh, we're legit
Oh,
on a
no!
break now. What does this mean?
It didn't just break the game, it broke the stream. It's going to a break. That's what it means.
Okay, so I guess I'll toss this over to them, and we'll also hop
Right.
on a quick break.
You wanna throw to a break? All right, sure. Twitch chat, and I'll pull up YouTube in a moment. During this break, if you'd like to give us questions, comments, etc., go ahead and tag me in the Twitch chat. I'll speak up in both of them so you know my username. I'll throw them into our doc, and we'll touch on them throughout the stream should anything else like this happen. Thanks so much for bearing with us.
We'll be right back as soon as as soon as they get this tech issue resolved. Yeah, as TJ said, thanks for bearing with us. so I accidentally pressed the wrong button. And we just came right back in from this break, TJ. I know, I left you hanging. I hit the wrong button on my Streamlabs, on my Stream Deck. So now we're here. Yeah, throw your bag away.
Okay, fine. Dried mango, but all right.
So we're discussing our chat questions. And the question that came up was, is Richter available to play in this championship? Asked by the 172404. And the answer is yes, he is available. So for those of you playing Western regions, you haven't got to experience the joy that is Richter yet. But he is available to play in this competition.
Yeah, that was kind of a point of contention because obviously he's not out on the Tencent servers yet. But the Western teams had a week or so to get their hands on him before they went into the first stage of play. So teams like Allegiance and such have played him a bit. But yes, we actually just over the last few days got our first look at him as commentators because previously we didn't even have ability names because he just isn't out for us. So we have ability names now and he is terrifying. He's one of the most complex characters to date. He actually switches modes. So you can say, okay, I want to be Richter that gets a speed boost while running down the river. And then you set that mode, and he's faster in the river. So he's an incredibly complex and right now incredibly powerful character. But I think he's one of those characters we've seen for a while where he's new, he's scary, and that's why he's overpowered. And once people kind of get a handle on how he works, he's going to be much easier to counter.
Well, I think a big thing is got to be that CC immunity that he's got on his 2, and the fact that he's able to just extract himself from situations that you should not be able to live, go in, dish massive damage with the great duelist as well. He does a lot of things fairly well. So yes, while he's new and scary and people are still learning how to react and deal with him, I think a lot of it also has to do with the fact that he just has a really good baseline kit, and it has such a high skill ceiling.
Mm-hmm. It is the high skill ceiling that matters, and you see that kind of similar to, Superman, who right now is not an incredibly powerful character. He's a powerful character, but he's relatively balanced, and it's just the people that know how to play him that make him look broken. So he's fun in that way because I think eventually he'll get tuned down a little bit, and then he'll be in a place where the really strong character or the really strong players on that character are able to make him look nuts, and there'll be counters within that level of high-level play.
Yeah, I think that's going to be where the excitement is going to happen when we see the counters on counters on counters and the mind games that come into it. We have another question actually from the 172404, and what teams are going up after these teams go at it? We can actually head over to our schedule, and we can take a look at that. So obviously up next is Swing Phantom versus AHQ. We're still in that match, but after that we have ALG taking on J-Team. That is going to be a very interesting matchup. J-Team obviously has to be favored, but you can never count out ALG. After that, Overclockers up against Bizarre, and TDC taking on Nova Esports Europe. So both Western teams are being represented here on day 1.
Yeah, and that's very cool because they were so spread out over the first. They were spread out. We didn't see both of them play, I think, until day 3. But I like getting to measure them up right now because it's no secret we are on the English coverage. I feel I can say it. I am biased towards the Western teams. I've hung out with them at events. I know them. I'm friends with them, and I try not to let that affect my commentary. And I'm not going to kid myself or you. We're not expecting them to win. This group stage 2 will be incredibly difficult for them to get out of, to be perfectly honest. But this is where we're going to see kind of whether or not they have what it takes. This day 1 is where they're both playing very, very difficult matches, and if they make them close, then maybe they'll be able to continue.
Yeah, that's really the big thing here is they need to just try and eke something out. They need to try and make something happen here. But as you said, you know, we're going to be a little bit biased against these Western teams, as I'm sure casters casting their respective regions and languages are going to be biased towards those teams. But I also feel like we are better positioned because we're the underdogs. You know, it's different to be biased against the team. But then also, we just like good AOV. If a team pulls off a sick play, we're going to call out that sick play. I don't care if it's a Western team. I don't care if it's an Eastern team. You know, if XD had come out and been like, yo, that was the best play I've ever seen, I would have called that out in a heartbeat. It didn't happen, but you know.
Yeah, well, it is, and I do want to say we have two incredibly talented Western representatives this time. This ALG roster, I was gonna say despite their roster issues, but no, because of their roster issues, they have kind of an all-star team because it's not just ALG, it's ALG plus Tribe. So yeah, sure they don't have Rocker, but they have Zane, who arguably outperformed Rocker in the Valor Series finals, and that to me makes that roster even more exciting if they can put all the pieces together. And since we last saw them, they have had a week to do exactly that. I don't know if you follow Sleepy on Twitter, I can't recommend it enough, but he's been tweeting out all these photos of them hanging out, being a team, practicing by wearing team face masks, bandanas. I think they'll be great. And I think if that team can function as a unit, that team can be terrifying. It's a shame they're in a group with Alpha Red and J-Team, though, because that is a very tough hill to climb.
That's a bit of a group of death. But I mean, who better to bring the squad together than the myth, the man, the legend that is Shirko coming in as their coach? I mean, who better to just exude positivity in a way that just makes everybody happy and friends together?
Rest is a little bit toxic, but he's a great team captain. He's one of the best team captains, I think, in the West right now, because he's very good at balancing the needs of his team. And he's a very good support. And I think there are very, very good team captains who are roam supports, because it's a role where you can see all of the entire map, and you're also not very, very focused on anything other than your team's positioning. Junglers typically struggle to be good team captains because you have to focus so hard on what you're farming, whereas when you're a support, you're already kind of thinking about where your team is taking team fights, how you can help, and if you're thinking about that, then it's not too hard to transition into adding some calling in there as well.
Yeah, I agree. Traditionally, we see supports be more of the macro shot callers, whereas jungles, ADCs traditionally do more of the micro shot callers, the initiators. So we'll see how that. We'll see if that plays in at all here. We've got some more questions coming down the pipe. I'm going to try and get these sorted out here. Again, guys, if you have any questions for me and TJ, just at him in the chat, regardless of what chat you're in, and we're going to try and get these over your way as well. Yeah, it's going to be small, but we're going to read it. There we go, as I set this up.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Just go ahead and throw them my way, and I'll copy them over. That's why if you're like, wow, TJ's staring off into space, this is me looking at my second monitor and copying messages over here. That's what's going on right now.
And your boy in deep asks, at Esports TJ, question for you. What are your thoughts on Murad? I feel like I don't see him that much in these tournaments, but I hear he's super big in other regions.
Murad is kind of interesting. He's very, very good at specific matchups. So if you have a backline that's very, very squishy, and Murad can get out ahead, he can dominate head-to-head. So then he has so many iframes, unlike any other character, he's invulnerable while executing most of his attacks. That's what iframes are, invulnerable frames. So he can dive into the backlines, assassinate a key target, like a squishy, low HP ranged marksman, and disengage. And that's incredibly powerful, but it does rely on the Murad being able to get out ahead. So, long story short, it's not very effective if you're not playing a very specific squishy backline marksman, and you can guarantee that you can get your jungle out ahead. So if you're worried the other team might invade you, and if you're not sure who you're targeting, he's kind of a risky pick. So you don't typically see him. With the double ban format, though, I do think there's the chance that some teams fall back to him throughout the tournament here.
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw the snake draft format utilized in Brazil, and oftentimes we saw a very hyper focus on targeting out specific junglers, specific mages, specific supports. It seemed like they identified weak links on the opposing team, and they just tried to ban them out of a hero pool. We haven't seen that strategy executed very much here in the AIC. I think it's probably because most of these teams just have such broad hero pools. That's pretty much just impossible to do. There's so many strong heroes in this meta that they just opt, hey, we just want to get that out of there. We don't want to deal with that hero regardless of who's potentially playing it. So so I think that's probably another reason why we might see Murad appear, because if there's some different bands happening in the jungle and they want to go that assassin route, that's definitely going to be an option. So we're going to keep an eye on this, guys. Unfortunately, we're still on this break. We've had tech issues in our first match of the day. AHQ Esports Club up against Swing Phantom. They're still on a break. We might hop onto a break too, but we're just taking your questions, interacting with chat. Because, of course, I mean, what better way to do this than just interact with some chat, right?
And I was trying to eat my dried mango, and you put me live on the internet.
Look,
so that's
look,
also what happened.
look,
and
look.
I don't want to brush over that, because it still kind of traumatized me.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm still learning how all this works. I bought a bunch of new gear for this broadcast, and I'm still learning all of it. So we're getting there. I think I figured it out now. So we're going to be A-okay from here on out. No more accidental mango exposure. Name of my new indie project.
Sure. I'd watch that band, especially if you're involved. You did... People don't know this. You were a metal frontman for a while, right?
I played bass and scream in a metal band for like years.
And when I learned that, I simultaneously had the cognitive dissonance of, what? That doesn't make any sense, and actually that kind of makes perfect sense. Because, like, that checks out, but it's not expected, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, people, there's a bit of occasionally some tonality that comes out in the casting, and I get asked a lot, how do you...
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you do that and not destroy your voice? And I go, I screamed in a band for years. And, as when one screams in bands and they go to the wrong overlay, ask what my outfit is. It's a collared shirt that wasn't in my suitcase. To answer that question, Jeppo. It was a clean shirt that was not in my suitcase.
I ask myself that question every time I sit next to Imperium on a desk. So...
Mr. Floral Shirt.
Okay, but I can give you a solid answer. If you're like, hey TJ, why are you wearing a floral shirt? I can be like, well, it's interesting that you would ask why I'm wearing a floral shirt, but this is a floral shirt, and we know what the outfit is. Whereas, I genuinely can't answer this question. I don't know what it is.
It's a polo.
There's no two-word description.
It's just a nice polo shirt. Team, we've degraded a little bit here, so I think we're gonna hop onto a break, and I'm gonna go get some water, I guess. We're gonna hop into a quick break. I'm not gonna
finish eating my dried mangoes that I threw at you.
I'm sorry, and we'll get more questions. I've seen more questions populating here, so be sure to get those over, and we'll be right back with more stuff soon. Okay, guys, soon, hopefully real soon. All right, we're back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here with the English language broadcast coverage of the Arena of Valor International Championship. My name is Paul Enverum Toddkill, joined by the one and only Thomas TJ Bardashvili. I'm gonna say the name so good every single time.
Like Spanish. I don't know.
Bardashvili.
We did get an estimate from the production team on site. They said it would take them about 15 minutes to fix the trouble, and it is now 15 minutes from that. So we're estimating that we'll be back live within the next few.
That's the hope. That's the dream.
The plan.
We're not on site. We don't have control of the production, and not that we would even if we were on site.
No.
Not even close. But
Actually, fun fact, when things went wrong during the Valor series, I actually flew to people's homes and fixed their phones. That's why we didn't have any trouble.
Dude, let's be real talk. I got to give all the shout-outs in the world to the production team that we had on the Valor series this season. It was so well run. I got to give a big shout-out to Scarsoul, to Joe, our League Ops, head of League Ops. He killed it this season. Like, we had, like, no delays between games. Like, ever. Like, we never had delays. It was wild. Like, statistically speaking, that shouldn't happen, and it did. It was crazy. And the rest of the team, obviously, was so good.
You do just have acts of God like this, where even everyone's on site, everything should be within your control, and something silly just goes wrong. And it takes an incredible amount of time to fix for no apparent reason. And that's like just part of running esports, because there are so many moving parts. A tennis racket can't crash. An esports game can. So there are so many extra moving parts to fix, to maintain. When you have an entire broadcast without any tech issues, it's insanely cool.
Yeah. I've seen a few. And then I still remember BlizzCon 2014, 2015, that like 3-hour pause.
Was that the one where you got a haircut?
Yeah. Fun fact. I would have got a haircut in the middle of it. There you go.
We never had anything that bad. We did have, during the Valor Series finals, we had a pretty long break during the LATAM finals. And I sat next to Sleepy and we discussed how depressed we were together. And that's still like the highlight of my life. So
I saw a photo actually from Sleepy earlier where they were unsure if he was a boy or a girl in makeup, so they did his makeup like a girl. And now he has a ton of eyeshadow. To be fair, he looked very pretty, so.
The best thing about that is I know Sleepy will roll with that.
Yep, 100%.
Sleepy will be 100% down to own whatever makeup they want.
Yeah, I don't like they don't
respect
speak
him
English.
for that.
Like they were gonna ask. It's fine. So, we're now past our estimate, but that's okay. I have faith, but believe
Yes.
in the crew over there making this happen. So what happened was we literally didn't even get through game number one. They remade it twice or three times, and clearly whatever the issue is, it was something fundamental and wrong.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the issue was, but several times we got a few minutes into game and then Swing Phantom called a pause, and every time the admins came over, kind of with the attitude of what now? And then they were like, oh, all right, I see. Something was pretty badly broken on their side. So they did call the pauses, we restarted, and then we went to a more substantial break. We had a time estimate for the fix that was right about now, so hopefully they're managing to keep to it.
That is the hope. Now they're aiming for 7 minutes from now again. But I don't want to send you back on a break. I don't really. I want to.
We could go back to a break. We could also. I've been keeping an eye on chat during this time. I've got a backlog of cutting, burning questions from both the YouTube and Twitch chat.
Ooh.
If you'd like to add to that backlog, feel
will.
free and just drop it in there, and I'll pay attention.
Let's do it up. So, yeah, we're gonna start to check these through. Yeah, again, if you guys want to submit some questions, random stuff to us, just at TJ.
I see you. Put it in the chat.
Put it in the chat.
I'm watching you.
And we will attempt to try and answer as many as we can. Unfortunately, I'm also trying trying to do this all on my own because we don't have the fancy production teams that we would have if we were in a fancy studio. But that's okay. I still think things turned out pretty well here. So as we're gonna get into this. So our question comes from Ya Boy in Deep once again. He says, "Who are your favorites in this tournament? Any predictions for who is taking it home?"
I kind of touched on this earlier. Personally, my two favorites, I think the final will be between Bizarre Gaming and AHQ. AHQ won the GCS. The other big threat from the GCS is, of course, J-Team. But they have already beat them. So I think it will be AHQ beating out J-Team again. And then we'll have the top team from Thailand, Bizarre Gaming, facing off against the Korean AHQ, who won the league in Chinese Taipei. So if that final happens, I'm legitimately, like, that's a dream come true, because that would be the best possible final, in my opinion.
That would be pretty darn wild. I mean, we'd see teams coming in from... I mean, we'd see a rematch of the AWC Grand Final, which would be amazing. And then we would get to see if Bizarre Gaming made it all the way. That would be just... I mean, talk about regional pride for them as well, but AHQ, they'd have to defend their title in that situation, and you know Bizarre would be just so hungry. So
yeah, I mean, it would be the same regional matchup as the AWC finals.
Yeah.
Korea versus Thailand. So that's pretty cool.
It is as well. I mean, basically, no matter what, Thailand's in a great position to try and if there's ever a situation where Thailand was going to dethrone, it would probably be that. So, but we'll keep going through here. I'm going to try and keep pumping out these questions as best we can here. And this one's literally too long. Oh!
Hold up!
Hold up.
Hold the phones! Literally, because we're getting into game, I think.
I think we
Pick your phones back up and hold them.
All right, we have this Simeon Weiser question. We'll be back soon, as we have to get into this game. Nope.
No! I was so confident. I was so sure that was going to be the big animated transition into game.
It was. So, Simeon Wise, we can answer your question while we're here, which is, why is someone talk about Richter and Butterfly when the hero was first revealed? Their playstyle is completely different. Nothing similar about them. To which I have an answer, and TJ, I imagine you have a somewhat better answer.
I can talk a ton about the similarities between Butterfly and Richter, but if you have something to say, I think it's good for you as well.
Well, I think the whole idea is that they are a high-level play-making assassin. Yes, the difference of where you lane them, side lane versus jungle, is obviously there, but it's their ability to single-handedly take team fights into their hands and execute on them. Butterfly, of course, reliant on getting those resets just to start to chain through. Richter as well has that mobility, has that ability to get into fights, keep himself alive, dish out that key damage, and it's really just the similarities and I think overall mobility. Yeah, there's some specific playstyle mechanics, but it's the high skill cap that really is a similarity between them.
I think the other thing that makes them very comparable, and Western players will have missed out on this, because Butterfly wasn't really a big deal. She's kind of viewed as a pub stomp character, which means if you're playing public games, if you're playing ranked games, especially in the lower tiers, Butterfly's a little bit terrifying because people don't know how to play against her. But as long as you can ensure she doesn't get a kill, then you're fine. But people in some of the Asian leagues, GCS I believe especially, were able to build her a little bit more to the tanky side, leading to her being a terrifying frontline presence, regardless of the overall status of the fight. And that's very similar to Richter. A little, yes, still they're both assassin characters, but they also are able to build a little bit more on the brawly side and sustain themselves in the fight for a little bit longer, which is why I think there are a lot of comparisons between the two. But if you're like, wow, if they were playing Butterfly during the regular season, why aren't we seeing her now? Well, it's because Richter is just good Butterfly right now, so there's been no reason. We have a depth of melee jungles. If we get into any bans where like jungles are specifically targeted, we might see a Butterfly during this, or side lanes, sorry. If we see a ban phase where we're seeing those kind of assassin characters targeted, we might see a Butterfly come out to be played in jungle. Richter obviously isn't normally played in jungle, he's normally played in the top lane, so they fulfill a similar role from different positions on the map.
So we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on how this play out. Because you say, I mean, Richter is just sitting that better butterfly kind of role. I mean, you can't deny that that's just sort of truly where he is sitting right now. He is just in such a good spot. There's a reason he's picked and banned, I think, 100% of the time.
Yeah. I don't think he's been dropped through a phase yet. He is. It's him and Elsu, and to be honest, I don't think Elsu is nearly as strong as the teams think they are. I think Elsu's falling in the category of people are a little bit uncomfortable seeing them played because he is so strong. And because he is so new and he is so different. But once people figure out how to dive an Elsu successfully, I think he's going to be pretty easy to counter by just counter drafting and getting yourself a little bit more dive. Jeff Sua Generous was very, very fond of the Grak being run into him because you can just pull him out of position and into a team and then they're dead.
Yeah, I expect the Grak is so he sets up this literally a stationary target when he is sniping. So super easy pick off there for the hook. Definitely watch for that to be a potential counter in situation there, but also just about the dive. I expect to see more like the Cricknack potentially, the drone drop able to get in onto the back line. Maybe some other heroes like the Murad, like you mentioned, could be a potential counter pick there as well, as he's not going to get punished quite so hard for trying to dive in onto Elsu. The ult's not going to be able to do so much with those iframes. So definitely some options as people, players learn how to deal with them, but in order to learn how to deal with him, you need to play against him. And when he's constantly being banned, that fear, it's just cyclical in nature.
Yeah, it definitely does feel that it's overhyped right now just because none of the teams have yet fully experienced. And we've seen a couple Elsus be run that just looked bad because it was obvious that the person playing the Elsu didn't understand how to. And how to play the Elsu into that specific matchup. We saw a few builds for the Elsu that Hinsui were very upset at. I think it was Turtle specifically, not to call anyone out, who is running an Elsu, and it just didn't really seem like a build that was accomplishing any sort of goal for the team. So people are still figuring him out. And when he's figured out, I don't think he's going to be an instant.
I would agree. I feel like he's one of these heroes that gets released and everything is everyone's like, oh, this kid seems so good, he seems so terrifying, but really it's just learning how the mechanics work and how to beat them here. We're gonna hopefully get back into games soon, guys. We have another question here from Michael Sandland at TJ. Best match you have ever witnessed?
Oh, that is a super easy question to answer because I casted the AWC. And if you haven't had an opportunity to watch the grand finals of the AWC, I recommend it to anyone, especially as it's a good preview for how AHQ we're going to play here today and over the rest of the season. AHQ played under the name Team Korea against the Thai team IT City Bacon, and it goes all 7 games. Both teams develop their own strategies, break the meta, remake a meta, and it has an emotional climax unlike any esports match I've ever watched. And I got to cast it, so absolutely, the grand final of the AWC. I do have an update for you and Vera.
Oh!
Our contact at ESL says that the on-site team has resolved the issue.
Yay!
Aiming to go live at 15 minutes, and that was sent
5 minutes ago.
3 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes ago. It's 10 minutes.
We're most of the way on the way.
Yeah, we have 10 more minutes. So I think we're going to probably just hop into a quick break for those remaining 10 minutes. And then we'll get back into it with some games. They resolved the issue. That's what we wanted to hear. Thank you all so much for bearing with us during this technical snafu. We appreciate you hanging out with us. We'll be back in 10 minutes. We'll see you then.
บุรุษที่ชั่วร้ายผู้เปี่ยมด้วยอำนาจเขาปกครองประชาชนด้วยความหวาดกลัวภายนอกที่ดูดีกลับแฝงไปด้วยความบ้าคลั่งอยู่ภายในจงอย่าเผชิญหน้ากับเขาเพียงลำพังเพราะชั่วพริบตาคุณจะกลับกลายเป็นเหยื่อของคมดาบมัจจุราชพุ่งฟาดฟันจากข้างหลังวันแห่งการพิพากษาเคลื่อนเข้ามาพร้อมตุลาการนามคิวเลนจงระวังตัวไว้เพราะเขาอาจอยู่ใกล้คุณกว่าที่คิด
Meet your maker.
The spirits of my ancestors guide me. You have no idea. No sense in running from me. Life is all about growing.
Hanzo, Sanjo. Goddess nor ghost. Guess, what am I? I defend this world.
You are dead, my demon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the AOV AIC World Championship here. My name is Paul and Barum Todko, and that's TJ and TJ's T. We were caught rather off guard by that abrupt return. And, yeah, hi, welcome back.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I got some pistachios, and those have been sustaining me.
You know, the theme for this year's AIC is Break the Boundary. And little did we know, in order to break the boundary, first we would have to break the phones.
Yes.
But we resolved breaking the phones, and with those tech issues behind us, the plan is, according to our contacts on the site, we've got all the players back in the booths right now, we've got all the tech resolved, and we can get right back into the game and right back into our first match of the day between, of course, the Korean All-Stars and Swing Phantoms.
AHQ, they've been looking solid. We saw near mirror perfect execution in the few games or attempted starts of games that we saw come out. They took the Abyssal Dragon in identical fashion in 2 games. I say identical, I mean you could have took screenshots of both games side by side and be like, spot the difference, and there wouldn't be any. Identical positioning, identical timing, identical rotations. Every single thing they did was a game plan executed to perfection.
Yeah, it is definitely something they excel at. Like I said, they do a whole bunch of pre-planning ahead of time, so they know set strats they're going to execute, and I don't actually know of many other, or of many, I should say, Western AOV teams that do that. A whole bunch of Western AOV teams have set ideas of what they'd like to do. AHQ is the only team I've ever sat in a planning session where they draw where their players are going on a diagram, not for like beginning of the game, but for like team fights. They're like, okay, during a team fight, if we get pressured by a tank, this guy's gonna go here, this tank is gonna die this side, and they like work out exactly what their set strategy is for almost every outcome and then drill it, and that's terrifying.
It's like a football team running plays in practice. You know what I mean? It's like, this is where our running back is going to go, and these are how our linemen are positioning themselves. This is where our QB is going to be to just line up that perfect touchdown. Sports.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh? He
Oh?
was counting down. Did you see him on the stream count down?
I did.
I don't know what he was counting down to, but I feel like he's counting down to the game. Because we did hear once again from the onside team that the tech issues are resolved and they were just getting everyone back in the booths, and we will be into the game in a moment. So
We're gonna
hopefully
keep an eye
within
on
the
that,
next
yeah.
3 minutes.
Hopefully.
But yeah, and to further talk about AHQ, it was actually J-Jack, their team captain, who at the AWC, I talked to him, he said he would retire if they didn't win.
Wow.
And they won. Going into this event, he said he's going to retire if they don't get top 2. So the standards are slipping, but he's still got a very uncompromising mental attitude. And that AHQ, that Team Korea that went into the World Cup, was planning on retiring. They were playing AOV in Korea, and they didn't really feel like there was enough competition for them, and they were kind of maybe planning on that being kind of the last hurrah for the team. And then the last hurrah was a victory. And now they're here at the AIC, ready to repeat it.
Well, I mean, they made history before. Can they do it again? We're about to jump into this game right now. The wait is over. Hell, it's about time.
And Swing Phantom do have their 4th now chance at this early game. AHQ were able to win out the minuscule bits of early game we saw prior, thanks to those set rotations you were complimenting. We talked a whole bunch about how the defensive start is actually good for AHQ because they play mid-game so well with this composition. And again, look at this, Swing Phantom play defense across the board, and AHQ were taking advantage of it.
Yeah, HQ being a little bit more aggressive this time around. So we'll keep an eye out for that as they look to pressure in onto the jungle of Swing Phantom. Han, once again, just going to be sitting in the same tried and true jungle pattern. But we've seen it fail a few times now for Swing Phantom. They need to do something differently this time around. And once again, we're seeing Polo taking a lot of damage in the mid. There's the knock of the follow-up. The Thief's Mark is there to try and chunk him down, but he will be able to escape.
Yeah, he'll get away narrowly with the Redwood Rush, but you can already see the power of that team play from AHQ. We've complimented it before. They are able to bring 3 members to the mid lane the second a threat is expressed there. They always have J-Jack. Watch J-Jack's rotations. He's their team captain, and he's perfect. And whenever there's an opportunity to follow through on team play, whenever they want to push forward, J-Jack, like right now, is there to help out with the fight.
I'm keeping an eye on him, especially once level 4 comes online and these metamorphoses are here, but Han is maybe picking a fight that he shouldn't be here as the rotation is there from Hack, and that is going to be first blood. Beautiful collapse from AHQ.
Beautifully done indeed. As AHQ get their first blood, they'll try and immediately turn it into a Spirit Sentinel, which means they're able to build up a significant gold lead, and they're not resting on their laurels. They keep this 3-man core together and feed their jungle Rush not only a Spirit Sentinel, but a Might Golem, and half of Swing Phantom's jungle as well.
This is massive. You think a lot of teams would have instantly started looking towards that Abyssal Dragon there, and Rush not quite able to get that last minion, but instead HQ is like, look, we see this red buff spawning. We see an opportunity, an opening. We know we've gotten this key kill. Let's set Han back even further. Forget the death. Half your jungle is gone.
Yeah, and this is something that AHQ do very, very well. When they find kills, they convert them.
And that's something that you're gonna we're gonna have to see Swing Phantom start to do as well, as they are looking towards this Abyssal Dragon now. We'll see if AHQ is aware of this. I believe they are. They're going to look to start to collapse on this. The damage has started as well. As J-Jack's going to look to go in. The Metamorphosis is there, pinning Han into the corner. The fall of the Angelic Splendor. Rush is getting chunked down to the back from Polo. Nicely done. Able to get himself out. And through all of that, though, we did actually see AHQ able to pick up that first Dragon, and now Polo, the last man standing.
Polo will flee behind the tower, and just like you say, that's an impressive start for AHQ. Swing Phantom felt like they were pressed into challenging for that Abyssal because they didn't. They were guaranteed a loss, but AHQ had the vision. They always had the Sun playing down bottom, and Sun is a very good role player. Oh my god, this is such a good setup.
Oh no, Hack just comes in through the back, pushes
Oh
him
my
on in.
goodness.
The uppercut is there. They just strictly delete that Zenial.
Just like I was saying, AHQ have some of the best set plays in esports, period. The idea that they know exactly how they can bring up the rotates to get that pick, and then again, they don't rest on it because they've now enforced another pick. They now know that they're able to carry the lead they earned in the Abyssal fight over to a one-man man advantage still now, and they're going to carry that forward to still more jungle pressure. And because AHQ are continually doing this, they're going to challenge for the tower.
And I love this too because they can trust Sun to just be able to win his lane so convincingly. They can stay as his 3-man core. On this Marja, he just will not lose that lane matchup, which, I mean, now finally Swing Phantom is starting to get some pressure of their own, but it's just too little too late. They're already behind 2k gold.
Yeah, this is what I meant when I was asking them to play a little bit aggressive during the early game, because if you give AHQ map control, they do this to you. And they're not going to take direct fights. AHQ don't do that. They don't take fair fights, at least not until the mid-late game. Instead, they're focused during this early game on finding individual picks, out-rotating you and out-macro-playing you, so they don't even need to win the micro. And I love that.
Oh, speaking of micro, Polo pulling off some sick moves in the mid, able to get himself out, utilizing that Nature's Realm to tank through that damage. But Hack's going to look to try and find the snipe. Ooh, nice dodge there. But all the while, AHQ is finding value on the map. Now the full rotation, the collapse is coming here into the top lane. NTB needs to try and defend this, but it's going to be very tough as all the while Swing Phantom are trying to get something on the map. And meanwhile, up top, the tower falls in trade for a dragon. Questionable decision.
And that's a good decision for Swing Phantom because they need the gold more than they need towers, but AHQ are now on a timer. They want to finish out the game quick. Swing Phantom's pickup of the Abyssal Dragon will help them take fights, help them slow down the speed of that game take. But I'm not going to lie, AHQ are very happy. And again, you see, this is about macro versus micro. They didn't need to win the team fight because they knew they could win the overall map control game.
And I love J-Jack just being the leader for the team, going in, Hack under the tower, getting that sweet damage, able to burn out that Essence of the Wind as well. So that was actually a huge cooldown, and now Paulo was stuck between a rock and a hard place in the mid. The damage coming through from Valheim is more than enough from Chaser.
Whew. Nicely done. Chaser anchoring mid, making sure the wave there stays in their control because they already press top lane. They know they can pull their top laner down to mid and kind of rotate their entire formation to have an extra 4-man push in bot lane because they had wave up top so far pushed. Even if there'd been a dedicated split pusher from Swing Phantom, AHQ wouldn't have had to pay attention to it for a while. Again, really good map control play.
They put the pressure in towards that dragon side. They say, okay, that's fine. We're not going to get, we don't get this. That's fine. We won't overcommit. We'll rotate back to mid. We'll get the pressure in there. And Swing Phantom just cannot do anything. They haven't grouped yet. Like, they haven't taken, other than that one disastrous fight on the dragon, they just haven't been making any plays.
And a lot of teams look like this versus AHQ, and it's because they make you look silly. Because it's so hard to get a beat on where AHQ's players are, because you see this quick rotation game just to make sure they're in control of all the fights.
Speaking of fight, Polo is dropping the Nature's Realm, and the Angelic Splitter coming in from NTB on the flank, and nice Ghost Walk into the back. Now NTB is totally split from his team, and we talk about converting kills into objectives. It looks like AHQ is going to do just that as they rotate towards this Abyssal Dragon.
And they'll be able to pick it up. There's almost no way for Swing Phantom to stop it, even if they wanted to. And right now, it's not something they should be thinking about. Again, it's so hard to plug into AHQ's rotations because they're always so intelligent about it. Instead of grouping up and playing counter, you need to gain knowledge of where AHQ are and counter them on a macro level, as well as winning the individual fights, both of which are very difficult versus a team this good.
Yeah, so look at the mechanics from Hack being demonstrated there. There was a good additional dodge, but put himself in a position.
You see, again, he wasn't just screwed because he got out microed in the team fight. He was in trouble because they brought not just Hark up there, but J-Jack as well. So the initial engage could come through from the high mobility character, and if the correct movement was made to dodge away from the high mobility character, maybe get to a bush, J-Jack's there on the crash to make sure there's no way to escape. Really good overall map communication play from AHQ.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to hear what their comms sound like in a game like this. I imagine they're probably saying super calm through all this and just following the calls that are being made. And I just love this positioning from Crashed. J-Jack, he is always putting himself in harm's way. The first person to scout, the first person to take damage or do damage is going to be him, and allowing his carries to do, well, just that, to carry.
Yeah, J-Jack is my personal favorite support in the whole wide world because he is so very good at engineering the perfect engages for his team. And here, the fact he's pressing jungle means it's an easy Dark Slayer, and they're looking to finish game.
They're looking to lock this one up right now, as down in the bottom lane, a lot of damage has already been done, and J-Jack just able to escape with ease and making time for the rest of his team to rotate in and rush. Look at how quick he takes this down. They have the Drake, but they're setting up all three lanes for this unison push. Watch how AXQ executes this.
You can see the top lane, Valheim Raz duo, while J-Jack sets up in mid. Chaser's just been roaming free. He's got wave pushed, he's got full pressure there, and J-Jack is again here to rotate through, to make sure to draw away focus, all the while Swing Phantom rotate up top to deal with that, and the Drake's down bottom. They've got a tower.
Sun goes in, clears the wave, Rush and Drake push the tower down. The whole squad is here going onto the high ground. Polo is going to look to go in, try and maybe pop the Nature's Realm. He is going to, but he's just getting chunked through all this on top of the Chain Hammer Cyclone. Beautiful counterplay there coming out from that Fennec, and all the while the Drake is pushing this down. Valheim, Chaser doing work up top. There's the Metamorphosis pushing Blake back into the core. The high ground tower already falls. All three high ground towers under threat. Going in, trying to make something happen is Polo. Pulling back Rush onto the core. Rush might actually be in trouble here. He is going to fall. Chaser as well in a world of hurt, but the core is starting to defend right now. A bit of a misplay there from Rush, putting himself way out of position, and now Sun is also potentially going to fall.
Sun, normally the frontline side lane for this team, is needed to be in a position like this, and he does it so well. When J-Jack isn't there to play defense for Hawk, Sun can rotate through and take that same role on a margin, nonetheless. A character who's traditionally pretty squishy is able to get into the right position, ghost walk at the right time, find his necessary disengage, and earn AHQ another shot. They take two high grounds, and they're able to back off.
So that was either the most fantastic Redwood rush there from Polo, or we actually saw rush. Oh, there's the lasso way too far there, Zareth. That was not where you wanted to be.
Oh my goodness!
Jeez, that lasso has some range when it was catching J-Jack right on the edge of that leap right there.
It was the very end of the lasso range, just as J-Jack aquatic leaped away. So the lasso became a rubber band that flung him much further than I thought he anticipated.
But NTB as well is going to be trying to fling himself out of this engage, but the sun goes on through. Oh, no, you hate to see it.
Bye! And poor NTB, he's one of the star players for Swing Phantom. Missing him and his angelic splendor right now is crucial. And this was kind of what I highlighted during the draft phase, if you remember, 2 hours ago. I said Swing Phantom needed to have backline pressure, and they don't have the potential. The one fight they've even sort of held on in was where they're able to shut down the backline. They have not repeated that. It needs to be about getting Rush. It needs to be about burning Chaser if they want to be able to win these fights.
They literally can't kill Chaser. He literally learned during that he could lifesteal through Nature's Realm. And that's terrifying.
And that's why I felt AHQ had won the draft phase so dominantly. But you can also see kind of the beauty of AHQ. They're uninterested in hanging around these fights that aren't gaining them anything. Instead, they back up and they focus the Enraged Abyssal, because there was nothing to be gained by hovering near the enemy base. That's a mistake we see a lot of really high-level teams make, just not know what fights literally don't gain them anything.
Yeah, that's the thing. They are maximum efficiency. That is what this team is really all about. They are economy of motion. No action is wasted.
And because of that, they've now got the team find buff from the Enraged Abyssal Dragon in the next 1 minute. And it's going to be very difficult for Swing Phantom to stay disengaged. However, they did do a really good job of clearing waves, so AHQ are going to need to be very efficient about getting those waves against the base in order to challenge during the duration of the buff.
So now we're going to see them push in right now. Rush is going to be doing so much damage as they have the minion waves crashing in here. Han is going to be using these traps to try and clear out these minion waves as best he can. He is able to do so, but look at this high ground. They are forced back into a corner. This is just opening for J-Jack. The Metamorphosis, watch him on the flank. He's going to try and lock everybody down here the second that becomes available, and watch for them to go on in right now. I think Swing Phantom's in a world of hurt. There's the Chain Hammer Cyclone to start things off. The Sun is there on the flank as well. They're just getting chunked down, ripped apart. Look at the HP bars. The second minion gets in wave, the tower gets chunked, but it doesn't even matter. Look at the health. It's just gone from Swing Phantom.
Yeah, and AHQ again are not overcommitting. They're taking their time here because they don't really have a wave. So they're just seeing what pokes they can find, what abilities they can waste, and then they'll go for the engage when their minions arrive.
Rush aims immediately splitting Han from the fight as Zareth is going in, trying to sustain, but not nearly enough. We see a beautiful job there on the Metamorphosis. Blake is destroyed, Paulo to follow. Ooh, the snipe there from that Raz.
My goodness! That was an insanely long-range Valheim.
Oh no, as now NTB is just body checked into the boards. That is going to be GG. Like you said, TJ, 2 hours later, that's it. HQ takes game number 1.
And that is kind of the AHQ I expected. That's the AHQ this tournament needs. It might not be the one it deserves, but it's the one it's getting. That is the world-beating AHQ on track for their second title. They have one more game here versus Swing Phantom, and they did expose some weaknesses. Swing Phantom, that is what a good game versus AHQ looks like, because they did find value. NTB was a notable weakness for their team. That aggressive side lane, who should normally be the star of the team, got shut down. But what we did see were fights where it was obvious they couldn't find anything if Rush was shut down, if their backline damage sources weren't online. So if you switch NTB off of the solo tank, put him onto more of a backline damage, I really think he can find value by shutting down Rush, by shutting down Chaser.
I agree. I feel like they just had, other than maybe trying to go with Redwood Rush, they didn't have any way to set these fights, and you called this. The Wonder Woman needed to go in, needed to set the bracelets as a submission, but we just never saw that. They had no backline burst damage. Rush was able to solo zone out Han in that final fight with the Chain Hammer Cyclone, and then just to decimate the rest of it. I mean, other than that one mispositioning there under the court, like it really seemed like AHQ was in full control. They only kind of lost a single team fight in that entire game and only gave up 3
Yeah.
kills.
And it was, I think, a whole bunch about not just the control that they were able to afford, but the map control. We talk about this a lot with AHQ. IT City Bacon from Thailand was kind of able to match them on it. And people coming from Western AOV, sorry, Western teams, aren't used to seeing it. But there is a whole nother metagame that gets played just about the rotations here. And I feel like when you see a team that is extremely good at executing on that level, and you see a team that's never really had to face that, get their first exposure, they do what we just saw Swing Phantom do, which is turtle, back up, because they all of a sudden are noticing these 3-2 rotations, these 4-1 rotations coming out across the map to perfectly ensure AHQ are able to leverage 4v1s, and they don't know how to deal with it. And the correct answer is one of two things. Either if you're even on level, you perfectly counter the rotation. You bring your 4-1 against their 4-1, and you take the 2 even team fights. Or if you're behind, you can actually force the opposite by, if they're bringing 4 players to bot lane, you take all 4 to top, find pressure, and then you have a chance to trade even despite being behind in terms of tower, in terms of gold game, and that's incredibly powerful. So I'm looking for a little bit better macro play coming out from this Swing Phantom side coming into Game 2, because I do think AHQ were playing a little bit passive at times here, and maybe a team that's a little bit more aware of the overall macro could take advantage of that.
I agree. I feel like a team who had a little bit of better idea of where their opponents are. That's the thing. HQ always seemed to know where their opponents were. Swing Phantoms was never in a position where they were secret at all, whereas it seemed like oftentimes Swing Phantom was getting totally caught out. They had no idea where HQ was about to pop up next, but HQ seemed to be completely at ease, just find a pick here, find a pick there, rotate there. Like, their game plan, as you said, was so well executed, but Swing Phantom had no idea what was going on, and they weren't able to adapt even over the course of an entire game or multiple starts of multiple games.
And if I'd like to highlight one reason for that, I'd say it's J-Jack. If you're not familiar with the man who was playing Crash that last game, he's their team captain, and it shows that he's the shot caller in how well he finds overall map control. When you're seeing him press into the enemy jungle and constantly find value and find map knowledge, and then the team executes perfectly on that knowledge, it's because he's the shot caller, and he's oftentimes the tip of the spear in that tank run.
Yeah, we see him as the one, setting up these initiations on that Crash, looking for those flank metamorphoses, looking for so many openings, those cracks in the armor, and so unfortunately for Swing Phantom, they kind of gave him some openings there.
Mm-hmm. And it showed when Swing Phantom were getting overwhelmed by those during the early mid game. You saw multiple times they'd just bring 3-4 players up and grab an isolated player in top lane. That was because J-Jack had pressed into the jungle and he'd figured out there was nobody from Swing Phantom that could instantly rotate. And the way you counter that if you're an equally strong team is you need to have either your support or your jungle patrolling and making sure that your solo laners aren't getting pulled out, because you have control of the jungle, so there's no way to flank in.
Yeah, it seemed like J-Jack was constantly functioning as that sort of mobile ward that we often see the supports function as. But I didn't really feel that same, thing from Swing Phantom there. It just kind of felt like Polo he was just kind of sitting in mid. He was kind of hovering. Yeah, sometimes he would go and scout for his team, but he just never felt nearly as impactful, partially, I think, because of the incredible mid play. Every single time anybody walked in rain, Raz was just, well, now you're slowed, and now half your health is gone, and now you're probably about to be killed. We'll see if the cycle can be broken here as we get into game number 2. The draft is about to begin. Let's get this going.
Okay, I want to talk bucket list. What can Swing Phantom add to their draft phase that I think will noticeably improve it? I'd really like it, if possible, for them to get a little bit more backline punish. We saw multiple times AHQ do a bad job if they weren't able to bring their 2 backlines, Rush and Chaser, to the fight. So if you have maybe a little bit extra dive, I think that's very valuable. Also maybe consider banning out the Valheim. I would have said phase 2, because now both Richter and Elsu are on the cards, AHQ will probably ban Richter because he is that broken.
Oh.
This leaves... Ooh, they're considering Elsu. If they do this, it is going to be an instant Richter.
Look at that head shake. Look at that head shake.
Yeah,
Like,
because that's insane. Because Elsu is good, but not broken.
no.
And Richter is broken. So that head shake you just saw from the Swing Phantoms player is, oh my lord, AHQ are entirely confident playing versus Richter.
That's wild. That's the, okay, you're going to give... So, if AHQ still take this game, it'll be off of the back of some seriously stellar play. Because the Richter...
Well, what I'm interested to see is what is the Richter count. Because we've seen a few people try a few different characters, and it's widely considered you need to sustain melee. So this Malik might be it. This Malik might be the Richter count.
Yeah, actually, that makes a little bit of sense, too. He's got the sustainability, he's got the true damage, the cleave. And the shock is going to be able to not only dive the backline when need be, but also get out of some potentially precarious situations. I don't mind this. The Violet Hover as well, coming in for Swing Phantom as well as the Ailster. Interesting decision. Violet, Okay.
Again, a poke composition from them. The Alistair, I think, will... Again, like I talked about earlier, I'm not on the Alistair train. Though he has a ton of CC, though he has a ton of damage, I feel he doesn't have the mobility. So if you're going for a poke comp, yeah, Akali is actually an interesting draft. Or you could have a little bit of the dive I was asking for last game, go for a higher mobility mage. But if you're going for a poke comp, I would prefer something like Akali, because this Alistair stands the potential to, I think, just get bursted, especially versus an AHQ that's already got a Raz and a Malik. There's a ton of, oh my goodness, this is a really good dive comp. If AHQ want to go in as a 5-man unit for a team fight, that Alistair is going to be in a lot of trouble if he's not perfectly protected, which means whatever comes through in the support role from Swing Phantoms needs to have some repositioning talents to make sure that it's not just rush down Blake 1 and win the game.
See, I actually wouldn't have mind the Alice pick here, the Malice combo.
Crush gives them more engage, though.
Gresh does give them a little bit more engage here, a little bit more tankiness, and we saw how good J-Jack did on that hero in the last game, so I don't mind that here as well. But you're going to have the Metamorphosis Shock combo to be executed there, banning out the Ibeneth, taking Polo off of a comfortable hero, and again, it's all going to be able diving onto this Alistair. If they can delete him instantly, which you know combo-wise AHQ is capable, it's going to be very tough for Swing Phantom to recover from that.
So, we get into the second ban phase, and I'm curious what AHQ want to get rid of, because it will tell us what they're thinking about executing. And the fact that they get rid of the Ibeneth is really telling again that they're going for a dive engage composition. Once you get rid of the Ibeneth, there is very little, except maybe an Aurum, that can have those repositioning, complete push, shutdown tools I was talking about needing from a support. If you, again,
there's the other one.
repositioning tools
Yeah.
from the Superman, in order to stop the dive from landing on the Blake. AHQ have banned out both the major ones I would say that could prevent them from just being able to roll through. I would go so far as to say they might run an assassin in the jungle role here, because at the very least they want to keep up the momentum during team fights. They don't want to have to worry about protecting their backline.
Speaking of rolling through, the Fennec being banned here by Swing Phantom, I actually don't like that ban here because I feel like the Fennec was a very specific pickup here into the heavy tank composition. And as you mentioned, I feel like they're going to go for something a little bit more aggressive. I actually don't think that Fennec was even going to be a consideration here for HQ. It could be wrong, but as I said, I feel like they're going to go for something a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, Fennec's good, but again, if you run the Fennec with this composition, you need to worry about protecting the Fennec. And AHQ, I don't think really want to have to double back. And yeah, like I said, they want a melee with this composition. This is an extreme early game rush down comp, especially with the addition of this Batman.
I agree, and if they can get something like a Marja in that last pick to fill out their side lane here, that could be absolutely huge. More dive, more self-sustain, more ability to go in and do damage. They could just obliterate a backline.
Yeah, so look at the support options left. You need to choose Jognar because Malik crashed. You have to run a Jognar into that. But also, this means there's nothing that can keep Blake 1 safe. I think they've just lost this off of the Alistair pick. The side lane also having stun tools is a good choice. I agree with the idea to pick up the Wonder Woman as well as kind of a secondary support. But if they can't protect Blake 1 and Han, it will not matter.
It will not matter at all. The braces submission while providing that shield, while having that stun to try and slow down that initiation. It's going to be tough. The timing on the Chaos Protection is going to have to be perfect, and then Violet's going to have to do some crazy splash. It's not. I just don't think it's viable.
I think you could do a side lane marksman with this comp. Because they've just seen the Wonder Woman, I think AHQ could run a side lane marksman with this comp. Instead, though, they'll go full dive. And I approve.
Yeah, I was going to say, Marja I would have liked because it's obviously a very strong soul laner. A little bit of range poke in there as well, which is something they're kind of what they only really have in the Raz. But instead, looks like they're going to go towards this Omen here. More all-in dive. They're going to have the ability to lock one person down, that Death's Embraced. If it's Han or Blake 1, that's GG.
Okay. I think this is... Yeah, I really do think this is one of the most dominant draft victories we've seen yet. AHQ walking away with an incredibly aggressive composition, and it felt like Swing Phantom didn't catch on until after the second draft phase, when they went, oh shoot, what do we have left that can stop this dive? The Richter is their hope. If the Richter can win the early game side lane, then maybe towards the mid-late game we get to see that Violet come online, that Alistair come online, and then be a serious threat. During the early game, if AHQ go for full team fights, you're going to see that Malik Crash double engage, followed through by Omen, followed through by Batman, picking off specific targets. Omen is a specifically good pick into this composition because you have so many characters as the punish on the AHQ roster that do very, very well against isolated targets. The Batman, the Raz, if they can find someone trapped in a Death's Embrace, they're guaranteed to pick up the kill.
Oh yeah, they're going to lock that down, no problem. So much fairly easy combo execution here for AHQ, considering what we know they're capable of. So this is going to be their game to lose right now, at least in our humble opinion, as we get into game number 2. Backs against the wall now for Swing Phantom, now on the left-hand side. So let's keep an eye out there. Blake 1 is going to need to play the best Alistair we've ever seen.
It's not impossible. Alistair has a ton of stun tools. If he's protected well by Polo and he uses his stuns well, then we can see this work out. But to be blunt, I think AHQ's full rushdown will make that very difficult.
Yeah, well, we'll watch for that in the fights. If Alistair can get the flicker out, potentially try and escape, can lay down the walls like he needs to, and we have to talk about the Richter. The Richter is going to be able to go in, has that CC immunity, is going to be able to do some damage to the backline in response. So we have to watch NTB. We asked for him to be in a more aggressive damage-dealing character. Now we're seeing the knockup going on to Sun, and already we're seeing a much better position from him.
Yeah, one of Richter's abilities, if he attacks from a bush, he always has a knockup. You can see that charge up and then activate there. So he's going to be very, very good if he can play the map well in that top lane. And you will see that. Again, we said we needed to see a more aggressive NTB. We said we needed to see a backline threat. Problem is, that was versus the last composition. Right now, versus this AHQ, we need to see them stop AHQ's team fight engage, which is very different from the AHQ that was playing at a poke grind last game. And it is just as much on AHQ to adapt as Swing Phantom. AHQ need to be grouping up a lot more, and they need to be executing early team fights. Now, we know they can run this composition. They did so several times during the GCS regular season, but maybe Swing Phantom can exploit a weakness in it if they're able to last to the mid-late game.
Well, now Chaser's the one in a rough spot, getting the Cleo on through, and now J-Jack there to help split this up. Oh man, Xerath just getting forced back. And this is amazing to me how AHQ played this out, because they said, that's fine, we're going to willingly give up Richter, a hero who's exceptional at diving into that squishy backline. And then the response was, we just won't draft a backline. And now they're in a position where they can very easily take this first Abyssal Dragon. Chaser survived beautifully. The support from J-Jack was flawless, splitting and shutting down that initiation from Swing Phantom with ease.
And I'd like to highlight Chaser there pressing into the middle of the enemy team so that he could get the cleave lifesteal on more targets.
It's just phenomenal to watch, just getting that going on through. And now we're seeing the invade, the pickup there onto Blake, as predicted, rushing down those opponents, utilizing this early game prowess that is Batman. Polo is going to walk into the wrong bush friend, as Blake is able to not only pick up a key kill, also steal himself a little buff.
And it is all about enabling Rush during this early game. They need to power farm him. Batman is most terrifying when he's several levels ahead. And guess what? Right now, he's the highest level on the team and higher level than anyone on Swing Phantom, which means if he's able to get into these fights during the early game, expect his ultimate especially to nearly one-shot people.
Yeah, he's just gonna appear out of nowhere, blindside you, give you a forearm to the face, and pick up some clean kills.
So it's all about that combo execution. Watch for Metamorphosis into Shock, or vice versa, followed by a Death's Embrace, and then Rush with the Caped Crusader going in for the kill.
Watch for, yeah, that execution is going to be solid here as Polo. Man, he's supposed to be the tanky support there for the team. Hack just doesn't miss skill shots. Like, it's wild to watch this guy play.
Yeah, Hawk is one of the best mid laners in the world, and it shows. He's not nearly as flashy as some, but he's extraordinarily consistent.
At least Han able to pick himself up a red buff here, because into the consistency of someone like Hawk, you just have to play. You have to make those flashy plays yourself, because we're seeing now AHQ getting kills under towers with ease. The way J-Jack's able to execute that, provide those aquatic shields, it's tough to deal with.
And what they did a really good job of there was AHQ rotating their three-man core down while still threatening mid. By the time Swing Phantom realized that there was pressure on that bot lane, they'd been completely cut off from reinforcing the tower. Now they focus on reinforcing the tower, and AHQ are no longer threatening lane, they're picking up an Abyssal.
And just the fact that HQ is able to instantly convert that. There's no... Normally we see teams like there's the shock call, and then there's the action. It's maybe a second or 2 seconds before that's, oh, okay, this is where we're going next. AHQ are cerebral. They all... Yes, we have that strong shock caller, but they're all so in sync that they're moving before he even has to say anything. They know exactly what's next. They just have such a deep knowledge and of the game as a whole.
And I would say that Swing Phantom could win the late game. I will say they have a better chance in the late game, because Alistair and Violet will do very well. But because of the AHQ roster, they have Omen, they have Raz, they have Malik in the late game. That's terrifying. Sure, the Batman falls off a bit. Sure, the Crest falls off a bit. But they have just as many players who are strong in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, again, hyper late game, maybe Swing Phantom could make something happen. I mean, we saw that 53-minute game in the West. You know, we saw Grizzly Q playing, on that Chognar. He actually had the most damage here. Down in the bot lane, Seraph is trying to 1v2 and just not able to make that happen. No surprise there. So you see fight breaking out once again in the jungle. That was J-Jax going with Metamorphosis, but not able to pick anything up, as Han is just going to walk himself away.
And J-Jax pushing wave in the meantime, making sure to find more value than ever. Again, cutting out the wave pressure. Now, they're not actually going to convert that, because they don't have enough players in the bot lane to really spread that through to a tower take. But because they cut that wave, that forces the Alistair of Blake 1 to spend more time in the bot lane, because they know from the minimap he's doing that. AHQ then rotate up top and take the top tower for free. Really clean play.
Super clean play, but... we look at this compared to the last game. We do actually see, potential pick here in the mid, as Hack is able to get himself out. Barely, as Polo is trying to chase him down, will secure the kill. Charging on in, head down, nicely done. Unable to keep him alive was J-Jack. So I was going to say, a nice play from Swing Phantom, the fact that they kept their first tower falling till 6.5 minutes. That's actually fairly slow for HQ.
Well, AHQ aren't always an incredibly aggressive poke team. In this case, they don't really have the same poke threat because they don't have a side lane or any marksman. So they are building towards a team fight. And if this AHQ roster can find a good team fight, I would say the game is basically over. But like you say, Swing Phantom are doing a good job stalling out, and it is towards that mid-late game that their characters will come online. Especially, I'm looking towards Han, who is an incredibly good jungler, on that Violet, and Blake 1, who's been happily farming up from lanes. However, I don't think they're farming well enough.
Yeah, they are still behind 3k gold at this point. And again, it's the little victories, able to keep these towers alive just a little bit longer. We talked about how aggressive the draft is from HQ. They're starting to keep that pressure, or continuing that pressure now into the jungle. But again, that's why I was a little bit surprised. We know how much they want a team fight here, but they haven't been able to do as good of a job in this game. And you mentioned this, not having that marksman, of converting these kills into objectives, specifically towers.
And AHQ don't even need a kill to convert it into an objective. The second they figure out that Swing Phantom are doing, like we talked about last game, they don't know what's going on, so they group up. That defensive turtle strategy means AHQ go, okay, well, we'll just take a dragon, and now we'll press this tower.
But Xerath did a fantastic job of pushing the back. Xerath, the highest KDA on the team in game number 1, showing his prowess there, utilizing that all perfectly to blow up the wave and keep that tower alive. Still only 1 tower to the name of AHQ.
I hate to highlight how AHQ's rotates are again, but you see them find pressure in the top lane, so they know that they don't actually need to guard top lane for a while. So they brought down Sun to duo team mid, make sure that while that bot dive was happening, there was no way to win against Hawk and mid. Now that they have extra backup for him in mid, he rotates back top and ensures they'll have more pressure there.
And Sun is also super fed at this point. He's able to blow up the waves in an instant. Xerath this time around, though, not. Oh, actually might be able to get the minion there, and he does. But still, Rush with Chaser there to tank for this. Look at that team play as J-Jack is put in the fight as well. Once again, going the same bush. 3 times we've seen the Metamorphosis, 3 times pushing back Swing Phantom.
Because he plays there, he's able to cut off the sensible rotate down. Even if you go for a defensive long rotate through the jungle, you still have the opportunity to get intercepted because J-Jack is just hovering, waiting for that rotate to come through. And he's able to stall up the rotate quick enough, there's no way to save that tower or punish the people who took it.
This is what we were looking for from Polo in game number 1. That positioning, being that middle that you called it the tip of the spear for his squad. J-Jack is there at the exact crux of where Swing Phantom could potentially rotate to shut down that push. He is there, Metamorphosis in hand, also a trident to shut it down.
And that is really darn fun to watch.
Now we see Swing Phantom, though. Yeah, it's a tough position. You're down 5k gold, but you've only lost 2 towers. It's all on the backs of Han and NTB. They need to make this happen in the late game. I'm looking at Han specifically.
And I will say, yes, Swing Phantom isn't losing ground, but they're desperately losing the economy game. And AHQ, similar to last game, they understand their win condition. Last game, it was about taking towers quickly, so they did that. This game, it's about getting so fed that you can take one team fight and win the game off of it. And I dare say they're approaching that point. If we see a 5-5 team fight right now, AHQ will win the game.
We call this this critical mass, and we're seeing it being reached right now as Rush is able to just delete in the bottom lane. Polo's going there, trying to keep the team alive. Sun potentially gonna just bring him in here. No, nice counterattack as Rush is actually getting ripped down. Sun as well is in a bit of trouble there. J-Jack able to split the fight. Sun forced to flicker out, and here comes the shock going in as well. Polo's getting caught in that. The cleavage going through an NTB, but Hack is on the flank, just dishing damage. But still, the Aleister did a fairly good job of shutting down that aggression.
Really good defensive play there. Xerath stalls up the tower stack long enough that they're able to get the back trade on the Rush, and actually AHQ may have waited too long. You saw Rush was struggling to stay alive during that fight, and the Aleister of Blake 1 did a great job winning out the team fight. I said if you take a 5-5 team fight, AHQ probably win the game. Swing Phantom have survived their first instance of it with some really good rotational play.
This is what we're looking for from them. This is what they need to be executing right now. They need to get themselves into the late game without losing a high ground tower. That's the key moment. Once those super minions come on through, it is so tough to deal with, as a 1v1 quickly becomes a 2v1 down here in the bottom. But Sun is so difficult to deal with. Nice lasso landing there, but a miss, or I should say a great dodge from Sun as they dive in under the tower. He is going to fall. There's the collapse from Swing Phantom. That's what they needed. Now they're looking towards this Abyssal Dragon.
But it's a mistake. Look at it, all the while, that's going to be the Darkslayer pickup, and AHQ are going to be able to carry that through. And because they have J-Jack on the rotate, they can ensure there's no way to take the Abyssal Dragon. They still win this trade.
So really nice play there from AHQ. Space created. Obviously, Sun would have preferred that he didn't die through all of that. But the team identifying the committal of resources from Swing Phantom then said, look, that's fine. We know that we can now take this take this Darkslayer, and Sun did enough damage before he died that Swing Phantom didn't feel comfortable enough to taking the dragon.
I will say AHQ again are kind of playing like they're behind here, and that's because I feel their mid-game is their weakest point, again with this composition. Mid-game is when their Omen, Raz, Malik haven't quite become the late-game monsters they will, and you can see Hon from the Violet and Blake 1 on the Aleister are at their strongest. If we get towards the hyper late game, AHQ win. I do feel they've missed their opportunity to stomp the early game. Swing Phantom have done a very good job winning that critical team fight down bottom, and now beginning to work back some map control.
Looking forward here. It's also interesting taking a look at some of these builds and how these teams are adapting to what they're going against here. A fast Miramasa was actually brought out here from the Violet. So I like this decision from Han, wanting to instantly be able to rip through all the armor of AHQ, wanting to keep that damage scaling well throughout the game as the fight's breaking out of the mid as well. NTB is going to be in a lot of trouble there as HQ collapses. Nicely done, picking up the kill there. And we see another fight breaking out as the Omen is down here up against Seraph, but they receive the brace of submission, the follow-up as well from the Alistair, and the heal is forced out from Seraph, but he's still going to fall. I cannot believe how long Sun lasted before he fell.
That's what Sun does. He farms up so tanky and just stays alive. And it's worth it because they again find value. That whole exchange earns AHQ 2 more towers, and they're now threatening the tier 2. They'll probably get this as well.
We do see the initiation there from Blake. The follow-up kill onto Hack. That is so solid. The Alistair, the follow-up there from the team. What fantastic counterplay. They lose the tower, but at least they shut down the push. Oh, they lose another one, though. That's actually not worth.
Yeah, Swing Phantom are doing a really good job this game. That cannot be highlighted enough. This is quite possibly the best team in the world they're playing against, and they are eking back some of the team fights. The fact that AHQ are winning despite feeling a little bit underwhelming in the team fights right now is a testament to their team play. They've said, okay, we're now at a point where Rush isn't active, because we've got mid-game on the Batman and the Hawk Chaser aren't yet late game. So maybe we should be looking to be playing a little bit more sneaky, a little bit slow and steady. They switch styles mid-game and they fall into it very comfortably. And now it's just all about the overall map control and eking out tower gain. If Swing Phantom realize this and start brute forcing some major objectives like this, I don't know how it goes for AHQ.
Well, AHQ are going to commit on this fight. Blake 1 is in the back doing lots of great damage, but he is going to be the target. They do have the team fight buff now for Swing Phantom. He'll pick up the kills while Rush is looking to try and go in, though. But Han is getting chunked down in the back.
Diving.
And Sun is actually going into the core right now. He's going to try and make this happen. He's the minions, and they're going back. Polo needs to try and stop this. He needs to try and kill these minions if he can.
Stop!
But that's just going to be it. Sun takes down the core. The back door is real. What prioritization from them? AHQ take the match.
What do you do against that? That is insane. There's no way to stop Sun from that because, again, AHQ recognize they're not going to win the team fights. They have hit that mid-game point where their composition will not work well. They make a mid-game adaptation. They put all their farm onto the Omen, and they send the Omen to ignore the entire team fight and instead dive the back line.
What beautiful decision-making from them. That call was flawless. The second they identified, look, this team fight, it's not going to go our way. That's fine. You know what is going to go our way? This game. They absolutely crushed it, identifying that they had the minion wave there. They had the potential damage with Omen, who we know can shred towers. He took down that core with ease.
I'd like to highlight that is one of the most pure AHQ games I've ever seen, because they clearly had an early game tactic. There was going to be that team fight dive, and Swing Phantom beat it. All the credit in the world to the Vietnamese team. They beat it. They played smart, they stayed defense, they farmed up Blake 1, they farmed up Han, they started winning those mid-game fights, especially Polo did very, very well in that tank role. You see him sitting there with 4 assists and 0 deaths, actually, very indicative of how well he was playing. And then AHQ made another adaptation. They said, okay, focus farm onto Sun. Now our goal is just to farm him up and make sure he can win the late game for us as a split liner.
They did such a fantastic job of that, too. And again, you gotta give all the props to the world of Swing Phantom. They identified where they were losing. They identified where they needed to win. The Alistair actually worked out fairly well there, was able to play defensive, shut down the aggression, you know, able to just lock down a lot of CC every single time he threw out his ult. If it was onto a squishy, which he found fairly often, they were able to execute a kill there. So I have to give all the props in the world to Swing Phantom. They looked pretty darn solid, but you said it. That was just AHQ being AHQ.
Swing Phantom, that was a step up from what we saw during the group stage. That was definitely them adapting mid-series and really giving a fight, especially during Game 2, to AHQ. I want to see more of that Swing Phantom. and they'll have another chance. The team that they need to beat now to advance, assuming Flash Wolves lose to AHQ, then they'll play an elimination match versus Flash Wolves, and the winner of that will get through to the quarterfinals and continue their AIC dream. It is entirely possible they still get out of groups, particularly with the improvement they have now shown, not just between Stage 1 and Stage 2, but between Game 1 and Game 2 of that set.
Really, really nice play there from them, and I agree. There's definitely a chance. We can see it in some of these, fights. The fact that they're able to stay alive in ridiculous situations. Like, look at the play. The Wonder Woman, yes, ends up falling here, but just able to save towers time and time again. And look at the pick there, going on in, able to execute, pick it up, and follow up. Polo played so much better in this game. The Chognar looked so solid, able to keep his team alive in a lot of situations. In the end, though, it was just some of these final pushes that went their way, or didn't go their way, I should say, and this was the final push with the backdoor.
This team fight was just picture perfect. You could see, I was aware of it because of how they were playing the team fight. AHQ were playing so defensively that they had to be up to something, because they weren't actually going for the full team fight. They were being so smart about how they engaged and just drew out the fight. And then when I saw Sub, it all fell into place, because he was farmed up enough to absolutely challenge the backline.
Oh yeah, it was really impressive to watch. So that's the end of our very first match here. I think we're going to hop into a quick break while they get set up here for game number 2. Allow us to grab a drink of water at the end of that. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. Oh, do you have a word there, TJ?
I do. ALG versus JC. Sorry, I just wanted to shout that out. That's our next match. And Allegiance, the North American Hope, have one more opportunity, I feel, to get a word in versus one of the best teams in the world. This is where we see how far NA will get.
So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with the hope, or one of the hopes, for the West. ALG is coming up next, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
บุรุษที่ชั่วร้ายผู้เปี่ยมด้วยอำนาจเขาปกครองประชาชนด้วยความหวาดกลัวภายนอกที่ดูดีกลับแฝงไปด้วยความบ้าคลั่งอยู่ภายในจงอย่าเผชิญหน้ากับเขาเพียงลำพังเพราะชั่วพริบตาคุณจะกลับกลายเป็นเหยื่อของคมดาบมัจจุราชพุ่งฟาดฟันจากข้างหลังวันแห่งการพิพากษาเคลื่อนเข้ามาพร้อมตุลาการนามคิวเลนจงระวังตัวไว้เพราะเขาอาจอยู่ใกล้คุณกว่าที่คิด
Meet your maker.
The spirits of my ancestors guide me. sense in running from me. Life is all about growing.
Hanzo, Sanjo. Goddess nor ghost. Guess, what am I? I defend this world.
You are dead, my dear.
This is my turn!
Who will rise to my challenge?
ชั่วร้ายผู้เปี่ยมด้วยอำนาจเขาปกครองประชาชนด้วยความหวาดกลัวภายนอกที่ดูดีกลับแฝงไปด้วยความบ้าคลั่งอยู่ภายในจงอย่าเผชิญหน้ากับเขาเพียงลำพังเพราะชั่วพริบตาคุณจะกลับกลายเป็นเหยื่อของคมดาบมัจจุราชพุ่งฟาดฟันจากข้างหลังวันแห่งการพิพากษาเคลื่อนเข้ามาพร้อมตุลาการนามคิวเลนจงระวังตัวไว้เพราะเขาอาจอยู่ใกล้คุณกว่าที่คิด
Meet your maker.
The spirits of my ancestors guide me. You have no idea. No sense in running from me. Life is all about growing.
Hanzo, Sanjo. Goddess nor ghost. Guess, what am I? I defend this world.
You are dead, my dear.
This is my turn!
Who will rise to my challenge?
world in a blaze. Mama save us, I swear the babies lately crazy these days. People dancing like they warriors. Use the passion. I got my head in the clouds, intergalactic. I'm on a venomous prowl, ready to snatch it. Are you prepared for it? Then let it happen.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are live with the English coverage of the Arena of Valor International Championship. My name is Inverum, joined here by the one and only Thomas TJ Baldischwilder, as we are progressing along with the day, as we have the hope for the West, ALG, going up against JT.
This is going to be a hard match for ALG. They're coming in here with 2 subs. They're coming in here as the best performing historically Western team. And they're going right up against a brick wall. J-Team won the spring GCS season, that's the league in Chinese Taipei. They lost to AHQ this last season, but they already had secured a slot here. So, a team which can narrowly lose to AHQ is right up there among top 3 in the world, and it's going to be an incredibly good watermark for how well ALG are doing in the scheme of things as to how well they do here.
I would agree. I feel like this is really going to be the true test for them. Again, we saw them struggle a little bit in the first stage, the first group stage there, but this is really their time to shine. This is their chance to prove that, hey, look, we didn't come, we were the American representatives the first time around. We deserve to be at the second time around. We're only better. We're only stronger with these additions to the team. And this is their chance to prove that, look, sometimes the mental game might struggle. When push comes to shove, they can shove.
Yeah, this needs to be ALG in complete control, like you said, of their mental game. I will say, even in their losses during Stage 1, Sleepy looked much better than he did during the regular season. So that is a very good sign for them. If they can also leverage Zane as their jungler coming in here, who was considered the best jungler in North America at the end of Season 1, I think things could turn out very well.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on those 2 players for sure as we are getting into the draft. As we are progressing ALG up against J-Team. This, J-Team, you obviously know quite a bit about this squad. They have quite a pedigree, to say the least. They are an aggressive squad, known for putting on the pressure. Obviously won the GCS Spring. They took down SMG 4-1.
And SMG at the time was considered one of the best teams. They'd fallen on rough times, and they came back, and everyone was sure SMG were going to shock the world, retake their throne, and J-Team said no. So this is absolutely a roster that should be considered among the top 3 in the world. ALG have a very uphill battle, but we're blitzing through the first phase of the draft. Elsu Richter, R-Band, Ignis, Lindis as well. Very standard. Leaves open Malik, someone who is banned quite a lot, but he's not picked. Instead, it's going to be Valheim first pick for ALG, giving them kind of a poke composition. They doubled down on that with a squishy front line for Ret in the form of Annette, and Sleepy getting his preferred Liliana. He'll have to face up against the incredible Star playing Raz and a Benneth to kind of chain down the squishier characters. They should be looking for dive right now on J-Team. It's
interesting because Rest has been oftentimes prioritizing this Annette in these drafts, but I'm going to be honest, I don't actually think she's his best support. I feel like there are better options for him that we've seen him pull out. I feel like his Mina is oftentimes way better if you're going to go into that kind of situation. Clearly, he still feels comfortable enough to pick it up here on the main stage. With a Violet being locked in, though, he's going to need to be utilizing her passive a lot to negate this poke.
Yeah, I think it is going to be The reason why the NS is an interesting pick or a good pick for Rest is because of the team and not necessarily him. Like you said, I actually do really like his Mina, some of his tankier play, but the Annette will allow him to function and chain people down. If you're going for a more poke-focused, control-focused composition, that's very good. And I'd look for maybe AIC's hero, and perhaps even Zane to get more tankier melee characters. Zane does best on the more ranged characters, but he has options. And if you put 80's hero on something with a little bit of sustain in the side lane, I think this roster looks really good.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind putting 80's hero onto that Valheim and then giving MTS maybe something more like his Mars or something a little bit tankier here, potentially for him. Actually, yeah, we're going to need to see, they can't run this lightweight. They're going to need some tankier for ALG. JT has a little bit more of an option there because they have that Ibeneth locked in, Omen being denied, as well as that Roxy taking out those dominant side laners. Roxy seems to be the quintessential red side third ban.
The second they banned the Roxy, they were gunning for that Omen, and they were accounting that maybe NI wasn't paying enough attention during the draft, because if you get Omen with no Roxy counter, you've won the sideline. They exchanged those two bans, and now they're targeting the melee jungle that could potentially threaten their backline. That's why JT ban out the Kriknak. ALG actually answering kind with an Aurum ban. That implies they're looking to go full squishy here.
Yeah, I actually really like this pickup. The Lubu is going to offer some decent damage, decent sustainability with that Conqueror. But I like this too. This might also indicate that ALG is still going to potentially look to go in and get some of that dive, taking that Aurum off the table.
Oh wait, he's got J-Jack's fan!
What?
Hold up!
Hang on.
JT have fans too now!
I've actually used one of those. I was working on a show and the air conditioning in the venue broke and they gave us those. They're actually amazing, just for the record.
Well, I believe it. There's that melee I was calling for,
There it
at
is.
least. Full squishy, including the Nakroth in the jungle. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but I appreciate that ALG are trying it, because it is clearly a set strategy, and it will do very well if they can break through to the Violet. The thing is, J-Team haven't full committed to a similarly squishy composition. They've given themselves some defensive options as well. That's why I like the Xanis as well, a little bit on the tankier side, like I was asking for, because it means that if you get caught out by the Ibeneth, if you get caught out by the Malik, you still have the opportunity to survive. But I feel like J-Team have won this draft, provided ALG's execution is not pixel perfect. If ALG have pixel perfect execution, they'll win this game. Otherwise, J-Team have more mistakes that they can make.
I definitely agree in the sense that ALG running this super squishy composition, if they don't execute this perfectly, it is going to be very difficult to see this through. The Zephyrus, again, it just needs to be super rock solid, and we're actually seeing 80 sitting back right now. I think. Oh no, I was gonna say, is he actually playing in this coach position? I was about to have my mind blown, but no. Okay, just the way that angle of that camera was.
I have a question for you. I didn't commentate the NA regular season. Zane, from my understanding, though, definitely specializes in ranged characters.
He does.
Have you ever seen him on a melee?
He played Murad twice, in maybe one Kriknak game, but he did play Murad, which was this, the one time he was able to sort of pull that up. But he's definitely more of a range focus, that's for sure.
So maybe it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for him then to pick up the Zephyrs, but they clearly feel comfortable on it. And it is going to be a full lightweight, full poke composition from Allegiance, relying on the power of the Valheim and Sleepy to kind of whittle down the HP, and then Zane on the Zephyrs and maybe MTS as well to chase down the kills.
Let's definitely watch for that as we get into our game. Game number 1, ALG going up against J-Team here. As we start things off in the mid, already Rest is taking that first opening salvo. You know that's exactly what J-Team wants to do. They already want to say, hey, we see you. We know what's going on.
Yeah, I want to highlight, I said I thought J-Team won this draft. The reasons why are wins on the Malik and Benny on the Yavenna. Those two side lanes are going to win out any squishy matchups. So the counter to them both has to be MTS on the Valheim. Thankfully, if there's one player who can carry the entirety of North America on his shoulders, it is MTS.
MTS mechanically gifted isn't even beginning to say it. This guy grinds like no one else in the North American region. And it seems that JT has identified that because they are already allocating resources to shutting him down in lane. They do not want to allow him to free farm.
Yeah, and look at the pressure into their jungle as well. They might have caught Benny out.
Oh, looking for it now. He's in a particularly rough position going in onto this Sage Golem. He wants to try and snipe this out, but it doesn't matter if he dies. Look at the damage as Zayn is following up right now. The uppercut from Star, but it is not enough as that's going to be first blood going to ALG.
First blood for North America. That's a pretty major pickup, particularly onto the player I highlighted. Maybe Benny would be the answer to their dive. And Sleepy, good rotates in the jungle. They bring through the Liliana to back up the play. And that's going to be Allegiance with an early lead.
Nicely done here from them, picking up a quick kill. A little bit of a gold advantage as we were looking towards this first Abyssal Dragon. Already JT picking up that Spirit Sentinel. Going to look to try and collapse onto that. As we're seeing the squad go in, because, yeah, Allegiance may have gotten that kill, but they took so much damage onto Zayn there that he was actually forced to back up and reset this, which is what did not allow them to convert instantaneously onto that dragon.
No, but they trade about even, so this Abyssal Dragon will kind of decide who wins the early game, in my opinion. And ALG might be in trouble because they're losing the top lane during this time.
Yeah, Yuzon is actually doing such a fantastic job here, showing traditionally, I think Marja is oftentimes one of the most uncontested, you know, she's one of the best solo laners in the game. But now that level 4 has been reached, Yuzon is going to have a fantastic time with that, going in there onto 80's hero, is going to be able to pick up that kill.
And this is something we saw during the group stage as well. 80's hero, traditionally a star player for his team, has definitely been struggling here on the world stage.
Yeah, KO, who was playing that role before. Well, actually, we've seen a bit of a swap here between MTS and 80's, but KO, you know, often a very consistent player, able to stay alive in these situations. 80's hero often, he just stays way too long, and ALG, they're ahead in that one I should say, group stage match, and it was 80's hero getting caught out twice that cost them, and it's costing them now again as the Abyssal Dragon is going to J-Team.
Yeah, and it was, like it was said just then, he stayed around, he lingered a bit too long. There was a very questionable flicker for me. He thought he could win out the lifesteal versus a Lubu. At this stage in world play, you cannot. You
cannot make that happen. Interesting decision there from Benny, not actually opting to put those seeds onto Sleepy there, which actually allowed him to escape. Star just didn't have the damage to follow up, so potential bit of a misplay there in return from JT.
J-Team not able to find the value, but also don't lose anything for it. MTS will be winning this Malik matchup in bot lane. I highlighted him as the savior for ALG, the savior for America. He needs to make it happen, because if he scales well, then those Benny plays can be quite easily punished. Then an overextended tank will get chained down and burned down. But he needs to scale well, and he needs to be protected while doing it.
Yeah, we're going to watch for Zayn to help be that aggressor in this early to mid game. They're going to be able to transition that into the nice late game off the back of MTS, as you mentioned. Once again, Yuzon A0 are fighting up here. And 80's just should not be taking the Zayn. Will have the death from above should he need it. But the flicker and the ghost walk committed from 80's, oh no.
It worked out. He scared them off of the Spirit Sentinel and survived. But now that double focus is going to shift towards lane pressure. And Benny from JT is informing the rest of the roster there is no way there's going to be a rotate to top. So ALG will lose this tower.
What fantastic play. The ghost walk being committed somewhat aggressively here and forcing to back. Oof, that was nice. But even nicer was that play from Benny. Ebenieth, apparently, as in the mid, he's helping his team get another kill.
Very nicely done. Now the focus shifts towards the top lane again, and AIC's may be in trouble.
He does have the ghost walk, but he already burned the flicker. Mentioned it before. Benny's there on the flank, will help to secure that kill. Rest not quite there in time. Did have the hurricane wall, but not quite in position to use it.
Nice little pickup there from Star. Lethal power surge, and he's just able to thread the needle of all of the ALG players. Ooh, bot lane. That's maybe the third time MTS has lost that Seagull battle to win.
Yeah, that's a rough situation. That's not really something he should be losing as another fight's breaking out in the mid. Rest is going to be the target as Neil is doing nice chip to him as well. Zayn trying to keep this tower alive, but Star is just able to do such fantastic poke damage. Benny, though, needs to be careful. He is going to fall, staying just a little bit too long.
That's that sleepy rest Zen trio we've seen work a few times already. If they can add MTS to the mix, I think that's a really good core.
Yeah, but Wins, watch for him to look to re-engage here with the
Oh.
shock. Just a second, there it is, the pick, the flank. ALG just not having the HP to work with in these fights. The chip damage from J-Team was way too much, as Star's going to go in and try and pick up the kill onto Zane, but Sleepy does it with the Reiki shot, keeping him alive. Neil, though. Oh, Zane baited it out perfectly.
Sleepy has been stepping up on this world stage. Now he needs to hold the tower, and Wins and Neil are looking to press forward and trade that kill.
Oh, and they are able to do so. Sleepy does fall. Beautiful pickup there. He thought he could save it. He thought he could make it happen, but all he did was stagger a death.
Sleepy absolutely has been a highlight for this team again, but look at what J-Team have managed. They built their way out ahead, and because of their constant picks, Neil is so farmed. You might have been wondering, where's Neil? Where's the star jungler of
Where's
J-Team
Neil?
during the early phase of this game? Well, he's been farming, and he's level 11, and he's ready to show up and one-shot some people.
Yeah, he's looking to do just that. Look at how fast he's already chipping through these. Look at the timing he has.
Yeah.
This jungle rotation is perfect. His positioning is flawless. And in the mid, once again, Benny is creating so much space for his teams. These Nature's Realms have been fantastic.
Interestingly enough, he's running Scorching Wind. That's the attack speed jungle item, which you didn't historically really see run on Violets. But that's going to mean that he has a ton of sustain and lifesteal in the fights, because of how quickly he's going to do damage later on in this build.
So definitely keep an eye on that. Watch out, yeah, quick, the whole team pushes on through. This is going to be the collapse, though. ALG on the flank. Watch for the Hurricane Wall from Rest as Benny is going in. They find the bush there, as Rest is still going to potentially look to go in. The Redwood Rush to put him out of position, though. He's already taken so much damage. He needs to commit, and he's forced to use it defensively now because he took too much chip damage. The heal, Rest, indecisive. The rest of the team wasn't there. An uncharacteristic misplay from him. Normally, he doesn't hesitate to pull the trigger.
And AD's hero may now pay the price as the pressure comes through. This tower's gone. You're playing versus a Violet. That means all your towers are going to melt.
All your towers are belong to me. Neil needs to be careful not to overextend, though. Do see the Gust Force going on in, taking down those minions, but Neil just has free farm in the jungle.
Yeah, this is a very similar strategy to what we just saw AHQ execute very, very well. Instead of J-Jack playing the jungle and cutting off rotations, it's Benny. And he's been doing a really, really good job of it this game. This is one of the things Bennett is especially good at because of that bush passive regeneration. He can just plant himself in a bush, get regen, and ult if the threat gets too big, and it's very difficult to get map control past him. That means that whenever ALG want to rotate 4 people to defend a tower, at best they have 3.
Yeah, it often puts them in puts ALG in such a rough position. Like, nice little mechanical dodges there. Oh, I should spoke too soon. Sleepy, one shot there from the Raz, and he is at half health. And that's what's often starting off these fights. It's the chip damage, the initial poke damage that J-Team is getting is far superior, which means that ALG doesn't feel comfortable initiating these fights, even though they're the ones who want to. They have the dive. They have that death from above. They need to combo it off the back of a sick Hurricane Wall.
Drake summoned with this wave in the top lane. This is going to be a split push from J-Team. They're going to take mid and top simultaneously.
There's the shot going in the mid. Wins is there. MTS is going to be the target to follow up. And Yuzon is now in the flank. The Hurricane Wall to push him back on in. Rest is there, but he does have the out as Zane goes in, tries to stay on through, but the double heal from J-Team is keeping them in this right now as Neil survives, going onto the high ground. Double push through both lanes as the Drake is there as well, pushing in onto the core. That is going to be GG. Game number 1 is going to go to J-Team.
I don't want to say that's the expected result, but it was. J-Team, one of the best teams in the GCS, definitely a predicted favorite against the North American Hope here. There were signs of life during the early game. For ALG, like I said, their composition left no room for error. So when they did make that mistake, I'm going to pin it on AIC's hero. I'm sorry, bud. When he got caught out in top lane, that was almost immediately their game because they needed to be in control from moment 1, and they were unable to get MTS fed up enough that he was able to get the kills. And you can see, even with that, he still did the vast majority of his team's damage, and AIC's hero in the side lane did quite a lot as well.
Yeah, it was just really nice play. I mean, from MTS, it just wasn't quite enough. Losing those key Seagull battles, a couple times we saw that. might not seem like much, but that gold actually does add up. But really, yeah, it was 80s getting caught out just a few too many times there and not really able to make those big plays. 0-3 in 0 is never how you want to end a game. Functionally, not. I mean, he did 25% of his team's damage, but not really contributing to. It's not effective damage because he's not getting kills.
And opposing them, Neil farmed up so well. They put so much focus on getting Neil farmed up. He comboed perfectly with Benny during all those fights. Benny goes ahead, stakes out an area, a zone, a funnel, and ensures that ALG, instead of taking a 5v5, are taking a 3v5 and a 2v5. And because of that, every single fight is just easy. So if you want to break that, I'm going to say ALG need to go ahead and get themselves a better support pick for Rest. Maybe something he's more comfortable on, but more importantly, something with a little bit more HP, so that he can brute force Benny and that split away from their team. Because so many times, Benny is just able to break their team coordination before they can get it organized underneath the tower or a defense.
I agree. I need to see more tankiness coming from Rest. I need to see more tankiness in general from ALG. These lightweight compositions get poked down, get exploited by these high-skill Asian teams. You need to have a little bit more beef to work with in order to sustain through that initial burst and then try and win. And just overall solid play. We know ALG has the potential for the macro. And not necessarily where they were super falling behind. They were just losing their individual 1v1 matchups. And if you lose 2 to 3 matchups, well, that's almost every lane just gone right there.
Mm-hmm. And also AT0, like, I really hate doing this. I hate being like, individual player, you did bad. But this game and this entire tournament, it has felt like AT0 has consistently played a little bit over-aggressive. It's felt like he's not quite respecting the caliber of player he's facing here. And that means that we keep seeing him lose key picks during the early game. And he is making a conscious adjustment, and he is playing very well, but it's not enough on the world stage.
No, it's definitely not. I mean, and again, we were talking about this earlier. He has such a valuable resource in MTS on his team. Every waking moment that they're not scrimming as a squad, they need to be running 1v1s, trying different matchups, practicing different heroes. Because if they're put in a situation where, you know, they're up against some of the best side laners in the world, when you have the best side laner in the West in MTS, you need to be capitalizing on that. You need to be using that. Him and 80s just need to be going at it back and forth, because I feel like we've identified 80s as a potential weak link, and you can tell these opposing teams have done so as well, allocating resources to take him down. And then when they realized, look, this Lubu, he can easily solo with this Marjo, we don't even need to worry about it, they just take him down.
I'd be interested to see if they could swap. Put MTS in that Slayer lane role, and then you can put MTS down in AT0 down in the Dragon lane, where he's got a little bit more easy support. And then his more aggressive playstyle can be supported by the rotations coming through. And up in the top lane, the Slayer lane, which is traditionally the more split lane, MTS, who's waiting for the late game on many of his characters, can farm up and get there. I'd like to see that if they want to make a mid-series adjustment that's relatively easy.
I actually agree as well, because MTS traditionally did play that Slayer role anyway, so that's something that's very comfortable and familiar to him as well. 80s hero played down. He's played both, but has played in that Dragon lane too. So I would actually really like to see that, because I agree. If Rest is able to come out, if Zane is able to come out and back him up in some of these aggressive early trades, and they're able to actually win some of them, that's not only a morale boost for 80s, it's a morale boost for the team, and it's maybe a bit of a wake-up call for some of these Asian teams who maybe aren't respecting them quite so much.
And Benny absolutely wasn't respecting them that game. You could see time and time again, he pushed into a bush, he set up, he waited for people to show up, and then he sprung the trap. And like we said at the beginning when we were observing it, that's very similar to what J-Jack was doing for Team Korea. So if that's how they intend to play, and if that's how they're allowed to play, it's going to have the same result that AHQ were able to generate. This, you have to remember, is a team that played versus AHQ time and time again over the GCS regular season, and I feel it shows this is a good opportunity for ALG to get a taste of what the best in the world are doing, and they need to start developing counters.
I agree. They need to start, like, yeah, you're in the thick of this Asian meta, you're in the thick of it, you're watching it going right now, but they need to be not just following behind, kind of like, oh, wait, what are you guys doing? They need to be identifying and then just instantly saying, like, how do we beat this? How do we reshape the meta? But how do we do it in a way that works for us, with our hero pools, with our play styles? How can we exploit their mistakes? Not trying to do it like AHQ's doing it, trying to do it like ALG does it.
I would like to say, on a positive note, because we have been ragging on ALG quite a lot, I would like to give props to Sleepy. This entire tournament, that last game included, he has been playing very, very well, particularly after a pretty rough regular season. He's stepped up.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw some fantastic... I mean, he made that one overconfident misplay down there in the bottom lane. But before that, he was doing work. And that's kind of the problem with Sleepy, who make one fantastic play. And he's like, yeah, I got this. Let's go. And then maybe he gets a little bit too confident. So let's see if he can kind of rein that back in and just keep making those sick plays that we know he can.
Oh, ALG, don't think about this. Just ban Richter. Thank you. That means Valheim's up for grabs and J-Team will instantly lock him in. This means in the split lane, ALG need to start thinking about counters. They're actually going a little bit more tanky. I'm going to be interested to see where that Yabeneth ends up, because it will give them very aggressive opportunities like we've been seeing many of the Asian teams using it, but ALG hasn't been playing very aggressive.
Yeah, we have seen Rest run that Ibeneth as a support. We've also seen him being run in the side lane a little bit here, traditionally more run as support. It's kind of how I prefer it a little bit more, offering up that utility and allowing a damage dealer in a slightly better position there. Sleepy, of course, getting that Liliana, but look at the damage from J-Team.
Oh yes, they get Raz, they get Violet, they get everything they want for backline. Now you're talking about penetration, ALG. How do you get past the front line and deal with backline damage? There's going to be so much stun and so much damage. Anyone who takes a moment to do damage, who takes a moment to get into range, is just going to be burned down. That's why I like Sleepy getting the Liliana. That's why for the rest of the draft, I'm looking for you to have engage tools. If you pick up a Malik, if you pick up an Irie for the side lane, that's not a bad pick. Again, you need mobility and you need engage.
I would love the Malik here. Leaning potentially towards the Zephyrus here for Zane once again. His Zephyrus was actually quite solid. The team didn't really have big, solid team fights where they were able to really combo with it, but his individual mechanics seems pretty spot on. So I don't dislike this here. I do like this decision here to go with this Omen though early, grab it in the first phase, so they'll be able to ban out that Roxy, and they should have a pretty solid situation. However, we saw the Lubu. There it is. Yep, get rid of that too.
I like the Omen like we were talking about. My issue is I feel he'll struggle to get into range if his positioning isn't perfect. A lot of this ALG composition is all about positioning right now, and it's going to be about map control and whether or not they can guarantee it. And I'm not sure they can. That Cricknack ban coming through from J-Team confirms they're going to go pretty full squishy. ALG, I want to see Malik. I want to see dive engage tools for the rest of this draft from them.
I agree. I want them to ban out that Roxy, and then I want them to fully commit onto this. I want either that Zephyrus again, and I agree. I want some tankiness. I want the Malik. They're only going to have a little bit of poke with that Liliana, which could be a problem because there's going to be so much poke, but they just need to hard commit. They need to just go. We saw it in the last game. They hesitated, and you cannot hesitate against J-Team.
The Roxy will come out to make sure there's no easy counter to their Omen. J-Team, I'd expect to start banning out engagement tools here. I want to see them shut down a Malik here.
They just did.
They will. They
just did. Oof, that's a very smart ban here from J-Team. Both teams are perfectly identifying what... Oh! I may have spoke too soon. They're actually hovering the Zenial now.
That's interesting because they fill a similar role, but I would have said that the Malik is the bigger threat because the Malik engage can kind of determine the entire team's success. Zenial is a much more defensive character, but that's very good to identify. It's both a character MTS is very strong on, and it's a character that would fit ALG's more defensive look over the last few games. I'm not sure if ALG get this Malik that I'm begging them to get, if they have the confidence to execute him with the team play. But I also think they need the Malik and they need the confidence to execute it as a full wave attack. This needs to be hard engaged from ALG, otherwise this is GG.
Well, they do lock in that Malik, but the instant hover of the Mina Superman. So good counter dive, good counter dive again in that Superman as well. Can be able to totally disrupt this.
I actually really, I'm not a fan of the Mina pickup here because ALG aren't, they don't have any squishy assassins. That could change with their last pick. They still haven't locked in a jungle. But Mina is very good against squishy assassins, and she'll struggle if you're playing versus a full engage comp like this. I think they were predicting, as was I, that you would get an assassin for that final draft, but I think there were better options.
We are seeing 4 melee heroes though, so into a Mina, I don't mind this. The Dark Dominion is definitely going to get value. The Superman as well. I mean, they're going to have so much poke to start things off. By the time ALG initiates, they're going to have to deal with the Rasp slows, the slows from Valheim, the stuns, the poke from Violet, plus the pushback from Superman. They get another cycle through of autos of abilities, and ALG's just gone.
All right, ALG. This is about one team fight. And if you can make that one team fight work, if you can land all the execution, get into the backline, shut down Neil and wins, then you've won the team fight. And you might have won the game off of it. If they lose that first team fight, this game is over. If they don't immediately shut down the two backlines, Neil and wins, this game is over.
There's a lot of very clear win conditions here for ALG. Can they make it happen? Game number 2 up against J-Team. ALG needs to win this in order to bring us to game number 3.
ALG will not be out should they lose this 2-0, but they will need to win versus Alpha Red, and they'll need Alpha Red to lose to J-Team 2-0.
That is a very tall order no matter which way you swing it. And already Yuzon, 80's hero, reminding 80's hero exactly how game number 1 went. And 80's finally striking back, but it's too little too late. He's already been chunked to start this off, and the Superman's such a dominant side laner.
It's just bullying in Virum.
Yeah. He's the anti-fun hero. He's no fun to play against.
Yeah, and it's so strong, particularly in this matchup. Oh my lord, MTS, that's very dangerous.
He's in a very rough spot right now. He's going to pull the cleave back in. He's forced to pop the heal already. Oh no, and back up right now. What a rotation coming in from Star.
All right, well done by Star. However, MTS will survive. Top lane, it's Yuzon just repeatedly bullying AC0 because he's able to do that, because he's able to force AC0 time and time again back behind the tower. They don't gain any map control. If Allegiants want to gain control of the top side of the map, they need to find an answer to it. And so far, they're more concerned with the bot lane and the Abyssal Dragon side. Which,
I mean, makes a little bit sense going this side of the map, but already Rest forced to burn that flicker. The follow-up is there, the stun, and that is going to be first blood as Wins is just chasing Sleepy in with impunity. Now looking towards this mid-game, looking towards the Spirit Sentinel. Look at that instant rotation from J-Team. That timing was flawless.
And J-Team will be able to pick it up. There's absolutely no way to stop them from doing it because they're, like you said, following up on the kill they got. And AC0 may have gone too far. He's just burned his untouchable. Yuzon will play safe.
Yeah, Yuzon barely taking any damage so far. And Sleepy is wishing he could say the same. Zane is going in with the death from above in the mid. Benny is going to be the target. The follow-up is there. And Benny is going to fall, but Sleepy might pay for it. And he does.
The minions actually getting that kill after
Yep.
Neil knocks Sleepy down to 1 HP. Oh my god, AC0. Run while you still can.
That speeding
Nicely
bullet up
done.
there. He uses, able to get level 4 and locking Yuzon in place. Yuzon just watching him go. Hang on. Oh! But he goes in with the ult. 80-0. Oh, might have been able to outplay that if he'd had his death spec and back up on cooldown, but I don't think he did, and that was so close. Beautiful play there from Yuzon.
Through the announcer's table.
Over the top rope. Just right through.
Yuzon flies out of nowhere and makes an entrance, and AC0 may be in a lot of trouble because that's the matchup he's supposed to win. Part of the reason you draft Omen into this team comp is to shut down Yuzon.
And unfortunately, just Yuzon just too good. I don't even know how else to put it. He's literally just too good.
Well, this shouldn't be an unforced 1v1. this should be AD0 getting a little bit more backup whenever they want to push forward. Because sure, maybe he can win a 1v1, maybe it's a 1v1 he ought to win, but it shouldn't be down to that. The rest of the team needs to be there to back him up. And you can see Rest in that engagement having to push very far forward to get wave clear. Now he's too low to stay in this fight as the Abyssal Dragon is taken because, again, ALG don't have concentrated rotations. They're not bringing all 5 members together.
Oh, Zane almost getting that snipe there. That would have been sick. This almost feels to me like ALG is doing triage. They've identified that, look, 80s is beyond savings. Oh, as Rest gets taken out of the mid, he's kind of a little bit beyond saving here. Let's focus on getting MTS farmed, because MTS is the one that's going to help carry us, but it's just not working.
Yeah, I don't think AC's... I think you need AC's Hero to succeed here.
I agree. I feel like you absolutely need that damage. You need the split push potential that he's going to be able to offer. But J-Team is not going to allow him to do that uncontested. Zane, nicely done, able to escape, but wins in the back. The amount of range damage. Again, 4 melee heroes from ALG, and this is exactly what we were talking about in the draft, since that they even put like 1 toe in the direction of J-Team, and J-Team's like, here's all our range damage. There's half your health.
Well, the major thing is they need to shut down that backline. And I said this at the beginning, I have not once seen Neil or Wins directly threatened. The one kill that came through was on Benny, which is great, congratulations, but they're also the support, and they're the one that's okay to die.
They're the one who's meant to die, as we're seeing Sleepy getting pushed in the mid off the back of a Dice Dark Dominion, and Yuzon is there. Rest is forced to pop that Nature's Realm, keeping Sleepy alive. Nicely done there from him to sustain through that, which is giving 80s Hero the opportunity to pinch. He's took the scenes to leave right now, though.
Yeah, very well played by 80s, taking advantage of the split lane in order to find some pressure. But don't get overconfident, and he doesn't. Getting out of there instantly, knocking that tower low, keeping ALG in this game. It needs to be a whole bunch of interactions like that. ALG are going to lose 1v1 fights right now, but lose them slowly and win elsewhere on the map.
That's huge, though. They have to utilize their macro as potentially going to look to go in here on the flank. Benny, not a lot of men to work with. There's the shot going in, not connected on anyone. His MTS. And a nice little retreat there from J-Team, but Zane, maybe going back in. And that is going to be ALG on the retreat.
Lots of pressure onto them, and especially with Neil on the board playing Violet, it's going to be very, very difficult to hold towers.
MTS is going in. There's the death from above. Benny with the Dark Dominion on the flank. There is 80s Hero. And Benny, they've identified they can get the kill. The death site there is though... Wait, no, Benny actually escapes. And now it's Rest who's going to follow the reinitiation, the pushback, and the follow-up kills. 80s Hero saying, I didn't need to go in on this fight. My team has it.
You can't be putting so much emphasis on killing Benny. Because even if they get that kill there, they're still going to lose that fight dominantly. Because the entire time, all that focus, all 4 players there for ALG are focusing down, killing the opposing Mina. Star, Neil, they're just kiting. They're just watching that happen and jumping burst AoE damage into the tightly grouped ALG players.
And what needed to happen there...
That kill, they've still lost.
What needed to happen there was we needed to see the commitment from 80s Hero to commit with the team on the Omen and get into the backline, lock down those squishies in the back with the Death's Embrace. We just didn't see it.
Disagree with you.
Oh.
I'm going to disagree with you. I don't think ALG should have taken that fight at all. I think 80's Hero was in the right. He should have been working on the split lane, which is what he was doing. ALG just shouldn't have been taking that fight there because there was no conceivable way they get past Benny.
See, here's the thing. That was a 5v4. Yuzon's up in the top lane. 80's just sitting in the mid. That was a long time 5v4 situation that maybe they could have made. They needed to make something happen now. Because it's now 8 kills to 1. Yeah, maybe they shouldn't have taken the fight at all, but if they decided to, they needed to do it as 5. And now we're just seeing it.
So much utility flown targeting Benny, and Yuzon will just be able to scoop through, as with the rest of the damage dealers, and find an opening pick.
We are now seeing the tilt of ALG. They're going in, able to take a tower through all of this, but still getting pushed back is ALG. Able to recover. There's 80s here on the flank. There is what we needed, and that is Benny killed. That is the Death's Embrace we were looking for, but all the while, Wins is pushing in onto the high ground, taking that tower, and we're seeing Rest just getting ripped apart. The Redwood Rush is not enough.
And again, you found the kill the second of the game, ALG. That's very good, but it's on to Benny. He can die. The team will survive Benny dying, and if you blow all your utility chasing the opposing Mina, I feel like a broken record, but the backline damage dealers will just sweep through your mid-HP, low-HP players who've just wasted all their mobility.
Yeah, and Wynn's movement is just so clean. No wasted motion from him, as it now appears like that might be potentially a Dark Slayer here. Oh, I thought maybe they're going to try and take that down. They potentially could have there in that situation with Superman to tank for that.
Will
but,
be,
oh,
yeah,
it's the
will
Abyssal
be
Dragon
the
instead.
Abyssal focus, because they were pre-10 minutes, so they're just looking to enforce the gold lead because they know ALG can't take the Dark Slayer. If ALG didn't magically take the Dark Slayer, that would be pretty sick. But I think they feel safer making sure that the easiest return condition for ALG, which is undoing the gold lead, is hard to get.
And they do succeed in securing that Abyssal Dragon. That is their third one of the game. J-Team in dominant position, 11 kills to 2, and ahead by 7. Well, 6k gold at this point. It's not an insurmountable lead, but it would take an ace, basically, from ALG at this point to recover.
Yeah, no, it's not insurmountable, but they need to be making adjustments to their play. They need to be finding isolated players and collapsing on them, and stopping taking these 5v5 fights, and stopping taking these 4v5 fights. And when they are taking fights, don't immediately focus Benny.
But that's what we're talking about. Starting this fight, Rest goes in, he's instantly killed, the poke damage is there, Neil is going to go down. This is exactly what they need, but now Star's going to the flank, Zane's going to be it, and in the back, Superman is there once again to shut it down. That is 4 quick kills, so clean.
That was a sick team fight, and again, ALG look a little bit lost at the start. You highlighted it. Rest pushes out, and it doesn't immediately know who he's targeting, and as a result, the two backline damage dealers who they needed to have been targeting with engaged damage simply walk through the fight, slaughtering anyone who dares stand against them.
A Star pushes them all in together, and then Yuzon brings them all on back. MTS is likely just gone, and there it is, second and third high ground towers, respectively. The super duper minions, as you like to say, will be joining us here on the Antares battlefield.
I'm going to be BM. Hey, Bubble Team. That's what you do when they respawn after you've taken all of their high grounds. You back up. J-Team recognize this is basically their game. They back up, they allow the respawns to come through, they won't be caught out, and now they can find isolated picks.
Like they're doing right now onto Sleepy. Like I said, he's a bully. He's just such a bully. As 80 is trying to get up the kill onto Star, not going to be able to do so. That is 2 kills. Yuzon at this point, it can pretty much solo the entirety of ALG, especially when Neil hits for half an HP bar with every single shot of that tactical fire.
And now J-Team can just push forth and take the game.
That is going to be it, pushing in onto the core. The minions are here. They're poking down Rest in the base for good measure, and that is going to be it. With a quick 2 games, J-Team take the series.
Poor Rest, but a strong showing for J-Team nonetheless. They got beat by AHQ in their regional league. The Invaders took it away. And I dare say they're looking for a little bit of revenge here on the world stage.
Well, I think they found it here going up against Allegiance, the representative of North America. We knew it was going to be an uphill battle, the mountain to climb for Allegiance, but that was not the showing we were hoping for. I expected more from them.
Cliff.
It's a sheer vertical rock face made out of it's covered in WD-40.
Sure, that's an image. And yes, it was a very poor performance from ALG. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I know this is the English language stream. We're supposed to be all excited. But that was ALG failing at basics we know they are better at. You can see Rest in particular, very underfarmed, very uncomfortable on that Yabeneth. They had engaged tools. MTS in both games, actually, when MTS was on the Valheim and when MTS was on the Malik, he never once was synced up with the team for a team fight, and that hurt them. Again, the sole shining light for that roster is Sleepy, who throughout all of this, throughout all of both group stages, has performed well. This is a good international performance from Sleepy, but the rest of ALG looks uncoordinated, and to be frank, it is showing.
It's so interesting because in game number 1, we saw the side laners, each pulling 25% of their team's damage respectively. But in this game, we saw Sleepy and Zane, the jungle and the mid, pulling 30 and 32%, 33% of their team's damage respectively. All the players can go off. They can do it. They just need to do it together.
And also, like to highlight Neil, who 2 games in a row played Violet, 2 games in a row, got fed, and just stomped any fight that came his way. If Neil can do that every single game, they're going to have a lot of quick games. If you're playing against J-Team, it's very obvious you need to shut down Neil in the backlines. And if they're able to get a Valheim as well, that becomes twice as difficult.
Yeah, again, every single time, I mean, 4 melee heroes, every single time ALG tried to start something, they were stunned by the Raz, they were slowed by the Raz, they were stunned by the Valheim, tactical fired, they had maybe half HP. Maybe half HP. Every single time. That's not a way to start a fight.
Yeah, you can make, like they did have, again, engaged tools. There were options, but they weren't able to make them work because they felt desynced. J-Team looked pixel perfect. We have 2 more games tonight, and of them, I'm most excited for this next one, because it is our final predicted winner. My top 3 goes like this: AHQ, J-Team, and Bizarre Gaming. We've seen 2 of them. We get our 3rd in a moment, and Bizarre Gaming, upon their entrance to the stage, are going to be looking to show exactly how dominant they are as well with their crack at the AIC title.
Well, we're going to hop onto a short break and come back with that next match here in just a minute as the English language broadcast for the AIC continues. Don't go anywhere.
บุรุษที่ชั่วร้ายผู้เปี่ยมด้วยอำนาจเขาปกครองประชาชนด้วยความหวาดกลัว
All
ซ้อมมาแบบไม่ได้พักมีช่วงเวลาที่เหนื่อยมากท้อจนอยากจะเลิกเล่นมาหลายครั้งแล้วแต่ก็ไม่ได้เลิกสักทีมันเป็นแบบว่ารายได้หลักของเราเป้าหมายสำหรับผมสำหรับครอบครัวที่มีต่อผมก็คือเขาก็หวังจะให้ผมได้ไปยืนในจุดสูงสุดของอาชีพของผมการที่แต่ก่อนที่ยังไม่ได้เข้าทีมบาซ่าเนี่ยเหมือนกับตัวผมเองอ่ะไม่ได้คิดที่ว่าจะแข่งเหมือนเราก็แค่เล่นเกมสนุกไปแต่พอได้เข้ามาแข่งเนี่ยมันเหมือนเป็นแบบว่าอาชีพแล้วเพราะว่าเราก็มีทั้งแบบว่าสังกัดเรามีแบบเป็นอาชีพที่มีแบบเงินเดือนเราก็เลยต้องเต็มที่กับการที่เราได้เข้ามาทำงานที่วางไว้สำหรับอนาคตเองก็คือจบการแข่งขันนี้ก็คงจะเอาประสบการณ์ทั้งหมดนำมาพัฒนาตัวเองเพื่อจะไปเป็นโค้ชต่อครับแล้วเราได้เข้าไปในแข่งรายการ AIC 2018เนี่ยเราอาจจะหาเงินได้มากกว่าณตอนนี้ที่เราเป็นอยู่ครับก็จะดีขึ้นไปว่าเรื่อยๆครับเหมือนเราก็ยิ่งแบบว่ามีชื่อเสียงครับก็เหมือนกับเริ่มมีงานเพิ่มเข้ามาทำให้เราสามารถหาเงินได้เยอะเพื่อเอาไปรักษาน้องได้ต่อครับ
วันคนเดียวเรียบร้อยและแชมเปี้ยนของรายการนี้ครับบาซ่าเกมเบ้วัน3,600,000 บาทพร้อมกับ
ก็คือนานๆทีพอวันหยุดนะครับถึงจะกลับบ้านไปหาครับก็น้องสาวตอนนี้อายุประมาณ13 ขวบนะครับก็คือเขาพิการมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วนะครับหมอก็เลยบอกว่าเหมือนตอนนี้น้องคนนี้คือเขาไม่ได้แบบว่าพิการนะแต่เขาแค่แบบว่าพัฒนาการช้าค่อยๆสอนเขาไปถ้าอยากจะให้น้องเดินได้ก็ต้องผ่าตัดในส่วนที่มันเริ่มแบบว่าโตแบบว่าขึ้นมาทำไปตลอดเวลาตั้งแต่เด็กเลยนั่นไม่หายแล้วเราก็ได้แค่ทำแค่ว่าเลี้ยงดูเขาต่อไปเพราะผมก็เหมือนตอนนี้ผมก็ไม่ได้มองเขาว่าเป็นแบบแค่น้องผมแล้วผมเลี้ยงเขามาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วผมก็เลยมองว่าเขาเหมือนกับลูกผม
และบาซ่าเกมมิ่งขยับเข้าสู่แมตช์ไฟของแชมป์
อยากจะเป็นแชมป์ในรายการ AIC 2018ให้ได้ครับเพื่อจะได้มีวันหยุดพักผ่อนแล้วก็เพื่อเอาเวลาวันหยุดเนี่ยได้ไปอยู่กับครอบครัวแล้วก็น้องครับ
ขออีกเกมเดียวเท่านั้นเขาจะเป็นแชมป์ใน
แต่ก็ไม่แน่ใจในชีวิตจะไปสุดที่จุดไหนครอบครัวทีมบาซ่าแต่ตอนนี้เริ่มเห็นทางแล้ว
Welcome back to the English language coverage of the AIC. My name is Inverum, joined here by the one and only TJ, the old esports TJ, as we are returning with more fantastic games.
Our third and final, in my opinion, contender to the throne of best team in the world has entered the ring. The team that won the RPL, Bazaar Gaming out of Thailand. They will be playing in their next match versus poor overclockers from Vietnam, who had a bit of a rough group stage, and I think it's about to get rougher. They have a tough mountain to climb, but this is our first look at Bazaar Gaming and indeed the top of the Thailand region in international play, so maybe they can surprise us.
Yeah, they're a team that you've been looking out for, claiming that you expect to see this squad in the grand final. That is not a mean statement. That is quite a statement to make there, TJ. I have high expectations for this team.
I firmly believe that the grand final of this tournament will eventually be AHQ versus Bazaar Gaming. There is wiggle room there. J-Team in particular is something, or is a team that could break through here. We've seen them play AHQ close before. We do not know the level of Bazaar Gaming in overall international play. From the information we have so far, though, they are a contender to the throne. They are a contender to the AIC trophy. And that means you should be watching this next game very closely.
We're definitely going to be keeping our eyes peeled as we are about to get into it here in just a second. We're actually going to go over and take a look here at how some of these overall lists are appearing right now. As you can see, Group A, B, C, and D starting to get some of these results in so far. We have seen AHQ taking down SP, and we have J-Team taking down ALG. Those two teams towards the bottom will need to recover, will need to come back in a big way if they have any chance of advancing out of the group stages and on to the main event.
Yeah, both ALG and the Swing Phantom are not out of it, provided AHQ and J-Team 2-0 both teams in their groups. So, for instance, if J-Team beats Alpha Red 2-0, then it is down to the match between ALG and Alpha Red to determine who leaves. So, there is still wiggle room for both Swing Phantom and ALG, but they'll need to be perfect, and the situation will need to be perfect.
Well, speaking of perfect drafts are going to be a part of that as we get into our draft here for match number 3. It is, of course, Overclockers up against Bizarre Gaming. This is going to be a matchup here. You have Bizarre highly favored, but Overclockers, they are not a team of slouches by any means. They have some strong individual players. I'm really looking, you mentioned Turtle the other day that he was doing some potentially weird build stuff, but we'll see if he, maybe stays the course a little bit here.
I wanna read my notes because I write my notes live. If
You're
noticed,
and I quote, plays weird, builds weird, seems to work all right, but I don't like it.
Yeah, that's what I wrote down in a game prior to his Elsu game. He then picked up Elsu and built the very weirdest thing I've ever seen, and it didn't work all right. So keep an eye on that to be banned out quite quickly by Overclockers here, and sure enough, it was the first thing on their shopping list. They follow through with a Mina, perhaps looking for a little bit of a dive because of that ban onto the Mina, and that's why the response is going to be a Kriknak ban.
Interesting here. So Richter is up for grabs right now. And that is, I imagine, going to be the first pickup here there for Overclockers. Yes, indeed. But as we saw earlier, there are responses to this hero. Just don't give him a backline to dive.
Mm-hmm. And because they forced that out, there is... I mean, the big thing is Richter isn't necessarily a pure backline dive because he doesn't have the mobility. So he's more of a frontline dive, if that makes sense. If people get low, he's going to stand on the front lines and brawl very, very well. And he rarely loses just because he is a really, really solid frontline character. And then if you give him access to your backline squishies, he will burn them. So drafting Valheim into him seems to be a relatively smart play because the stuns can keep him at bay. You just do need to be wary of some bushes.
So watch for that through with the Blitzblade and the Frost Cape, the Hyoga's Edge, all the CC all the time. That standard Valheim build helping to lock down that Richter. But it looks like Malik a potential hover here as well for Overclockers. Good initiation, good tankiness, another solid frontliner as you mentioned, and of course a solid laner in his own right.
I'd like to point something out. I was doing some research on the Overclockers roster. They are actually all rookies. Every single one of them, with the exception of Duo. He's their team captain, and he's led this team as he's the only player with previous pro experience. The rest of this team is brand new. This was their first season of competitive play, and they came in third in Vietnam's Arena of Glory League.
Still, coming in third, quite a feat, especially for a new squad right there. Fairly competitive region overall. Obviously not going to be quite as competitive as Thailand, where Bizarre Gaming, of course, took that #1 RPL spot. Many considered, one of the most competitive leagues that we've seen so far in AOV. So, I mean, this is, again, an uphill battle here for Overclockers, especially coming in as the 3rd seed in their region. However, it's kind of one of these, it ain't over till it's over situations. There's always a chance for an upset.
No, absolutely not. And Overclockers are doing some really interesting things, actually. They get the Annette, which is normally chosen to enable some backline squishies, but they're going a full engage comp around it. They have Richter, they have Malik. That's going to be a good double dive initiation. And then they have the Hurricane Wall as a mid-team fight separation. The only thing they're missing right now is some backline punish, and we've seen Turtle run that very, very well. Give him a Violet. Violet's been banned now because I do think Bizarre Gaming are onto this. Give him a Lindis, something like that can play backline, and I think Turtle will make this work.
I agree. I feel like this is something that he's going to feel very comfortable with. We'll see what Overclockers decide to take off the board here as well. If there is a particularly strong support they want to deny, or a side laner would be another option. Oh, the Abeneth, of course, probably going to be played as that support role. So yes, denying that side laner, the Omen here as well. Look maybe towards a Roxy as one of these picks or bans here. She hasn't made it through the draft yet, but she is such a strong laner.
She's very, very good I'm not sure she's a focus for either team here. Maybe Overclockers pick her up, but to be frank, I think they've already got their side lanes. So, with if Malik has played support, maybe we see a Roxy, but I doubt that'll happen.
I'm looking
Instead, I think
more
we'll
towards
see-
the Bizarre side on that one for sure, if the Ibeneth is run as the support. So, could potentially see that Roxy come out on the Slayer side. Just a thought.
Yes. If we do see Turtle get Lindis through this draft, then I think they have a shot. But if they this is what their dilemma is right now. If they do not ban Lindis, it will be first picked by Bizarre. If they do ban Lindis, then Bizarre will pick one of the shrinking pool of range DPS. They opt to ban Marja, Lindis gets picked up by Bizarre, and Overclockers get a secondary pick from that pool. Probably, I would say probably a Fennec, probably a Slims, but I have on my notes that Turtle actually quite likes Wisp, so I guess that's an alternative option here.
I mean, Wisp and Malik, and that Annette, not potentially a terrible combo right there.
Ooh.
As the setup for that shock and awe. Ooh,
I don't like
interesting.
that.
Yeah, that's not what I was expecting.
They can definitely make the melee work, but I really don't like it within this composition. I was building a lot towards the idea that they would be going for a Lindis, a little bit of range damage, because they have such a solid front line. Right now, if they take a sustained fight, they absolutely need to shut down Defoxen before the fight even begins. Valheim, Lindis need to die in order for the fight to even be close. They are going to get some poke, thank God, from the Kali, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you there. That is, even with that Ethereal Pulse, going to be very, very tough. I mean, just to get that initial chip damage in. I mean, Bizarre is going to be walking in with a lot of HP bars fully intact. If they get something relatively tanky here to round this out as their other side laner, or you're opting to go for something, more of the support route if they so choose, and running that Ibeneth in the side lane, they still have options, and they get something with, again, a decently high health pool here. They're going to be feeling very comfortable.
Yeah, they still have a support to grab, and they're thinking about it because there's nothing that they immediately need to counter, so they can kind of go shopping for what they want to instead enable, and that's a rare position. And they're actually gonna do what you were suggesting, and shift over either this Lindis to the side lane or this Yabeneth to the support role, and bring in either a side lane or a jungle Lubu. More likely side lane Lubu, and it will go to Jommy, implying that's the case. And that now means we're going to see a lot more pressure against the Richter, which I really like Lubu as an answer for.
Yeah, I agree. So, interesting we're going to be seeing this late up here. Yeah, we are going to be seeing that support Ibeneth there. I don't mind that there at all for Bizarre. Of course, having Era playing that Raz is going to be pretty darn terrifying. I'm really looking forward to that. He is an incredibly aggressive player, and putting him on someone like Raz who's able to just reposition these team fights, yes, please.
Defoxen is the player to watch in jungle, though. He is, for me, the star of this Bizarre Gaming roster. If he's able to get out ahead, if he's able to enable his Lindis, the game's over, and to be frank, this draft looks really good for Bizarre.
Yeah, the draft looks bizarre for Overclockers. It feels very disjointed. It feels like they had a couple different things in mind going to. They have the hyper aggression with the Zephys, and then the Richter is there as well. But then you have the sit back and survive sustainability of the Kali. This is going to be a tough match for them.
I think this composition would have worked if they had. I think this composition would have worked if they had a ranged marksman. With Turtle playing Zephyrs instead, it's going to be a lot of emphasis on this Zephyrs dive. If Turtle and Scizor can isolate the ranged marksman playing backline for Bizarre, they have a shot. But it is all about that engage. They need to burn down Sky. They need to burn down Defox.
That is going to be their goal right now, as we do see a solid defensive posturing here from Bizarre. They want to make sure that starting things off in the jungle, if should there be an invade from Overclockers, they have all the resources in place to deal with it.
Ooh, and it is Bizarre who get a little bit of poke out, but they're not playing incredibly aggressive because, well, there's nothing for them to make up for. They have a really good team comp. If they just let it scale, they'll win, so why take a risk? They'll find some poke, find some pressure if they need to, but the most dangerous time is something absurd happening in the early game and them just losing this compositional advantage due to it. So I expect them to play a relatively safe early game, maybe find some lane pressure, but no crazy invades for a while.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think that's really in line with what their composition is aiming to do right now. But a good rotation coming in there from 070, as he's going to be assisting this lane pressure up against the Malik. Malik, here we traditionally see a lane on the Dragon side, but instead allowing room for that Richter to roam, do his thing with the support down there, meaning Scizor is in a rough spot up here on the Slayer side.
Yeah, poor Scizor was a star for this team. Now he's being used as bait. Turtle hoping that there would be a strong dive onto them so that he could counter dive and maybe find some value in the early game. But like I said, Bazaar are entirely comfortable playing a little bit defensive right now because they know they can win the mid-late game and especially team fights. So they'll rest on their laurels and take this Abyssal as quickly as possible. Overclockers need to challenge.
And looks like KA is going in there, going to look to try and snipe this out right now, but instead, we do see it going over the way of Bazaar. Sky's in the back, running out for dear life, and now 017's in the midst of all his foes. Turtle is there, nicely done, sustaining on through. Scizor is chasing down to Foxen in the back, but KA is there, nicely done. Oh, the flicker, the re-engagement, though, getting 1 and 2 quick kills going in for Overclockers. The shock to fall. Wait, I might have spoke too soon. To Foxen.
Very nicely done. DeFoxen gets to safety. Overclockers, though, that was exactly what I was talking about. The one instance in which they can win this game is by overwhelming the early game and getting an early lead.
And finding error caught out once again is a great way to extend that early lead. Now 3 kills to 0. They are ahead in gold right now. The only thing going the way of Bazaar through all of that is the fact that they were able to secure that Abyssal Dragon in the midst of that right there, which kept the gold lead not too far in the hands of Overclockers.
And Overclockers didn't actually convert that into much. They found a lot of kills, but not a lot of ground gained with it. None of the towers really threatened. Indeed, they lost some tower pressure down in the bot lane. That's kind of disappointing, considering how dominantly they won that fight.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a shame there. It's obviously, again, the hallmark of these top teams is their ability to convert kills into objectives, into towers. And in order to, take a game off of Bazaar, they are going to need to get the maximum value from every single one of these kills.
Sky finding that pressure down or up in the top lane. And he's going to be a key point for Bazaar Gaming. We talked about him. If he's able to get shut down, things could get dangerous. I was talking through that pull because I thought there was no way they beat out the Nature's Realm, but that was a perfect combo.
That was absolutely massive. I mean, he blew it a little bit too late there. I think he could sustain, but they just had so much damage at their disposal right there. And that was huge. I mean, you popped down the Nature's Realm, but then you're just food for that Ethereal Pulse.
And the combination of that Ethereal Pulse with the front line was what they needed to use. Like I said, they didn't have enough backline damage. If they can scale up the Kali that much, it might not matter that it's only coming from one character.
I mean, they do have the setup here from this Annette. We see how she does with these backline mages, but in the mid, Scizor is getting absolutely chunked, and that is 070 in the back. The Hurricane Wall is there, but the death from above from Scizor as well as the shock. Nice disengage from Overclockers as they're able to pick up the kill onto the Ibeneth. Now KA is there on the flank, being the distraction his team needs.
Again, 07 a little bit over-aggressive, to be honest. And it seems like he's just not quite realized exactly how much of a lead Overclockers were able to build up during those last few engagements. They will burn through your Nature's Realm, especially given how much early game burst they have.
Now up in the top, KA is in a rough spot as DeFoxen is rotating in. The traps are set, the follow-up damage is there, but no, KA is able to survive, having enough HP to his credit to just walk right on through.
I'll recall DeFoxen, that star player I was highlighting, who needed to get farmed, is having a lot of trouble doing so. That fight in mid, also for Bazaar, started with them dumping a whole lot of damage into their front lines, into Scizor, and that's not ideal. You shouldn't, we were talking about this with ALGI earlier, they blew a lot of major abilities to find damage on the Malik, who was then just able to disengage as the tank, and the rest of Overclockers were still decent HP, and all the damage dealers were waiting to engage.
Well, we kind of witnessed that there a little bit as we did see Chihiro just kind of burning that Ethereal Pulse just right on into 07 there, 07 there. And, I mean, still, it's 5 kills to 0 right now. Overclockers are clearly doing something right. They are dead even with Bazaar. But the fact that Again, Bazaar hasn't gotten a single kill, yet they are just farming so beautifully that all these kills barely matter. Finally, Overclockers are able to commit onto a tower and secure themselves a first objective.
Yeah, like you say, Bazaar Gaming are staying in this game gold-wise despite being this far behind, and that's really impressive. A lot of that, though, is because they do have those 2 Abyssal Dragons, and they will start to suffer as these towers fall because Overclockers will begin to pressure out the jungle. So, it's all about Bazaar, and they need to find jungle answer, that's what they're doing now, and tower answer to enforce they can find that more regularly.
Nice job there from Defoxen to pick up that buff. Error now in the mid. Oh, threading the needle right on through there. What a beautiful play from him.
Beautifully done. 070 is in trouble in the meantime, though. That's Turtle taking a lot of damage in response.
Defoxen is there using that tread softly, going in the Hurricane while the transport the soft was there, but not nearly enough. The Redwood rush to follow up. 2 quick kills for Bazaar.
He's online, Paul. Error will fall in mid, but Defoxen is here, and be prepared for him to make a major impact on the rest of this game.
Chihirio is running for dear life, but KA was there on the flank, able to get the counter kill onto Error. Does not compute, says Bazaars. I thought they had a clean couple of kills, but in the end, Overclockers ended up trading fairly even, and finally, KA is going to retreat.
I think Bazaar might have just hit their win condition, though, because the second Defoxen's doing that much damage, you are in trouble. And you can see that he's got his Scorching Wind complete, and he's beginning to build very aggressively into his rank breaker. He's got that as well. This is going to start being very hard to stand up to him in fights, because he didn't die during either of the early game fights Bazaar lost. Now Overclockers, despite all of that, are still going to struggle to win fights, because they, as we talked about, only have backline damage from Chihiro. There is nobody else who can counter Defoxen. That means it has to be Dive, and 070 is doing such a good job protecting against that.
Oh, and look at that play there in the bot lane, just chunking through the Malik. Not the easiest targets by any mean, but the use of that Nature's Realm there aggressively was massive, and now Arrow's going into the top. But Turtle in the flank from the bush, the death from above as the tower is under threat. Overclockers are pushing in. Nicely done, Jamie is there as well. The Red Stallion to try and secure the kill, and he will be successful as now Turtle and crew and forward shoot to Fox is there in the flank as well, trying to secure this. The death from above, the reinitiation from Turtle, but it is not. It is enough to actually get the counter kill there. Nicely done, but Dwaz, the last man standing, is in the bottom. We are seeing the counter push as well, the Hurricane Wall from him to try and get on through this, but the damage is not going to be enough. He is going to be taken down, to the team is trying to make it work in the bottom simultaneously as Sky is there against Scissor.
Scissor will be in a lot of trouble here. He's got the wave clear if he can play this smart, but Sky's just whittling away. It's a timing question. Can Sky clear wave in time? And he decides not, because the minion HP is too low.
He doesn't have the resources to take down the tower, which means that Scissor does his job. But Bazaar is clawing their way back in terms of kills, further extending this gold lead. And now they are starting to run through the towers of Overclockers.
Like I said, the second Defoxen comes online, this Bazaar Gaming roster grows fangs. The second they have that source of damage, they just bring him to every major fight. Overclockers did make the right adjustment. You saw there, the right answer to Defoxen coming online is to start diving him with the dive you do have. Turtle does that, gets the kill, and it almost means that Overclockers stabilize. At the very least, it means they don't lose that tower and bottom immediately. It could have really spiraled out of control. So, that's what they need to repeat. When it comes to these team fights, they need to burst backlines.
Well, they need to take down Air, but now that Defoxen also has this Clavis Sancti, it is going to be very difficult in these fights. But Air is in a rough spot to start this off. KA is there, able to escape, cutting them back beautifully. The peel, the split from Bazaar, as now the reinitiation is there from 07. Dwaz can be the target, and Sky is just chunking through them. Jamie on the flank as well. Turtle through the cleave, the damage onto the tower. Can they get it? The rhythm above the juke him out, but yes, he's still going to fall. The tower as well as under threat as 07 is standing strong. Scissor not able to get the kill through the bullet storm, through the follow-up, the damage from Lubu. That is going to be the tower, and that is going to be the kill.
070, body blocked. Oh, it almost works. Chubby lets one projectile past, and Chihiro will find the kill, but it doesn't matter, because elsewhere on the map, Error, Defoxen are still finding value. That's going to be the Dark Slayer picked up while the tower is pressured.
Look, and this is the difference we're talking about here. Bazaar not getting one objective, but two simultaneously, knowing exactly how many resources they need to allocate to any given situation in order to achieve a maximum effect.
And that is all they needed to do. Yet, like we said, Defoxen online, protect him during fights. That's what they did that fight. He was able to kite back. A whole bunch of abilities were blown in the initiation phase. Chihiro only used 2 ethereal pulses that fight, one at the very beginning and one at the very end. Neither one threatened Defoxen, neither one forced the backline to move back.
And now I'm wondering if we need to see some play in order to support this Kali here, because at some point somebody's got to make the call and be like, do we try and pick up a Soaring Aura? How do we play this out right now? Somebody who's going to be up front, because it just seems like she's not hitting hard enough. Chihiro needs to be shredding through this and doing some damage, but it just doesn't seem like it's quite enough. Watch how fast this tower falls to Defoxen.
Yep. Overclockers were never able to really secure the lead they got. They did get kills, they didn't convert them, they didn't pick up any major objectives in the early game, they never built a gold lead, and that meant it was just a timing game. It was just how long until Defoxen comes online, how long until he's able to enable the rest of Bizarre Gaming to push forward behind him.
But now, the onus is on Overclockers. They need to land that dive. They need to execute one of the members of the backline. Starting things off with this Kali poke is a great way to go about it, because now if you can follow up on this, see, look at the ults being burned, but going into the Nature's Realm is not the fight you want to take, as Dwal's on the flank, getting absolutely chunked by Error and Defoxen, and simultaneously the push is going through the mid. Jami is there. This is what we're talking about. Simultaneous value across the board as the high ground is under threat. The Hurricane will split things up, and KA is there, but Jami is pushing them up. The branching out is there to bring the team together and to knock them on down.
And now, as the Drake is slain in the bottom lane, Bizarre have achieved an awful lot with a single push, and it's just about what minion waves can they bring through, and if the answer is none, what major objectives can they pick up? They're in control of this game, and if they don't give an opportunity for Overclockers to come back in by making a pretty drastic error, there's no way for Overclockers to come back in.
Especially now as we look towards this enraged Abyssal Dragon, another potential winning condition appearing on the map right now, and Bizarre knows this, they're moving right towards it.
So, they'll be able to pick it up quite easily. Of course, Overclockers are not fools, and they know what's up.
I love this. They realize they need to fight on top of this, but Scissor is already getting chunked, and they don't have their key Richter. Scissor's just going to drop the bait, the trap from Bizarre. They both knew where they needed to be, but Bizarre just got there first. Forced to play babysitting duty on the lanes was Overclockers. Dwa dodging every single ability known to man, but not quite for long enough. But nice plays there from him as the high ground once again is under pressure from Bizarre. The minions are going to get cleaned up though, so nice hold from Overclockers.
Yeah, really good hold from Overclockers in terms of wave management. There's only this bot lane wave still coming, but that might be enough.
And we do see the Ethereal Pulse burned once again, trying to chunk through these heroes. The minions as well are going to be able to get cleared up. Nice pressure there from Chihiro. He is starting to hit hard now. No real defense is being built, especially by the squishy carries over on the side of Bizarre. So if they can, if they can land some of these spirits from that Ethereal Pulse, Bizarre's got to respect that.
I hate to say this, but imagine if instead of Turtle being kind of a useless melee at this point, they drafted him over to a Violet. Violet was off the board. Imagine if they drafted him to a Slims, to a Fennec. It says he likes to play Wisp. Give him something with a little bit more range, and this is a different match right now. But every single time we get to these setup, Bizarre Gaming are just completely in control. And now they have the Enraged Abyssal Dragon buff. That's going to mean these team fights are doubly that.
See, I actually would have loved the Wisp in this situation, because if Chihiro then goes into the Frosties, we have the setup from that Ethereal Pulse to slow, you drop the Shock and Awe on top of that, and that is really hard to get out of.
And we don't have that. We do have waves, though, crashing in multiple lanes. This should be Bizarre taking a high ground.
This should be the high ground, but once again, the great defense, trying to push onto a Kali is just oh so difficult, especially when Chihiro was hitting this hard. But finally, it seems like Bizarre is going to be able to do it, baiting the Ethereal Pulse off to the side, and now Dwa is going to be the target, forced to burn the distance. The Wind Turtle is there to try and shut this down. Scissor the front line, but it's too little too late as one high ground tower falls, and it looks like Bizarre is going to try and make it 2.
Shock from Scissor. He wants an answer back, brawling in the middle of the team. Him and Turtle need to find value.
There's the heal going in, but the pickup there from the Raz Error is now on the flank, running away as Dubois is just going to be running for dear life. Sky chasing him down, and now it is KA, the last man standing. The minions are pushing in onto the core, and that is going to be a GG. Bizarre Gaming take game number 1.
A little bit of a passive start there from Bizarre. It felt like they weren't in complete control of the early game, which does not bode well for their later games in this tournament. But despite the good fight Overclockers put up, you did see them get shut down as soon as Bizarre Gaming came online in the mid-game.
It's a really nice play there from Bizarre. I mean, a solid opening there from Overclockers. They were up 6 kills to 0, I think, at one point there, like showing that they can go toe-to-toe, but...
They did have the kill lead, but they never had the gold lead, at least not substantially. So, I hesitate to say that Overclockers built out a lead. I will say Overclockers had the opportunity to build a lead.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, they did, for sure. I mean, again, you can't deny the kills, but they just weren't able to farm. They weren't able to execute those key Abyssal Dragons, and those are really the difference makers. They're never getting too far behind were Bizarre, so the second you called it, that Lindis came online, they were able to execute off the back of it, using that passive perfectly, dodging, weaving, the split. The dive would go in, and Raz and Lindis would split beautifully, never getting caught out together as a team. I mean, they're playing as a team, but never getting caught out as a unit, where putting all their eggs in one basket.
And it was Chihiro, for me, that made a major difference here. The fact that he was constantly able to find damage from the backline, and much more than I predicted he'd be able to on the Kali, was the only reason so many of those fights, it felt like, went to Overclockers. But it wasn't enough. And I'm going to go back to the draft phase. I'm going to say put Turtle on ranged. It's what he does best on, and it's where they, I feel, were missing damage that last game. It did not feel in those later game fights that the Zethers was able to achieve much, nor indeed in the early game fights. I think him on range would have made a major difference.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like that was definitely not the pick there for them, especially given the past experience, especially given, you know, past performances here. I mean, we're going to take a look and watch back some of these highlights. And really, I mean, the early game, Overclockers, again, they looked solid, but this is where things just started to turn around for Bizarre. They found the openings they needed to. Watch the Fox and watch how he uses these bushes here just to deal so much damage. And this was the moment where he's like, I have arrived. I'm level 11. The next highest person on the team was level 9.
Yeah, the entire early game when you were like, oh, this Overclockers are building a lead, I was like, Paul, you're not watching Defoxen, because the man is not participating in these team fights. He's just sitting there building up his bank account, and the interest finally came in.
Look, TJ,
well,
I'm building dramatic tension. It's called
It was-
storylines, TJ.
Defoxen's so good. I feel like people kind of brush over him because there are a lot of really good junglers and a lot of flashier junglers. Defoxen is not one of the flashiest junglers, but he is an incredibly good damage jungler. When he's able to just show up towards the mid-late game, that's what he does best. He scales quietly, he shows up mid-game, he delivers a win.
And the teams, they do such a good job protecting him.
Much like a postal service, you don't always notice him, but he's there on time.
I like that, TJ. I like that. But that was only game number 1. We are not done yet. We're halfway through the day. More than halfway through the day now, I guess, depending on how these go.
One game fast, halfway through the day.
There you go. As we're looking to get into our second pick ban phase here, I think, fairly shortly.
Of course, our final game of the day after this wraps up in 1 or 2 games will be Toyota Diamond Cobra versus Nova Esports from Europe. So stay tuned for that. But like you said, first, still a chance for redemption for Overclockers. I did feel they mucked up that pick ban. I do feel with a stronger pick ban, they can absolutely challenge this team. For me, what I'd be looking to do, and this could change depending on the bans, what I'd be looking to do is I'd say, hey, is it just me or did Bizarre Gaming look really weak during the early game just now? And can we punish that? Because if you can build an early game composition and scare Bizarre Gaming early, I think there's a lot of room there, which is surprising. So Overclockers maybe take more advantage of the kills you get, press a little bit faster. A side lane marksman and a marksman would help you do that.
I agree. I feel like having the same decent frontline play, but then able to augment that with that additional side lane damage would have helped out a whole lot. But you know what? They're going to be determining what their fate looks like, how it hangs in the balance, and what heroes will make their dreams come true as we get into the pick ban phase for game number 2.
We'll see. The early bans, Overclockers Getting rid of the sideline Valheim. I don't really agree with that. It did. I feel like it did allow Bizarre Gaming to win this ban phase because they get rid of Richter, Elsu, Valheim got rid of by overclockers. There's not really an instant lock-in. Maybe a Yabeneth we see, but that I feel doesn't jive with what they need to run. Maybe instead you immediately pick up a Lindis. That would be my call because it's going to be contested and Turtle's very good at it. Instead they go Mina.
Ooh, I don't... Okay. All right. I mean, this still leaves them a lot of options. I feel like the Lindis would have been the safer pick. And now you have to know, Bizarre's like, why did they saw what we just did with Lindis,
asleep,
right?
Paul.
Oh. Oh, he is. Oh, that's it. Like, did you just see what we did with
What
Lindis?
is this game? It's
Yeah.
so easy.
Too
And that was the Bizarre Gaming
easy.
side. Oh boy. And yeah, they're going to get Lindis, just like I was calling for. They're going to get Raz, just like
Oh,
I was calling
no.
for. And now they have such a good double damage front back line. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that might have been game.
I think that might be game.
Yeah,
They haven't even
I'm
logged the
sorry.
picks in yet. They haven't even logged the...
Yeah,
I think that's
sorry,
game.
But I'm sorry, but I was putting a lot of emphasis on this Lindis. If there's an answer, Violet needs to be picked up within the next 2 picks. I'm going to say that. Violet needs to
agree.
be picked up this rotation because it's an obvious ban if it gets through that.
Would you say Malik and Violet?
No. I would say Malik's viable.
Who would
but
you
I
prefer?
really just think they need backline. I think the Violet is the most important pickup here.
Valheim's banned.
And if they go melee jungle again, and they have made a substitution. They brought in their sub KA to play jungle, so who knows? Maybe he's nuts on the Zephyrs, but I do feel they need backline punish. I do feel that was a major mistake they had last game. Or they could go full early game die, but I'm not seeing either in this composition.
I mean, K did play Slayer in that last game. Like, he looked fairly solid. He played that Richter all right, but he definitely was not exceptional in any regards. So we'll see if he can step up here in this game number 2. They do have to go for that mid to Liliana. So, yeah, we'll see.
I'm not a big fan of this overclockers draft. I think that this may very well be it. I think because Turtle is now very, very... Because basically it's going to be again about enabling dive. And Turtle does not have a good dive enable. So, and because they've drafted a melee jungle so early on in the draft phase, Bizarre Gaming now don't have to worry about banning junglers. So now they just get rid of engaged tools that would enable the Zephyrs, like the Malik, like the Yabeneth. That's what they're choosing from right now. How do we stop them from getting tools to enable the Zephyrs and get tools that deny the Zephyrs entry into our backline? They split the difference, get a crashed, which could help with either. Now I expect a Malik ban. Now I expect a Yabeneth to either be picked or banned during the next few phases.
I love it because you can see the thought process behind all 3 of those heroes. All right, the Malik, it's more initiation. It's a good silent. The Yabeneth, though, that's more towards the support role. All right, gives us more control in these fights. You've got the branching out, the red one, the crashed. The crashed has a bit of both. Has the defense, has the metamorphosis, can engage. I actually, like you said, split the difference. I think that's spot on with this pick.
And there's the Malik ban. There will be no added initiation tools for overclockers. I think they've been kind of pigeonholed by this draft.
I would agree. I think there was no need to grab this episode early. I don't think it was going to be contested, and I don't think Turtle played it well enough to warrant it being contested. I think they're falling right into everything the Bazaars want to do right now, and this is the problem that we often see with teams on these stages, and you see it in every esport, you see it in every game. They go up with a game plan, they say, this is what we want to do. And then they don't adapt. It didn't work in game number 1. It's not going to work here in game number 2. You need a drastic shift. You can't come in as a one-trick pony. You need to be able to adapt on the fly, read the room, see what's working for you, and make adjustments.
Give me an Irie overclockers. It's listed here, KA plays them. Give me the Irie. Because if my notes are right and we get the Irie in for KA, then you look for maybe the backline damage coming out from Chihiro. He's going to look a little bit better, I think, on the Liliana, which is, I think, objectively more powerful mage. Then you look to enable that with the Irie as your initiation tool. Maybe. Don't get me wrong, I still think they lost this draft, but maybe.
Ooh, tells me they are going to commit a lot more on the stun train, banning out the Chognar. So what is going to be the follow-up from that? I mean, they could potentially grab a Yabeneth of their own if they want to side lane them, but I'm not as much of a fan of that for sure. The Zenio. Oh, what a smart...
Because you've lost the Omen, there isn't an obvious counter to the Zennial, maybe a Roxy, but if you pick up the Roxy, then you don't have that initiation I was talking about. So I really do feel overclockers have been a little bit stiffed in this draft, and they're going to end up with kind of a hybrid composition like we talked about last time. This draft is not made out of bad characters, but they are bad characters to work together. They don't have an obvious intended focus, and now the Violet comes through?
Maybe. I mean, potentially be a side lane Violet with Ryoma?
Zephyrs?
No, I think it's a side lane Violet. Which wouldn't be the worst.
Turtle plays a good Violet, though. It would be a shame if Turtle wasn't running the Violet.
We almost never see side lane Zephyrs, though. Oof, I mean, we could.
I am... In my head, it is much more likely that this is Violet over to Turtle. We'll have to see as we lock things through. Okay. So assuming then this is jungle Violet being farmed up, side lane Zephyrs, which we do occasionally see, side lane Ryoma, support Mina, mid lane Liliana. I actually like that composition quite a lot more than I did seconds ago. I think it's a little bit awkward, but you made it work, and because of the pivot for the late game damage, now you're going to be able to have an assassin side lane and backline damage. Not enough backline damage still, but I actually think this might have been a super sneaky draft phase. I don't know if they planned that all along, but that is super sneaky, because they've just completed this entire draft with Bizarre Gaming thinking that there wasn't going to be any backline damage they had to punish, and now, surprise, jungle Violet.
All right, so we are going to be seeing that side lane Zephyrs, you called it there, but we are now going to also be seeing a side lane Batman, who we actually have seen do some serious work. Yeah. Yeah, Johnny's a side laner.
All right. So that's kind of what I was talking about. Because of how late in the draft they forced Bizarre Gaming to pivot to recognize that there was suddenly backline damage source, they built their entire draft thinking that they wouldn't have any backline there to deal with. Now all of a sudden, hey, by the way, you need the ability to dive that backlane, and so we're running Execute Batman from side lane.
I mean, I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
I mean, thanks. I hate it. But
look, we've actually seen. I questioned Sideline Batman the first time I saw it, and then I saw it played well, and I went, "Oh, this can actually be. This can work. I like that." And I actually didn't mind it. It's actually one of my favorite incarnations of Batman, to be honest, because
yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. Well, I hate Batman in general. I don't like him as a character, but I think this could work for Bizarre Gaming, and it's now. It was a great turn by Overclockers because it now means that both teams are doing some weird stuff, and that is good.
All right, both teams are looking to get a little wild here in game number 2. And for Overclockers, with their back against the wall, needing to win this game, I think that's exactly what they need to be doing right now, but already the poke is real. Chihiro's like, look, I started this game when I had HP, and now I don't, and it sucks.
So he should do better. This is much more Chihiro's character. This is, and he did very well on Kali last game. He's, for me, the star of this roster. So it is all about Chihiro stepping up for me, and then it's also about this weird 2-jungler and bot lane matchup. If we get Scizor, who I think should win versus Jomi, that's major.
It is indeed. Oh, KA burned the flicker up top already to try and sustain through that. And he did not expect, 7 coming in there as well. So that was nice little pick there from Bizarre Gaming. But you talk about the jungler matchup in the bottom. It is the war of the junglers down there.
Yeah, Jomi does quite well initially. But look at, like we talked about, look at how aggressive Bizarre are getting. Because they play so aggressive immediately off the bat because they find value in the top lane. That means that they're power farming up so that they can challenge Turtle. The major focus needs to be for Bizarre stopping Turtle.
Something we're going to be keeping an eye on here. Turtle, you wanted him on a ranged character here in game number 2. And we are going to be seeing that to start things off. As Jomi, again, look at the side lane, the potential we're seeing here up against the Zephyrs too. So this is going to be interesting. Error and Defoxen in the mid, as Dwa and crew are looking to go in right now, as we do have this Abyssal Dragon spawning, and already a lot of poke damage being dished from Bazaar.
It is all about that poke. That's what I was asking for the entirety of last game, and I'm happy they made the pivot. Turtle on the Violet looks so much better, and it gives them the opportunity to stop these fights before Bazaar can get perfect positioning. Bazaar, however, do get perfect positioning around that Abyssal, and that leans things back over to their favor.
I love that, just dragging it off to the side, just inside that leash range, and utilizing all of their damage. Lindis never stopping that farm cycle through all of this as well, and now we're seeing a potential pick coming in the bottom. Zephys in full retreat, as we do see Bazaar Gaming fully in the jungle right now. Scizor full, oh, nicely done. Death from above, dodging that ult coming through there. The Metamorphosis is not going to connect, but still, Defoxen has free jungle farm.
Yeah, sure, Scizor escapes. Defoxen doesn't care, though. He's just cleaned out the entire enemy jungle. Turtle is trying to do something about it, but and they do actually get quite a lot, but they'll need to carry it through. They're keeping pace. They need to carry it through now to tower pressure for both sides.
This is where Turtle is going to do a decent job right there, going with the tactical fire. Going to be keeping up that pressure, but just not enough consistent damage yet. But in the bottom, Lindis and Batman, that lane is going to be gone so fast. Watch how fast that tower falls down there as well. They're getting that pressure, and Zephys not the best to defend this. Overclockers is trying to do the same up in top, but it's just not nearly as effective.
No, it's all Sky on the defense, 0T as well, and it does work well. They do lose one, but it'll be a fair trade if they can get that tower, and they are, oh my lord, seconds short.
Oh, so very close. So nicely done there for Overclockers. That was a really nice play there from Dwa. That Dark Dominion was perfect, and now look at how fast they killed this minion wave just going on there, but the collapse is here from Bazaar. Oh, not scouted by the Mina. That was actually a huge misstep as Arrow was going in. Nice dodge there from KA. Special Ire is going to be perfect. Oh, beautiful job there. The Metamorphosis Turtle is going to be the target. Nice pickup there as well, as KA is trying to get at the, there we go, the ult from Zenny on the flank, but Chihiro is here. KA is trying to survive. The Dark Dominion is there from Dwa. The damage, can they do it? They do trade kills. Chihiro is able to make it work. Jami, though, is barely able to get himself out of there with his life.
Nicely done. Overclockers are trading well into this, but Bazaar are still a step ahead because, again, they win that exchange and they carry it through. That'll be Defoxen finding extra jungle value and now rotating for an Abyssal Dragon. This needs to be contested, otherwise it might be game. Jommy's preempting that. Scizor in a lot of trouble.
Scizor is going to be the target, and Error is going to be the one to put the nail in the coffin.
And a lot of people ask me all the time, TJ, what is the advantage running sideline marksman? What is the advantage running marksman? And the answer is early game tower pressure. If you don't have a marksman, it's very difficult to take towers from behind. If you do have a marksman, you can be slightly behind and still find tower value because defenders need to push out from behind the tower in order to stop you from taking it. Case in point.
Case in point right now on the top is Sky with the Zennial not having all the luck. The Angelic Splendor not even going to go through. Executed to start that off. And we do see, you know, a decent push going in there from Overclockers, trading out in that regard. It is 3 kills to 4. They're able to make the tower even, but Dwa is now going to be the focus, the target, the trap as well to secure the kill. And on the flank, 07T is going on in, and Scizor, the next one, stepping out of line.
Yeah, and sure, it did very well. You used Turtle well to get a tower in revenge, but it's not worth it. One tower is not worth all those deaths. Bazaar Gaming now 2k ahead. And because of those kills, they'll be able to carry that through to instant jungle pressure across the map.
Taking quite a few jungle minions here as well. It's getting that pressure down in the mid. But I would like to see maybe a little bit more pressure going up towards this top as well, just trying to clear all of these tier 1 towers. But instead, they're just saying, look, I understand you have a jungle Overclockers, but I don't want you to have one anymore.
Yeah, taking enemy jungle is super powerful and I think much more valuable than many newer players realize, because if you take the enemy jungle, not only do you get that gold, but the enemy doesn't, so it essentially functions as 2x the value of taking your own jungle.
Absolutely, and once again, Scizor is in a rough spot, just overextending a little bit too far. He is able to survive, though, by the skin of his teeth. Barely able to make it out alive, and actually creating space for Turtle to do some really nice damage here in the mid. Actually taking the tower. Nicely done. 017 needs to be careful that he just overextended. Oh, Turtle, you could have committed on that.
They didn't want to, though, and I agree with it, because Johnny was lurking nearby, and an assassination onto Turtle spells doom for the team. Like I said, yes, this was a good draft, but a whole bunch of their team right now rests on Turtle, and he's under threat!
He is going down to start this fight. We do have the Angelic Splendor to follow up right now as Bazaar is there with the kill. Scissor on the flank can be looking to try and go on an air. The death from above finding Jami instead. Not the key target, the Metamorphosis at the back. Nicely done finding the stun onto Scissor. And that is going to be a follow-up kill. The tower as well in the sights as KA drops as well. Chihiro, why are you still here, friend? You go in and is able to survive.
He cleared wave! Chihiro saves the day! He clears the mid-wave and gets out, and as a result, Bazaar Gaming will only get 1 or 2 towers, maybe even less, because Johnny's recalling. That was such good play.
Chihiro, the star. Chihiro, the hero for overclockers in this game. That Liliana play was masterful. The unpredictable indeed.
But that fight started by illustrating my perfect point. Yes, you're playing Turtle very well. It was a great pick. I'm happy you listened to me. They didn't, but I'm happy that they agreed with me and pulled out some backline damage for overclockers, but almost their entire game plan currently rests on Turtle surviving. And every time he gets shut down, Bazaar Gaming will win that fight. Every single time. Every single time,
absolutely. If he gets stopped to start things off, which we just witnessed in that last one, I mean, Bazaar has identified this. And that's one of the things I think Bazaar has been doing a very good job of in this game, is identifying what their win condition is, especially in these fights. And they're a team that's not afraid to fight, and I like to see that here from them.
The pressure they've found onto that mid tower is still good, even though they didn't get it earlier, so they've got it quite low. And they built up a 5,000 gold lead, meaning that Bazaar Gaming right now are in control. It's about major objectives for overclockers. The way the path back into the game is paved with blood, team fights, and perhaps a Dark Slayer or two.
They need to secure themselves, as you said, one of these major map objectives here. They're down 7 kills right now, but they're not out of this yet. There is the potential to turn this around, and it's on the back of Chihiro and Turtle. They need to make this work right now, and Dewan needs to set them up. He needs to continue with these fantastic Dark Dominions.
The other thing is Defoxen's kind of coming online right now. If they want to turn this around, it needs to be a shutdown onto Defoxen as well.
Oh, 7T is going in now, pulled in by the Dark Dominion and just continuing to walk right on by. Uses that Metamorphosis to clear a path for his team to take the tower.
Because they have mid-pressure, they use that Metamorphosis to get some damage on Dark Slayer as well. Defoxen will burn it down, because as stated previously, he's hitting critical mass.
He is indeed.
Now run in terror.
7-0-0. Defoxen is all about them kills.
He's got 8.3k gold. For reference, the highest gold on the rest of the map is 6.
The highest on his opponent's team is 5.5.
He's at least 2,000 gold ahead of anyone else playing the video game right now. And it's about to start showing. He went for Omni Arms, after Rank Breaker, then into Club Sanctity. He is going to be unkillable.
This is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. And the crits, once they start coming through in true force, oh no, he's just going to shred overclockers.
So, double buff now. Bazaar Gaming, swole, as I like to say, with Dark Slayer and Enraged Abyssal Dragon. That means they're almost guaranteed a fight. They have not summoned the Drake yet, I believe. It's still on Defoxen, so he'll be using that in the bot lane with this wave.
Yeah, and I want to see this soon. We do see the taunt, though, going on in, but Dwa just doesn't have the HP to work with at this point, as the minions are still alive. I want to see this Drake being committed here as well from Bazaar Gaming, but they're not doing so. Oh, here we go. Using the bush on the side here. We are seeing it utilized, but maybe a little bit too late right now. The minions aren't really in... Yeah.
They didn't protect the wave they were hoping to carry it through with, so now it's kind of all on its own for a while. If they can protect it until this next wave arrives, it'll still find the value, but Turtle's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's starting to come online with the crits of his own right now, and the Drake is just being chunked down. So we are seeing Chihiro really starting to hit hard as the Drake is being eliminated, but that's the initiation. The follow-up is there, perfectly done by Jami. and that was the metamorphosis to end the dreams of overclockers. They're going in onto the core. The Angelic Splitter's there in the back as well. Nicely done. Scissor the target, and that is going to be the Malleus, the follow-up all the way into the core. The kills coming through from Bizarro. They don't have the minion wave quite yet, but it's coming through in the mid. KA is there trying to defend it, trying to clear the wave, but instead he is just getting chunked. The damage from Lindis is way too much to contend with. His traps are going in onto the core. Jami and crew are there. They still have a few minutes to work with, but Dwa and crew are holding strong.
And I don't know if Dua can do this. Good Dark Dominion. He doesn't have the wave clear. The respawns are here. They need to save the game.
Cesar is trying to make it happen. Jami is going to be the target, but he cannot do it. That's it. That is going to be the core going down. And GG, Bizarre Gaming take game number 2.
Bizarre Gaming adding a heating element to the overclockers, cooling them down. And now it's going to be all 3 so far of the protected teams, the tier 1 teams that didn't play during the group stage 1, have won their individual games. It doesn't bode well for Nova Esports in their final game of the night, but we'll get there in a moment. Because we also just saw, I think, a little bit shakier of a performance from Bizarre Gaming than I was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, you've been hyping this team up a lot, and I frankly expected a little bit more there from them. Yeah, they played well, and yeah, they're going up against a solid team in Overclockers, but Overclockers came in as the number 3 seed in Vietnam. So, I mean, Bizarre, I definitely feel like potential, a little bit more weakness there than we were expecting, but 36% of the team's damage for Defoxen, that is solid.
Yeah, Turtle and Chihiro are the 2 saving graces of this team, especially if you get Turtle on something he's comfortable on. Defoxen, it felt like, did more than both of them. Because Chihiro is good and Turtle's good, and especially Turtle, it feels like, is very inconsistent on characters he's not comfortable on. But they got him on the Violet that last game. He's comfy, he was finding value, and Defoxen was out-damaging both of their efforts. And he's very, very good at that, quietly farming up, maintaining a lead, even if the rest of his team loses early. And that makes it kind of hard to gauge the strength of Bizarre Gaming, because they do really only start to accelerate in the late game.
But against some really solid teams who aren't going to give up that lead, that might be difficult. But again, that is also something that we actually saw AHQ doing, you know, knowing they're going to get behind early, knowing they're going to be able to come back in the mid to late game there when they hit their power spikes. What happens when both teams are doing that? That's going to be interesting.
Well, we'll have to find out. The macro games between the highest of level teams are the exciting ones. This game, though, especially game 1, it felt like macro was completely in control of Bizarre Gaming. They ran across the map and were able to find pressure where overclockers weren't thinking they could be.
And we saw just some overall stellar play. Again, both teams. Overclockers was trading, did all right, but it just wasn't quite enough. It was really just the positioning of Bizarre in these fights, the way they're able to split themselves apart and then collapse when they needed to. Look at the way they're able to pick up these kills, and look at the team execution there. Turtle not able to escape, but still, watch Chihiro throughout this long, drawn-out brawl, because his play is solid.
And watch how Defoxen counters it, constantly engaging from range and constantly under the protection of the 2 tankiest players on the team, who do a great job of enabling Defoxen's carry to victory. So it will be Bizarre Gaming with a 2-0 lead in their first game of the Stage 2 group stage, taking out Overclockers.
Nicely done there from them, leaving us with only one final game for the day, which is going to be Diamond, which is going to be TH, the Toyota Diamond Cobra, my favorite name, going up against Nova Esports Europe. We'll be right back.
They played before.
Oof. Go ahead, TJ.
They played before. Nova Esports Europe lost that game pretty badly. This needs to be them changing that record. This needs to be TDC looking much more vulnerable than they ever have before, and it's going to be an uphill battle for Nova Esports.
Well, we're going to hop onto a short break right now. We're back in just a few minutes with this final match, so don't go anywhere. The hope for Europe, Nova Esports, is up next.
ผู้เปี่ยมด้วยอำนาจเขาปกครองประชาชนด้วยความหวาดกลัวภายนอกที่ดูดีกลับแฝงไปด้วยความบ้าคลั่งอยู่ภายในจงอย่าเผชิญหน้ากับเขาเพียงลำพังเพราะชั่วพริบตาคุณจะกลับกลายเป็นเหยื่อของคมดาบมัจจุราชผ พุ่งฟาดฟันจากข้างหลังวันแห่งการพิพากษาเคลื่อนเข้ามาพร้อมตุลาการนามคิวเลนจงระวังตัวไว้เพราะเขาอาจอยู่ใกล้คุณกว่าที่คิด
Meet your maker.
Are all against me, I'm ready to go, burning it down. They ain't noticed till the temperature rose. Bless the energy, then we erupt in a blaze. Mama save us, I swear the baby's lately crazy these days. People dancing like they warriors. Use the passion. I got my head in the clouds, intergalactic. I'm on a venomous prowl, ready to snatch it. Are you prepared for it? Then let it happen.
The spirits of my ancestors guide me. You have no idea. No sense in running from me. Life is all about growing.
Hanzo, Sanjo.
You are dead, my dear.
This is my turn.
Who will rise to my challenge?
Goddess nor ghost. Guess, what am I? I defend this world.
"บุรุษที่ชั่วร้ายผู้เปี่ยมด้วยอำนาจเขาปกครองประชาชนด้วยความหวาดกลัวภายนอกที่ดูดีกลับแฝงไปด้วยความบ้าคลั่งอยู่ภายในจงอย่าเผชิญหน้ากับเขาเพียงลำพังเพราะชั่วพริบตาคุณจะกลับกลายเป็นเหยื่อของคมดาบมัจจุราชพุ่งฟาดฟันจากข้างหลังวันแห่งการพิพากษาเคลื่อนเข้ามา ร้อมตุลาการนามคิวเลนจงระวังตัวไว้เพราะเขาอาจอยู่ใกล้คุณกว่าที่คิด
Meet your maker.
Are all against me, I'm ready to go, burning it down. They ain't noticed till the temperature rose. Bless the energy, then we erupt in a blaze. Mama save us, I swear the baby's lately crazy these days. People dancing like they warriors. Use the passion. I got my head in the clouds, intergalactic. I'm on a venomous prowl, ready to snatch it. Are you prepared for it? Then let it happen.
The spirits of my ancestors guide me. You have no idea. No sense in running from me. Life is all about growing.
Hanzo, Sanjo.
You are dead, my dear.
This is my turn!
Who will rise to my challenge?
Goddess nor ghost. Guess, what am I? I defend this world.
"บุรุษที่ชั่วร้ายผู้เปี่ยมด้วยอำนาจเขาปกครองประชาชนด้วยความหวาดกลัวภายนอกที่ดูดีกลับแฝงไปด้วยความบ้าคลั่งอยู่ภายในจงอย่าเผชิญหน้ากับเขาเพียงลำพังเพราะชั่วพริบตาคุณจะกลับกลายเป็นเหยื่อของคมดาบมัจจุราชพุ่งฟาดฟันจากข้างหลังวันแห่งการพิพากษาเคลื่อนเข้ามาพร้อมตุลาการนามคิวเลนจงระวังตัวไว้
temperature rose. Bless the energy, then we erupt in a blaze. Mama save us, I swear the baby's lately crazy these days. People dancing like they warriors. Use the passion. I got my head in the clouds, intergalactic. I'm on a venomous prowl, ready to snatch it. Are you prepared for it? Then let it happen.
The spirits of my ancestors guide me. You have no idea. No sense in running from me. Life is all about growing.
Hanzo, Sanjo.
You are dead, my dear.
This is my turn!
Who will rise to my challenge?
Goddess nor ghost. Guess, what am I? I defend this world.
"บุรุษที่ชั่วร้ายผู้เปี่ยมด้วยอำนาจเขาปกครองประชาชนด้วยความหวาดกลัวภายนอกที่ดูดีกลับแฝงไปด้วยความบ้าคลั่งอยู่ภายในจงอย่าเผชิญหน้ากับเขาเพียงลำพังเพราะชั่วพริบตาคุณจะกลับกลายเป็นเหยื่อของคมดาบมัจจุราชพุ่งฟาดฟันจากข้างหลังวันแห่งการพิพากษาเคลื่อนเข้ามาพร้อมตุลาการนามคิวเลนจงระวังตัวไว้เพราะเขาอาจอยู่ใกล้คุณกว่าที่คิด
Meet your maker.
All against me, I'm ready to go, burning it down. They ain't noticed till the temperature rose. Bless the energy, then we erupt in a blaze. Mama save us, I swear the baby's lately crazy these days. People
spirits of my ancestors guide me. You have no idea. No sense in running from me. Life is all about growing.
Hanzo, Sanjo.
You are dead, my dear.
I defend this world.
"บุรุษที่ชั่วร้ายผู้เปี่ยมด้วยอำนาจ
The odds are all against me. I'm ready to go, burning it down. They ain't noticed till the temperature rose. Bless the energy. Then we erupt in a blaze. Mama save us. I swear the baby's lately crazy these days. People dancing like they warriors. Use the passion. I got my head in the clouds, intergalactic. I'm on a venomous prowl, ready to snatch it. Are you prepared for it? Then let it happen. Let's go, let's up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, let's go, raise up, that's right, run with it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, 'cause we warriors. Yeah, 'cause we warriors. Yeah, let's go, let's up, one time, go get it, it's yours, let's shine, come on. Yeah, yeah, we warriors.
Hello and welcome back. The Arena of Valor International Championship. This is the English language broadcast. My name is Inverum. I am joined here once again by the one and only TJ. How you doing, bud? Oh, we got thunder sticks.
I'm excited for EU. How could I do anything else? Because these are official Valor Series Thundersticks, and I dare say this next game is the only game a Western team has even a shot at winning.
I mean,
So,
yeah,
yay.
that's fair. Well, we're going to see if they're going to be able to pull it off here as we are going to get into the draft shortly. But in the meantime, we can discuss the joy that is going to be TDC. Again, with my favorite name in the entire thing, Toyota Diamond Cobra. It just sounds like the best cologne you'll never wear.
and on the other side of the best cologne you'll never wear is Nova Esports. And this is a bit of a rough match for Nova Esports because they did play Toyota Diamond Cobra during Group Stage 1, and they got thumped. Like the Thundersticks.
Yeah, a little bit thumped.
It was a thumping. It wasn't without opportunity. There were definitely signs of life there from Nova, but it was not a narrow game. So, have they made improvements? Will they be able to win out here? their group stage may very well depend on it, because the rest of the group they're in is Team Flash. I think it's reasonable to expect Team Flash to beat Nova Esports, and I
Yes.
don't know which way TDC will go against them, which means that it's going to be almost entirely about this game here. If Nova Esports beat TDC or even take a game off them, it may very well raise their opportunities for survival in the AIC.
If there's anyone who's going to be helping them achieve this, it's going to be their coach, Jay Jesse, standing there in the back, the draft god who helped bring his team the win in Sao Paulo, also helped secure the win there for the Latin American counterpart. But they're up against TDC, a team who definitely have shown their prowess. They're an aggressive team. They're a smart team, too. Like, they come out, they do some fun stuff in the drafts. You know, and I think they're going to be in a pretty good spot in this match. I think they still have to be the favorites.
Yeah, they had a pretty disappointing regular season. And it was only after that somewhat disappointing regular season that they were able to suddenly come out of nowhere and blow through a last chance qualifier. So if there is an opportunity for a team to keep up a hot streak, it is this. They've been on a hot streak since the player changes they made after the regular season. That also means we haven't seen them properly tested. So maybe you find a weakness and all of a sudden their allure is broken and they're a pretty easy team to beat. That's not exactly a safe prediction, though,
yeah,
because nobody's found even a chink in that armor yet.
Yes, this could be the moment. This could be the opportunity. Nova Esports could be the one to find that opening here
Apparently,
in this match. What?
Oh no, Twitch chat told me that I was muted, but then Twitch chat apologized and said that I wasn't. So I was about to yell at you, but I shouldn't have. I'm sorry.
You're very much not muted, my friend. You're good to go.
I'm good to go.
Okay, good to go.
Yell at Twitch chat, not me.
No, Twitch chat, they apologized. Everybody makes mistakes. That's fine. That's fine. I can accept that.
But you know who's not going to be making mistakes today? This is another one of my segues.
Toyota Diamond Cobra?
I was going to go the other way. I was going to say...
I had a 50-50 chance. I knew you were going to root for you.
It was 50-50.
Yeah.
Nova Esports need to be able to bring all their players up, and for me, the player who needs to make zero mistakes today is Grizzly Q. Because the entire regular season, he was almost guaranteed the reason they would win. Then we got to the Valor Series finals. He played a Crashed, and I don't think he landed an ultimate all game.
You have harped on that. He definitely did hit some of them, for the record.
That was kind of my moment of doubt. There's Vex on stage. He stepped up here. Grizzly Q's absence from the prior games has definitely made things a little bit shaky.
Yeah,
if they're able to bring iFlex, if they're able to bring Grizzly Q back online, I think they can definitely challenge many of the Asian teams here.
Yeah, each of these players individually have the potential to go off. Poseidon can go off. Kogo can go off. iFlex can go off. But when you talk about Vex, a player who has been a little inconsistent over the course of the season, and then Grizzly Q as well. Grizzly Q is going to be the linchpin from which the rest of this team revolves, and they need to make sure that they are following his lead going into these fights, and that they are securing Vex in these positions and allowing iFlex, if he plays these sideline marksmen, to just go off, because we know he can.
Yeah, and it's going to be a fun jungle matchup as well, because Get Search, the jungle for TDC, looked so intimidating during the regular season, and it looked insane during the group stage 1. Him versus Vex, especially if Vex shows up and has good team backup, is going to be one of the most entertaining jungle matchups today.
Well, we're going to keep an eye on that for sure. Yeah, Get Search, he's going to be searching for some kills there in order to propel his team forward. He can be a terrifying jungler when put in the right position, but it's interesting here. One of the few Elsu picks we've actually seen so far has been from Nova Esports. They're opting to first ban it here. We'll see what TDC is going to respond with. It's the Ignis. We'll never see Ignis, will we?
I should hope not. We saw him once during the regular season, or during the group stage 1, and I'm blanking on the name, but it was terrifying. It was Chihiro. That's right. He got it, and he just dominated on it. As you could see from his play, that was not something you let through to him. So, yeah, everyone was reminded. However, the fact that the Ignis ban comes through means that Nova Esports basically now need to waste both their bans on quote-unquote magic picks, because who knows, they're going to go Raz rather than Richter. This puts power now in TDC's hands.
Yes, because obviously EU has had much less of an opportunity to practice with that Richter. So it's going to give TDC an opportunity. It's like, hey, you know, do you think you can beat it? Do you think EU has gotten the practice on it yet? Or are you just going to deny it and see what Nova grabs first here? I would not be surprised to see the Lindis has to be a priority.
Lindis has to be a priority. Again, I talked about this jungle matchup. Both these junglers like themselves some melees. So we might see a strange melee focus coming through here in the jungle for both teams. We'll have to see how that develops. It is the Richter to be removed. You talked about Lindis in this assassin matchup. We may be actually focusing more on the sidelines. I think if you can get Lindis for sideline, that's very good. If you can get Valheim for sideline, that's very good because it enables the assassins that both teams want to run. That's why the Valheim comes through so quickly here.
Yeah, no surprise there at all. The Valheim can be picked up. And as you said, you know, a lot of focus on the melee for these junglers here, which might actually skew these drafts a little bit more than we've traditionally seen. The Valheim, of course, making a strong appearance so far in our matches today. I'm curious to see what his actual win and loss rate has been so far over the course of our matches. But in response, traditionally we saw the Lindis Raz. This has been the answer. Raz, of course, is banned, and as you said, Get Search does prefer more of the melees. So this is where I think paths might diverge.
They may go Lindis anyway because they can flex jungle or sideline as they like. And yeah, the Malik is another really good pick for this matchup in particular. So I like the TDC draft, and I think that this now leaves options open for Nova. What they need to prioritize is getting Grizzly Q off of the characters he's uncomfortable on. I'd really like to see him stay away from the Crashed over to something that he just feels like he can succeed on in that traditional Grizzly Q frontline role. And maybe we're talking about now starting to look for Poseidon's Mage. I think Vex plays enough off-meta characters that he can survive through a jungle banning phase. So I'm looking more to iFlex and more to Grizzly Q, more to Poseidon right now.
We'll see where that support mage is prioritized right here. Liliana is still up and available. And instead, we're going to look more towards the side lanes here. Ryoma is going to be picked up as well as that support Ibeneth. So both side lanes secured now. And in fact, it's the total opposite. Grizzly Q and Poseidon like, look, we feel comfortable playing a few different things here. So we're not going to worry about it right now.
Yeah, that Ryoma could be side lane, but it could also be jungle. And Vex has run that a few times, and I've never really been a fan. We also have a little bit of flexibility on that Ibeneth. It could either be Grizzly Q for support, or more likely Coco in the side lane. We'll have to see how that works out. If I'm over on the TDC side, though, my path is clear for the next ban phase. Lock in a good mage now, ban out the rest. Poseidon's very limited on tools. Instead, they want to counter a potential Vex jungle assassin dive by locking in a Mina now.
Yeah, they want to really look to shut that down. The Dark Dominion is, of course, going to be there. The Death Scythe as well, just to keep that control. And as you mentioned, yeah, the Ryoma in the jungle, there is a very strong possibility here that Vex will be playing that. So look towards potential additional side laner or support here. We have seen Grizzly Q flex into that Ibeneth, but the Zephyrs is being denied. So it seems like TDC thinks that this Ryoma is going to be laned.
Yeah, and they may be in for a disappointment. We'll have to see, because to be honest, Nova... And I've noticed Jay Jesse and the Nova Esports roster like doing this. They like picking early on into draft picks that can be flexed so that they have that extra element. Because like I said, the reason I was prioritizing them banning out Mage right now is because it's the only thing TDC can guarantee Nova have not picked, and everything else can be flexed around. Nova actually are starting to ban out Mages themselves, which is a little bit risky, because if there's a focus now from TDC, they just focus getting rid of Mages, this could actually get dangerous, but you also absolutely need to get rid of the Natalia and Mr. Suns. He is that good on that specific character.
Absolutely. So That Natalia, oh man, that's just the combo potential we see too. It's just absolutely terrifying. The slow is lining all that up, and the lethal raise as well. You cannot undervalue that
answer.
damage. And there's the Liliana
So
right
this is
there.
why it was risky. This is why it was risky, because if you've banned out a mage, then the answer is obvious for TDC. They get rid of Liliana, and now Poseidon's gonna have to be a little bit uncomfortable. I think the obvious pick, yeah. So all three of the obvious picks have been removed. He's looking Jinnar or Kali most likely as the final pick. If he wants to be cheeky, he can ban it down even lower if he feels his pool is deep enough, and I know Poseidon has felt that way in the past. Instead, though, they'll get rid of the sideline threat from the Superman.
I actually like that here. Superman, we saw it earlier, the sheer bully aspect of that hero is really difficult to deal with. We saw Sleepy be on the receiving end of some unfortunate love nudges from that Superman in that game up against ALG. But instead, the side lane Omen is going to be pulled out. So Malik Omen, it doesn't get much better than that.
I like the Omen for the sideline. Now is the moment of truth, though. Nova, what on earth are you doing with this roster? What are you running midline? If they go ahead and get... I'd say... Actually, I don't think they can counterplay to what
Joke's
Sun's
on
gonna
us,
do.
TJ. It's a mid-Valheim.
I'd be ready for that. No, they could do that. I don't think they can play around what Sun's going to do, because he can just pick up Alistair even if they go for a more logical pick, and the West doesn't play Alistair, so there's no way to immediately shut down what he's going to do. So get the most comfortable mage for Poseidon, and then worry about what on earth you're doing jungle. So there's the Kali for Poseidon, and it will be Lubu. That doesn't answer the question. That could be side lane or jungle, but it's more likely to be side lane, and that means it will be Vex on Ryoma, I think.
I believe so. He picked that punish up for a reason, so I think that's going to be the stay right there. And we've seen the power of that Lubu earlier, actually able to outline that Marja with relative ease. So look for him to go up against this Omen and have mild success. That's definitely what I'm keeping an eye out for myself. But yeah, this is an interesting draft. So you've got good initiation, you've got a decent front line, you've got good poke damage. It's fairly lightweight, but I don't mind this for Nova. I don't love this Tulin pick. I love everything else the TDC is doing, though.
I like this Tulin pick because I've seen Mr. Suns run it before.
Well,
he's darn good at it. I know you've been moving across the country, haven't caught all the games.
I haven't.
Welcome to the meta that will make you believe in Tulin again.
Look, I want to, man.
Because they play him so well.
Dude, I came up on Shurko's Tulin, man. I want to believe in Tulin.
We were right, Famalam. It will be Vex running the Ryoma, Coco in the sideline, Grizzly Q on the Yabenas. So Coco on the sideline on the Lubu will need to outlane most likely the Omen of Summer, and that's going to be Valheim versus Malak in the bot lane. Both those lane matchups in my head do go over to Nova's side. However, they're going to have to deal with the rotates. The macro is going to be what decides this game for me.
Well, both of these teams will need to pull it out here in true fashion as we are getting on into this next game. Our next match, I should say, game number 1 here at the AIC. Let's get this going. Nova Esports, the last hope for the West right now. ALG, unfortunately, fell in their game. They're not out quite yet, but this is the opportunity for Nova Esports to make a stand right now, going up against TDC.
iFlex needs to carry this game, and we need to see this jungle Ryoma work better than ever before. If the jungle Ryoma steps up from Vex, if iFlex carries that bot lane matchup, things go well. GetSearch is able to accelerate based off his own jungle from this Lindis, which they're already trying to do with an early unanswered invade. Then TDC win the game flat out.
Yeah, they're doing quite well so far to start this off. GetSearch, that is exactly the opening he wanted. He gets his snipes, but he doesn't get greedy. He stays back. I also love his trap placement back on his own side of the map and the scouting trap, keeping an eye on Nova's movements in their own jungle.
Oh, Nova do try and find a response, but Ishildens is just so mean. Pulls that Mind Golem out, gets the reset. There's no way for Nova to get any counter jungle. They've lost an awful lot of their own for none in exchange.
Yeah, Isolindel is doing a very good job there of just pulling that back, keeping it alive for Get Search, leeching it, allowing him to get that double red buff to start this off. And so far, the gold is dead even. That's about to shift.
It definitely is, because TDC were able to gain so much in the Nova jungle with nothing in response. They're cleaning up their own jungle right now will be pretty easy. It sounds like, or it looks like, rather, there's a sound issue over on the TDC side. Do you see him put on his headset?
He's like, oh, it's not working. It's not just... not
Chief!
Chief, I need a hand. Seems like there's multiple issues going on right now. As all the players are just sort of wondering what's happening. That's okay. Slight technical pause. Hopefully slightly shorter than the one we had earlier this morning.
What's the worst? 2 hours?
It was pretty bad. The players are...
I'm fine now. I'm feeling comfortable because it's a sound issue. That means that we're not going to have to restart the game. So, 10 out of 10.
What issue again? So, yeah, I think this is going to get resolved fairly soon here. As the players are just chatting. The League Ops crew are getting in there, Tech Ops, to try and get this sorted. Nova is like just still stone-faced, ready to go. And out of focus, actually. That's fine.
It's always been that red booth, hasn't it? It's cursed. Multiple different tech issues from multiple different teams.
Hashtag red booth.
Something bad in the air over there.
Yeah, something's going on. There's something in the wiring. But either way, we're just going to chat about this opening here and the opening that TDC got going into this. Obviously, having that Lindis already starting on that power farming trend is exactly how you want to start the game there. Nova Esports just, they feel like they tried to commit a couple different directions at once. It just really didn't work for them.
Yeah, it really did feel like Nova Esports lost the early game exchange because they didn't get buffs to counter. They lost their own buff, they lost their own jungle, and they didn't find a response. That's not the end of the day, though. If they can find counter, not just counter jungle, but counter pressure, maybe pick up the first Abyssal, it's immediately erased. If they can turtle and play smart, then that's still a winnable game for them. And the headsets are back on over on the TDC side, so hopefully that means we're mostly resolved and we can get back into it in a moment.
Let's hope that is the case here. As the players look like they're ready to get back into the game. They're poised, fingers at the ready. And I feel like we're about to get into this game here in just a second. There's a lot of serious expressions here for all these players.
Because everyone's so serious right now, I'd like to undermine the intensity for a moment by pointing out that I just found a tweet from Rest who says, and I quote, "They put so much makeup on me, I could have been on the Jersey Shorecast."
I think I like that tweet. I saw that this morning.
Which is
you could tell he was wearing a lot of makeup.
Because I saw Rest on stage for ALG and I was like, wow, it's a lot of makeup, Rest. It's now been confirmed. So I guess that's why ALG lost.
Yeah, it was too much makeup, it was just distracting him. I mean, we can vouch. People don't realize this, but we wear full, generally we're up on the same full face makeup every day, every time. Every single time.
The major thing is when you're sitting in one of those booths and you're as handsome as Rest, the glass in front of you is reflective. Oh, sorry, I can't get into my full details. We're back in the game. Vex already playing smart down by the bot side. He's going to be a focus for Nova Esports because, like I said, I'm a Rioma skeptic. If Vex is going to make this happen, it needs to start early, and he needs to be able to find big team fight value for his team versus Get Search.
Yeah, that's really got to be it here. Vex needs to be the one to just step up. The Wailing Blades need to be on point. Every single time he uses that Spectral Ire, it's got to connect on at least 2 targets. He's got to be able to get in there and shred. The pinwheels need to be flawless. So we are now starting to see TDC starting off this Abyssal Dragon. Grizzly Q is going to look to go in, but already getting chunked. iFlex is on the flank, but Grizzly Q is going to be sort of the lamb to the slaughter right here as the Abyssal Dragon goes the way of TDC. But Poseidon doing a good job poking, but it just seems like Nova just, no, we don't want to deal with that right now. We don't want to have to worry about it. And they didn't lose anybody for it, which is the important part.
Yeah, they didn't lose anybody for it, and they probably couldn't have managed a full rotate to contest. But because TDC defined the pace of this early game, they now have control of the Abyssal Dragon, they now have control of the early game jungle, and that's going to count up. That's going to matter a lot to this early game gold total. You can see it's definitely built up against them.
Yeah, they're already down almost 1,000 gold at the 3-minute mark. That is absolutely not optimal. That just speaks to the superior invades and the superior farming of Toyota Diamond Cobra. As they get towards this early mid-game, this Lindis is going to start to hurt.
His Lindis is going to do more than start to hurt. Get Search has demonstrated he's incredibly good at positioning. That matters a lot on the melee characters he loves. On the ranged characters, doubly so. Because if he can just hammer at the right point in the back of the team fight, he will shred.
And getting shredded in return right now is going to be the Malik for TDC. A 4-man committal into this push right now, going onto the lane. Nice ethereal pulse from Poseidon to bring them back, and that was definitely a misplay going with the shock.
Oh.
Grizzly Q, nicely done. The Nature's Realm to keep on right through that. The branching out to follow up. Oh, nicely done. Mr. Suns is in a terrible position, and that's the kill. A nice double kill for Nova.
And they have wave as well. They'll lose a tower in trade. The top lane should go down there to the split lane focus from that Omen. And that means that overall, TDC trade even. It is only the kills that separate. That does earn a little bit more gold for Nova Esports. So at the end of that exchange, we're dead even again. Nova Esports have undone their disastrous early game, which frankly is the best they could hope for.
Yeah, they're behind just a little bit, but that's just that Abyssal Dragon indifference right now, which means that Nova needs to prioritize moving towards this next one here. They prioritized that dragon side of the map with the tower in order to secure this next Abyssal Dragon. And so far, Poseidon's Kali play. Look at this ethereal pulse. Mr. Suns, he's trying to juke dodge and dive there, but just not making it happen.
Here's the Abyssal, the focus. iFlex to play bodyguard. Scaring back Moonwan. Grizzly Q should take the front lines here.
So we are seeing the shock into the back line, the Nature's Realm going in there. As this Lindis is going to be picked off, and that is going to be another potential kill there onto Vex. But all the while, iFlex is in the back line through this, dealing so much damage here as this Valheim. Mr. Suns needs to be careful. There's the stun. The follow-up is there. And now Coco is on the flank. With all the while, the Ethereal Pulse is doing so much work. Can they do it the untouchable?
They can't get the damage, Paul! And narrowly does Summer survive, but iFlex carries that fight. The sacrifice comes through from the front line of Grizzly Q, slowing down the fight, allowing the backline to find value. Nova Esports get back a kill, get back the Abyssal Dragon, and earn themselves a lead for the first time in this game.
Really nice play from them that all started with the timing on these Nature's Realms has been fantastic. Totally denying the shock. Every single time Malik goes in, he's just instantly being slowed and stunned. Grizzly Q tanks it like a boss, creating this zone that his team just cannot deal with. And Coco was so late to that fight, but it didn't matter because the team was there. They had the damage, and really it was Poseidon and iFlex dealing that damage that TDC just could not contend with.
And iFlex was only able to find the value because the rest of his team played the role well. Grizzly Q steps up to cover front lines. Vex contests, knowing his most important mission that fight is just to make sure they get Dragon.
And now we're seeing another little potential scuffle here breaking out in the mid. Poseidon burning that ult though as Grizzly Q's trying to set something up. Neither team really over-aggressing right here, playing this fairly passive with 22 seconds left on this Abyssal Dragon.
Look at how iFlex is just chasing Summer right now. I think that was a major mistake. Grizzly Q needs to save him. Vex here as well.
Oh, that's going to be the kill there to start things off onto iFlex, the key target, the trade from Grizzly Q, that Nature's Realm. But I think fairly happy. I mean, it's trading a side laner for a side laner. Both these teams just dead even.
I will say I do believe iFlex is more important to Nova than Summer is to TDC. Don't get me wrong, Summer's very good, but iFlex needs to get out so far ahead. And because he's their bot laner, it means they didn't have presence around this Abyssal. He played very aggressive to get there. They were doing a very good job up until that point of keeping Vex and iFlex paired, so that there's always somebody playing bodyguard However, I think they allowed Summer to kind of slip through their vision triangle in the jungle, and as a result, he was able to catch iFlex out.
Yeah, he got that key Death's Embrace, just not getting out of that one. 5 seconds, drawn down to the grave. It was a really good attempted hold there from Nova. But once again, TDC are just existing in this, and they find Coco this time through with the
big.
Dark Dominion on the back of that as well. Really solid pick from TDC.
Very good start from Nova, but it's all kind of coming undone. After that iFlex pick was secured, now they've figured out exactly where they can get pressure, and Nova Esports have made the same mistake twice. Once with iFlex, and then once with Coco, kind of trusting that TDC can't play aggressive into that quadrant of the jungle because you've already lost the tower up there. There's no way to play safe in it. You need to constantly be aware that every bush can be populated.
Confident play there from them, and a confident push here in the mid. The shock going in off the back of a beautiful Dark Dominion, picking up that kill. And now Get Search is here as well for a final parting gift, a final farewell.
Another good duo, TDC, playing these set engages extraordinarily well right now. Just being able to leap out of the jungle, execute a set fight, and winning them in a frankly disgusting manner.
Yeah, really solid play there that has now brought TDC back in the lead. 1.5k gold lead. Went over only like a minute ago. They were dead even, and now once again the Invade is coming in. They're going to look to collapse onto the Valheim in the bot lane right now. iFlex needs to leave. There's the Death Sight, the Dark Dominion. Oh, no, the stun through all of it. Oh, is Linda's...
He can't save tower though.
Oh.
He did play that engagement well, but because of the map control, Nova have now lost their bot tower, and that will bite them.
And now we're seeing this opening up of the map occurring as TDC is basically creating the situation where they will have full control in their rotations. The last tier 1 tower standing in the mid, and add another dragon to that as well. They are only further extending this gold lead. It is now over 2k. The fight is breaking out in the jungle right now. Vex is being the target off the back of a beautiful Dark Dominion. The flank is there from Poseidon. Nicely done. Just totally trapping down that Malik, but he's way too tanky.
Yeah, Moonwon able to disengage. The Nature's Realm was a good thought, but it was too late. Now Grizzly Q, that's a nice flicker. Redwood Rush.
That was absolutely solid, forcing Islindil's back
Coco.
once again. And there's the stun from iFlex. There we go. Nicely done, but off on the other side of the map, Coco falls. So trading at 1 kill for 1 through all of this.
And Vex as well. Exactly the same mistake they made the first 2 times. Vex and Coco pushed down into that quadrant of the jungle, did not check the bush, did not realize that TDC could have presence, a ganking squad set up, and then you just had the entire rest of your team fighting the 2 tanks while the 2 carry players are getting shut down.
Well, speaking of flanks, we saw Moonwon do some fantastic little play right there, tanking the Ethereal Pulse for his minion wave, able to take down that tower. So trading back and forth right now are both squads, but the Dark Slayer is going the way of TDC. This is going to be a massive asset when pushing down these tier 2 and high ground towers.
Yeah, they did get some towers there. Nova Esports able to work back that bot lane, but it is the only lane they are winning right now, as they do lose mid, and there's continued pressure onto their top. So this is going to be a hard work back, particularly with this double buff being threatened right now. The Dark Slayers are being taken, and it's being used as cover for the rest of TDC to focus down the Abyssal Dragon. Nova are playing far too grouped and defensive to discover the ruse. Now they should get an inkling, but it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, this seems pretty obvious here, but often just to back up, they thought it was bait. They thought they were being pulled in to try, going to be jumped on from a bush right there, but instead, Toyota Diamond Cobra, despite the debuff, take the Abyssal Dragon, the enraged Abyssal Dragon as well, so they will have this team fight buff to boot.
Here's the pressure. There's the shock through. Vex in trouble.
Oh, nicely done. Nicely done. The combo between the Malik and the Mina. The shock into that Dark Dominion. Nowhere Vex could go. Nothing he could do. No amount of lifesteal from that Spectral Ire is going to keep you alive. As you do see the minion wave pushing in here. But not quite able to do much with it. Is TDC not having a lot of a ton of attack damage there if Get Search is not actually hitting anything.
Coco needs to get some kills here. The only way back through is to win this fight, and they do. Nice Ethereal Pulse. Poseidon's all alone, though. There's no follow-up, so he needs to run.
We do see him backing up now, not wanting to overextend. That would be massive, which we're actually seeing Grizzly Q doing right now. The Valheim drops as well. The Redwood Rush into the Nature's Realm, trying to take down Get Search, but the damage has already been done. iFlex has fallen. Coco is respawning. Grizzly Q's there, forcing the Flicker out, and the Ethereal Pulse at the back of this, actually able to keep him alive. That could have been a huge fight for Nova.
Coco, Red Stallion to the front lines to block that Thunderstrike coming through from Mr. Suns that would have guaranteed Grizzly Q's death. Very good micro play there from Nova, but again, like you said, their macro leaves something to be desired. They don't commit nearly hard enough onto isolated picks that they guaranteed, and now they're getting caught out again!
The synergy on that combo is absolutely insane. There is zero hesitation. I'm talking frame perfect. The combo is just masterful.
In order for that to work, the shock needs to be casted before the Death Scythe is found. Literally in order for that framing to work. So, Isildens says, hey, I'm going to get this Scythe, shock it. And then just does it. That's really fun teamwork.
That's the trust that this team has right now. That is the games played together, the knowledge that as a squad, they can make these plays happen. And we are witnessing it here on the highest of stages. As Nova Esports is being pushed onto their high ground, TDC has 3 lanes of pressure right now, multiple high grounds. The Kali will be able to hold on one side, but on the other, damage is being done.
I really do feel like this is a little bit uncoordinated from Nova Esports. We've seen multiple times good front lines held, but no follow-ups to the attacks. Good opportunities found, but no opportunity to punish them. And Nova need to clean that up, especially, I think, at this point, looking towards Game 2. Is there a chance in this game? Maybe, but it happens in 2-3 minutes. If they're able to hold for a very long time, make it so that we've hit max item, then they can still work this out, but it needs to be a long time. That starts here.
Starts right here with this pick onto the Omen.
Nice.
And now, it's only about a 5k gold difference at this point. We've seen... Starts right here with this pick onto the Omen.
Nice.
And now, it's only about a 5k gold difference at this point. We've seen some way bigger gold deficits at this stage in the game. And also, Nova hasn't lost a high ground tower yet. That's crucial, because then they're not going to be quite having to worry so much about playing... catch up there, taking down all those minions as iFlex is going in onto Mr. Suns with a 5v4 advantage. This needs to be Nova's opportunity to take something back in this game.
Yeah, there aren't any major objectives for them to take, so they'll focus the tower instead, and it's a trap.
It is a trap indeed, but the Ethereal Pulse is going in off the back of the Nature's Realm. As Lindels is going to be the target. The stuns are there. The Essence of the Wind to keep him alive, but it is Grizzly Q's being chunked. Moon one's on the flank, but Coco is there as well. There's the shock. No, not finding Poseidon. Beautiful blink. The dodge is going in there as well, as Grizzly Q is now in full retreat. The cleave is Lindels is on the flank, trying to make it happen. Nice stun there from Vexen on the flank. Get Search is finding his opportunity to take the high ground.
Here's the high ground. Coco needs to hold. There he does. Clearing wave. Poseidon's there as well. Mr. Suns can't chase. And Nova Esports won't lose anything. However, they failed to convert on the 5v4 opportunity they generated.
And now they're still down about 1,000 or 6,000 gold, I should say. Toyota Diamond Cobra only increasing their lead as this game goes on. And now the Dark Slayer has spawned. This is Grizzly Q's and crew's opportunity to make something happen around this major objective.
They need to win a team fight in the next 2 minutes, otherwise they don't have a path back into the game. TDC, to be fair, are kind of capping out at this point. They can sell their boots, sell some items, trade things around, but their biggest damage dealers are about to complete their full builds, which means there's not a whole lot to still be gained, so Nova can catch up quickly.
Yeah, but we are seeing another fight breaking out in the jungle. Grizzly Q is now so tanky, but Moonwan is not tanky enough. There comes the Dark Dominion off the back of this as well. Omen is trying to push through all of this. Vex going in, not finding the Wailing Blade. And I like this decision from Nova to split and try and shut down this Omen as well. They cannot lose the high ground. Coco is able to keep it alive for now. So a really nice fight there from Nova.
Good stall from Coco, keeping the high ground alive, like you say, knowing when to retreat to do so. Able to beat Summer at his own game, and that's an area where they've been struggling. However, again, it's a 5v4, and who's gaining value? TDC, the men playing from behind. They'll find pressure onto this enraged Abyssal. If Get Search finishes it, it will become difficult to take the Dark Slayer for Nova, because even a 5v4 could be fatal.
Yeah, this is going to be a potential rough spot as iFlex is getting caught out in the Death's Embrace.
Oh,
They need to
Coco!
keep him alive, but no. And Poseidon is there. Summer is chasing him down. Vex on the flank as well is getting shredded by Getsearch. This might be all she wrote as the Nature's Realm is going in onto Summer, but it's not nearly enough. And now, barreling down the lanes is Toyota, Diamond, Cobra. Getsearch on the flank finds Poseidon, and there's Mr. Suns as well. The execution off the back of it. Nice little follow-up there from Grizzly Q, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough.
He's got to hold for like 20, 30 seconds at this point, and like you say, it's going to be incredibly difficult. He's going to let that tower fall in exchange for max HP, and then it's all on his ult to clear a wave. If he can manage it, maybe.
He's got to go in and try and make it happen. Oh, look at the taunt!
Dark Dominion!
There they go, going in onto the core. The shock to follow up as well. That is going to be GG. TDC take game number 1.
That was such a good Dark Dominion, and the perfect capstone on the perfect game from that Mina play. That was definitely a strong performance from Nova Esports, but Toyota, Diamond, Cobra hit the next level in response. A very good game from both teams.
Both teams played phenomenally. There was just a couple plays that just made the difference there, and that Mina was definitely a massive factor. Is Lindell's just what a beast. 0, 2, and 9.
Okay. Look, full disclosure, I'm really kind of dyslexic. So,
Yes, yeah.
I don't know, but I'll follow you here.
Yeah, you know what? You said his name different every single time, and I loved every single pronunciation.
Lindell's carried that team to victory because he found initiations for Moon One, Getsearch, and Mr. Suns, because he bailed out all those players as well. He's the reason that team won. And that is really fun because we came into this predicting a jungle matchup, and we got a support matchup. We got Grizzly Q playing at peak performance versus a better support. And that is really fun to watch.
Oh, it absolutely was. I mean, we saw this incredible Ibeneth play, and then we saw this incredible play with these Dark Dominions going and finding it. I felt like Vex was just a non-factor in that game. He threw a couple Alien Blades. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. And that was kind of why I was skeptical about the Ryoma. He plays a decent defensive Ryoma. It is not bad, but it is not good. And I need Vex of all players to play excellent. He needs to be the person stepping up and dominating in a game. And we haven't seen that for a while. The Ryoma does not accomplish it. The Ryoma works well. I think they like it because it gives them another frontliner. And in many compositions, you want somebody who can brawl and stall out. But I don't feel like it's worth missing the offensive power that a full-built jungle Vex can achieve.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's known traditionally for this melee, but he's gotta just play it a little bit more comfortably here. As we watch back in this game, we saw some fantastic plays from both sides. This was the fight early on where iFlex just took things into his own hands.
Yeah, and then iFlex got caught out in a moment. And I'd like to, when we get there, I'd like to highlight it because it was the same place Nova Esports repeatedly got caught out. This tower up top fell, and then this happened. Like 4 times in a row. They weren't aware of the fact that TDC was going to punish that tower so hard. Once that top lane tower fell, there was never a moment where TDC weren't doing exactly this, pressuring the jungle, because there was nothing to stop them from doing it. So they always had scout from Summer. Summer would give them the information, and TDC would execute on it flawlessly. Nova Esports weren't doing enough to prevent the information gain or spread their own information so that they knew where TDC were headed, and that led to exactly that same mistake time and time again, costing them the game because they just lose players in that top left quadrant of the map.
There's a bit of that fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on... I mean, they got... Yeah, that was, that should not have happened.
First time it happened, they kind of lost track of Summer. He played really well, sure, whatever. Like the 4th time it happened, you need to be aware TDC are punishing your lack of control in that jungle because they are not going to stop.
Oh, no. They were not going anywhere. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're just going to keep repeating that, keep getting kills, keep shutting down your farm. And the fact that they were able to do it so consistently, the support play was, again, solid from Grizzly Q, but it wasn't enough of a ward. His positioning wasn't where it needed to be.
Mm-hmm. Grizzly Q, I did feel, was playing that match well. He definitely was more of a standout, especially in that last match than we've seen previously. it wasn't enough. Poseidon as well. This was a good performance from the Nova Esports roster. They haven't lost a game this close in a while. Most of the time, we've seen them lose games and they've just been shut down and it's been bad. Here they lost the game, but they stayed in it a long time. They brawled all the way to the end. That's a good sign for their mental game. And hopefully it means that coming into this next game, they can bring more players online and make it happen. But they need to, I think, get more damage from Vex, and they need to make sure they're in control of the jungle because TDC are so good at punishing control gained.
Oh yeah, no, Vex just needs to get, be a little bit louder, and they need to make sure that they are attempting these invades. They need to make sure that they're attempting to get these shutdowns going in, because we saw what happened last time when they just played too passively. They just got steamrolled, allowing that Lindis to get completely out of hand. GetSearch was so comfortable in that entire game. You could just see it in his movement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they never really punished him. They never really dove him. We've seen that a lot today across multiple games. If you're able to get your backline up and there's no punish for it, there's no deep dive, then it doesn't look good. And it's a real shame because Vex was really willing to play a melee jungle that game. So keep Vex on a melee jungle, but make it not a Ryoma. A little bit more burst punish, and I think this game looks entirely different.
Ryoma is a lot of utility, in my opinion. He's all about the stun. He's got good wave clear. He can help with objectives. But he's not really that hardcore assassin where you're like, oh no, he's not a cricknack. He's not going to go in and just blow you up,
He's a secondary front line, and that's not what they needed. We're into the ban phase. TDC quite wisely identify iFlex as a strength, get rid of that Valheim. Mr. Sun's Raz is off the board. This is a good ban because Mr. Sun's Raz is nuts.
So another question comes, do you ban the Ignis here?
They want
Elsu?
They want Elsu for iFlex.
So the question comes, if you're TDC, to get Ignis off the board.
Okay, they're going to get Richter then, because they'll just ban Ignis. I would have thought they were trying to get that side lane Elsu, because iFlex did play it incredibly well, but it doesn't seem like that's something in their pool. They're instead focusing on getting, I think, a Richter or an Ignis. They'll win if they get either in their minds. And that's why TDC choose to make them choose. Nova Esports will probably choose the Ignis. That leaves the strong side lane for TDC. I do favor Nova if they get the Ignis.
Poseidon's Ignis is terrifying, but I love this decision for TDC. I was going to say, they're just like, yeah, make them choose. Like, why, leave up both OPs? That way you absolutely get one. Yeah. And they believe the Ignis is stronger than the Richter. I like this call.
I agree, especially in the hands of Nova Esports. However, TDC now get Lindis and Richter, which gives them a perfect jungle sideline duo. The answer to this from Nova Esports needs to be both frontline protection and backline dive. I don't think they can manage both, so you need to build your entire team around this Ignis now. This is a game about setting up a solid frontline and maybe another backline. You can run iFlex on sideline, Marksman, or you can run Vex on Marksman. Choose one and stick with it, then put everything else relatively tanky.
I would like to note that so far, every single character in this game who's been picked has white hair.
You're not wrong. I'm just not really sure what it means.
It means age, wisdom, success, victory. Right? That's what it means.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
We're reaching critical mass of 1.5 hours of sleep. And
I can tell.
We're powering on
through.
Ooh, I
like this.
Ooh, I do like this as well. I like the utility. Ooh, I love the utility.
Like I said, they need a solid front line. And maybe they can get a little bit more dive out of that sideline Marja, and that's good, but they need solid utility. The problem is, there's an obvious response from TDC. They'll get enough to prevent any dive onto their backline. That's what this Yabenith is about. Now, ban phase. They're going to try and get rid of anything that could be terrifying in the jungle position from Nova Esports. Nova Esports need to be looking at preventing Mr. Suns from getting Natalia, especially, to counter their own group.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that Natalia, especially in the situations where people are going in groups with which Amina, that is going to be the case. Richter as well. Richter and Natalia with the event at the back. Oh, that would be disgusting.
So, with the addition of this Yabenith over to the TDC roster, I'm really looking at a poke build for Nova, because it's going to be very, very difficult for them to get past the Yabenith at the start of fights, particularly in the hands as we've seen, of the All-Star TDC roster. So focus instead on having backline punish, and I really am missing this Natalia ban.
It's not over yet. Might be next time around. But we'll see what they opt to go for here. I agree. Taking things out of the side lane and out of the jungle, they think Vex might be exceptionally strong in. I think they're more worried about the side lane here. I feel like they're a little bit more worried about, what iFlex and Coco were doing. Because Coco's Omen is unreal.
I don't agree with their focus on the Omen ban, but maybe they were trying, as I think Nova thought they were, that's why the Superman ban came through. Maybe they were just trying to ensure that we saw that they could get a Superman out to punish backline against Ignis, which is a really intelligent setup, so it's a good thing that they read that over on the Nova side. That's just a target ban against Vex with the Zephyrs. They could decide to mess with the jungle, or they could decide to ban out the Natalia. As said previously, I do think Mr. Sons' Natalia needs to leave.
Sometimes there's just one of those players who pulls out a hero so well, you're just like, I gotta respect ban that. I just have to take that off the board. And I feel like the Valheim, they let it through. We'll see if Mr. Sons opts to prioritize that right now. I feel like it would, again, synergize fairly well with their composition. But into something like
they could
Amina,
also feel they need dive. That could be the calculus here, because even if they do ban the Natalia, Mr. Sons can go for a Tulin or a Liliana, actually, and just focus on finding value against Coco. So I see why it doesn't feel worth it to ban out a mage during this specific matchup. Instead, they're focusing on side lane, and this Liliana will come through. So, Nova Esports, I want a backline. I want a backline marksman on Vex, and then I want an extra side lane tank.
All right, Malik's been removed. Zeniel's been removed. Who's sort of left in that side lane tank role?
It depends what they feel comfortable running.
Wonder Woman could be an option?
Know. Sorry?
Wonder Woman could potentially be an option here?
Yes. I don't actually know who they are envisioning this Marja on. Typically, iFlex has been the more defensive sideliner of the two, but he's also the one that typically runs Marja when they have him up. Oh, they're gonna run counter to anything I thought. Run a side lane Tulin, then follow through. This is full dive. What on earth, Nova?
Oh me, oh my! They are
side lane Tulin, jungle Nakroth. This could be the game that determines whether or not they continue at the AIC. Mathematically, it may come down to this game, and they're choosing to risk it all on Vex's Nakroth and a side lane Tulin.
Let's do it. If you're going to go out big. This is the way they want to do it right now. These are their comfort picks. This is high execution, but I think they can make it work.
I don't. I'm sorry, Twitch chat.
I think they can make it. They can make it work. It's a possibility of success.
This is insanity. This is complete and utter insanity. In a matchup where they need a front line, they've instead gone full lightweight. Literally, the entire business of stopping the enemy team now rests on Grizzly Q. That means everything should be a focus on diving Poseidon. And it actually might work out, because TDC, I think, anticipated that there would be a heavy frontline investment, and as a result, don't have a whole bunch of dive. So maybe that's where the thought process is. Nova Esports say, okay, they don't have a whole bunch of dive that could quickly punish our Ignis, so instead of focusing on preventing that, we need to have enough to punish their backline marksman. They do have that. This Telenas pick is a little bit questionable for me, because I think it will be pretty easy to shut down by either the Nakroth, the Tulin, or the Ignis, or the Marja. But I am not a fan of the full light-wide comp.
I definitely think it has its risks. Potential, obviously, reward being that you get to go on to game number 3 here. But this is a tricky one. This is going to require so much synergy off the Ignis, like how they're able to combo off his stuns and his CC. It's going to be rather difficult.
More like Grizzly Q 1v9. This is going to be difficult.
It's going to be tough as we get into game number 2 here. This is the English language broadcast of the AIC, as Nova Esports Europe is taking on Toyota Diamond Cobra.
And already you can see the effect of only really having one front line. If there is a front line that could make this happen, it would be Grizzly Q. If there is a front line that could make, or a support player that could manage to be the only front line on a team like this, it would be Grizzly Q, because he is that good. This is heavily reliant, however, on everyone else being able to land their damage. Coco's playing the Tulin down in bot lane versus the Talonars. That's a very good call, and they're playing instantly aggressive.
Look at Poseidon's damage already going in. The split is there. Coco is going to be the first target, as all of TDC is collapsing right now. Can Poseidon make this happen? He's almost out of mana as he's leaving a Vex to his own devices here at the end, almost picking up the kills for Nova.
They're going very, very aggressive, and they are finding value, but you're seeing the fact that they don't have a front line. This is, whenever you see a whole bunch of low HP characters at the end of the team fight, it's a sign, it's a target prioritization sign. And the easiest way to organize your target prioritization so your entire team is focusing one target on the enemy team and you're using your damage as efficiently as possible is to have somebody to take the damage and allow your team to pause and find position. That's why you have tanks, so that your team can position efficiently and target call better. They only have one. His name is Grizzly Q, and he's going to struggle to be relevant to these fights. If he's not able to take a whole bunch of value, then TDC are going to keep winning fights, and sure, maybe Nova Esports get low HP players, but it won't be enough.
I mean, Grizzly Q is going to be relatively tanky, but like he's not the absolute tankiest, character of all time here. So it might be a bit of a challenge. Is already the enraged. So the Abyssal Dragon has been picked up here by T. Not enraged yet. It's only 2 minutes of the game. I'll slow down a bit here.
This is the only appropriate response from TDC. They say, okay, if you're willing to go full lightweight, we'll just play insanely aggressive death ball in the early game, and it doesn't matter how much damage you have if you choose to take a full 5v5 fight versus us.
And now we're seeing,
Move
the
on.
pickup up
Oh
top
my goodness!
from Richter, just absolutely shredding him.
Because they don't have a tank. Again, if you have a tank to stop that from working...
or Grizzly Q is level 4.
If you have a tank to stop that from working, it works, but they don't have anyone to intercept the damage, and you can see that again work brilliantly.
And we once again see the sick pickups there, the dodges too, trying to he is going to do it, and iFlex is going to get baited in. Oh no, TDC is going off right now in this game. This is some sick Richter play for Moonwan.
Yeah, this was a overcommitment to his style from Nova Esports, and TDC were not alarmed. I think the general feeling was, all right, sure.
I mean, we are going to try and see a potential counter kill up here in the jungle, but now it's just Coco overextended, as we do see Summer trying to get the snipe. Yes, they does! Nicely done, all the way through the river, threading the needle. This is Zelindis is just chasing this down.
That's the problem. Now they've fallen so far behind that even when they do land ideal executions, they're not doing enough damage.
And really just a situation where, again, they're already playing from such a deficit that Nova is basically on one of those, like, I don't even know what Nova needs to do at this point to come back, because they needed to win this early game.
Yeah, their entire composition was predicated on them taking an early lead. They did not. TDC have now bullied them out of their jungle. They're up 6 kills to 0, and they're 3k gold ahead.
I mean,
this is a very difficult turnaround.
This is going to be tough. I mean, game number 1, Nova looked pretty solid. Yeah, they made a couple of mistakes here and there, but generally it was a relatively even game. That is not this game.
This could have worked if they had gone up 3 kills in the early game. This could have worked.
Yeah, they just needed to get Vex ahead.
They would have looked like geniuses if it had.
I mean, isn't that the way to go out? As Grizzly Q, the non-tank, goes in and gets absolutely shredded.
For High Flex, we'll be thinking about ways to go out as well. That's a hard chase.
That was another solid pickup right there. Coco coming in, tanking the damage for his mage there, as the mid is left exposed.
Poseidon's like one of the tankiest players on this team on the Ignis.
Oh no, Coco. That's unfortunate.
Standing underneath the tower, Paul.
Yeah, look. That's yeah, it's fine. Except your tower's not there anymore and you're dead.
Working as intended.
A blue team tower has been destroyed.
Moonwan and the rest of TDC gain pressure at the side lane and mid. Nova Esports only have tier 2 towers remaining in all 3 lanes.
See a nice Dark Dominion going there onto Mr. Suns, but not enough team shot to follow up and secure themselves the kill. I'm really watching for Poseidon, again, to be the carry on this Ignis. There's reasons here is so highly contested, and well, maybe we're going to see why. As we've seen Poseidon pull off some crazy stuff with the hero before.
Yeah, Moonwan doesn't... Oh, watch this be gross. He doesn't really want to engage 1v2 against Vex and iFlex, because iFlex has that disengage from Ghostwalk. He would have preferred any other target. That's why he was sitting in the bush. But he still finds enough value that TDC clean out the jungle again.
And now we're seeing once again Isolenda's just burning his ult to clear wave, to continue to push, to try and keep a little pressure on. It's up so quickly that he doesn't even mind doing that right now, knowing that there's just, you know, okay, enemies are sitting here farming. I should create space for my team so that they can not only get their or our jungle, but also the opposing team's jungle.
Hey, Paul, that's the third Abyssal.
Oh, yeah.
They've been picked up on timer. That's what that means. Every single time it's spawned, it's been picked up within about 30 seconds. That's kind of insane. Perfect timing from TDC, and that's why their gold lead is currently just under 10k.
Yeah, it's just pretty so. Ooh, Coco getting picked off once again underneath the tower. You should have learned your lesson by now. Towers are not safe. They're not safe for you. So we do see
You're not
Poseidon.
safe behind your tower. The one hope, right? Poseidon is really good at this as well. They have some really good wave clear characters. I'm gonna say something sketchy right now. At the 15-minute mark, this game can turn around.
Well, this game might turn around right now if Nova can somehow try and take something out of this, but instead, they only trade out 2 for 1. The 15-minute mark could do. Good luck getting there. That's sort of my response to that.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem. At the
Oh.
15-minute mark, Nova might be able to make this happen, but it is the 15-minute mark, and they are a long way away from that.
Yes, they are. We do see the Victor pushing in onto the mid here. Look at the way they're timing the crashes. All 3 lanes in perfect harmony, in perfect tandem. And now the items are coming online for TDC. This Talanis is going to start to hit oh so hard, especially with that extended range, able to just throw those arrows down range and continue to shred through these towers.
Yeah, it's all about wave clear. They do have good wave clear. Poseidon's going to be very good at that as well. If Nova Esports can just make this game last an absurdly long time, then maybe. But that's the world we're living in right now.
Oh, yes. Then the maybe indeed. As, you know, once again, a good hold here. These Nature's Realms have been really, really solid, though. I like this use aggressively here. The hold is real for just a little bit longer, but I'm supposed to assume as Richter is going in, able to get himself back over the wall, picks up the kill onto Coco. That key mage, the key damage dealer in that Tulin.
So gross. Moonwan just doing hit and runs.
I mean,
They
yeah,
must feel that, like they got hit by a truck.
and the truck then just snuck off into the night without saying goodbye.
Toyota pickup truck.
Ooh, they
Just-
make those.
It is gross.
Yeah, the situation, how do you come back from this if you're Nova? Like, you're back to one of your high ground, you haven't taken a single tower, you're down 10k gold, and it's not even the 10-minute mark. How do you come back from this?
Like I said, the 15-minute mark. And like I said, that's not going to happen. But if they manage to survive this Dark Slayer, it could. The way it needs to happen is off of the back of wave clear, and it needs to be from Poseidon primarily.
Alright, so we'll be keeping an eye on this Dark Slayer here. We're keeping an eye on how they utilize this Drake. Vex needs to be very careful. He said that Jerry Fury able to get himself out of there, but one step out of line. And I believe that will be him pretty much gone. Actually, on the flank, though, Grizzly Q's the one going in. They're trying to find this nation. Great damage there. Going down from Poseidon. Nicely done. That was absolutely massive. Those holy embers were huge. Now Vex to go on the flank, but Summer is able to just absolutely chunk him down. Flex, that was not the play, and iFlex will pay for your sins.
They might have made that happen if Vex didn't think he had the damage to beat a level 13 Summer. Now they don't have the wave clear and the dragon's just been summoned. This should be game.
This should be it. They're going in. Grizzly Q needs to land the taunt of his life as they're slow pushing to the top lane as well. The minions are here, but Summer and crew are just tearing them down. 2 lanes of minions pushing in onto the core. This needs to be a hold here for Poseidon. He needs to be able to land these fire crashes with absolute precision, but instead the team is just going in. That is going to be it. That's going to be GG. TDC take the series in 2 games.
All right, Nova. I mean, that was a draft. TDC, business as usual. They show up, they're given a draft like that, and they say, "Are you sure, Nova? Because we'll just take this." And they do. A dominant, strong victory for them. And Nova Esports have a lot on the line for their next match. This means not only do Team Flash need to 2-0 Toyota Diamond Cobra, but then they need to 2-0 Team Flash in order to survive past this stage of the AIC.
That is certainly going to be a mountain to climb. 16 kills to 1. Really solid game for Poseidon on that Ignis.
Could you read that in a slightly more depressed voice, please, Paul?
16 kills to 1.
Nailed it. That's actually what Nova Esports team comps sound like, except a little bit more angry.
Oh, and a little more European, to be fair.
I'd like to highlight Poseidon, bless his heart, doing a very good job that game.
40, almost 44% of your team's damage? That's silly. That's really silly, guys. That shouldn't be a thing.
And like, he did a pretty decent amount of damage as well. 54k. Is like actually kind of on par for what he should have done in a game of that length.
I mean, to be fair, that was the most damage in the game by 10k.
In the game.
By 10k.
So like, props to Poseidon. You did a great job.
You did great, buddy.
Unfortunately, hold up, I'm just checking my notes here, and that ain't it, Chief. So I don't know.
Weird flex, but okay.
I don't know what was going on with that team comp.
It was a Hail Mary. That was all it was. It was a Hail Mary right at the end there. And speaking of at the end there, we are actually at the end of all of our games for today. They've gone on a decent amount of time now. And we've been... Oof.
You're right. I'm still recovering, but you're right. And it will be a very exciting day tomorrow as well. We have potential elimination games for Nova Europe. They need to play Team Flash. If they lose that game, if they lose one map that game, they're out of the AIC. They may pay for their sins today there. We also have J-Team facing off against Alpha Red. That's going to be an insanely close match. AHQ versus Flash Wolves, and OMG, the Chinese Hope, facing off against Overclockers.
That's the game.
A lot of close games.
Yeah, that's the game. I mean, JT and AP, like Alpha, that's going to be really, really good. Actually, all these games are going to be really good. Actually, yeah. The first one's going to be maybe a bit of a stomp, but the other 3 are going to be really good.
This is going to be... Day 2 is going to be, I feel, when the AIC games get unpredictable. Up till now, I haven't been surprised. I don't know if I can predict all of tomorrow's games, so it'll be very, very close and very, very fun to watch.
Oh, yes, indeed. It's been a great day, morning of games. If you've been joining us at whatever hour of the night you were experiencing with us, thank you so much. For those of you in Europe, good maybe afternoon now. I guess you're coming in the evening.
Can I talk to you about side lane Tulin at 3 a.m. every morning? Because that's just part of my schedule now.
Wow. Perfect. Yeah. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, I'd like to talk to you about side lane Tulin. Do you have... Go, my lawn! That's basically how that's going to go.
That was basically tonight's broadcast.
Yeah, it's now 10 in the morning for me, sir, so... Woo! We done it, team. So, yep, thank you all so much for joining us for the very second group stage for the AIC. First day of the second group stage. Yeah, that's what we'll go with.
Day 1 of stage 2 of the AIC.
That is the one right there. I have been in Verum. That is TJ. Thank you all so much for joining us. We will be returning tomorrow at around 1 a.m. Pacific. I believe that's right. It's like 9:15 a.m. CET for those of you in Europe, and around 4 in the morning on the East Coast of North America. We will see you guys then. Thank you all so much for joining us. It has been a blast, and we will see you next time.